Now, wouldn't it be nice to have a little extra money for your holiday? If you buy any used car from the 4th to the 14th of July, we'll give you an extra £500 over and above the amazing deal you'll already get. And if you part exchange by selling us your car too, we'll give you another £500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on holiday in. Ends July the 14th. We are Vertu.
It was another
Russell Warren and Nigel Locke.
Thanks, Kev. Good morning everyone. And welcome back then from North Marine Road, where we hope to see much more cricket than was the case yesterday when we got just over an hour and a half or so's play. Yorkshire taking their overnight day one score from 282 for 4 to 376 for 5. Johnny Bairstow, the only wicket to fall yesterday, was out for 72 off the bowling of Sai Kishore, caught by Will Jacks. And Kishore will want to have a little bit more of an influence today if he can. Not sure where quite we are going with this match. Of course, the time for bonus points, batting and bowling in this Yorkshire innings is now past, and so maybe they'll bat on for a while, but they will want to give themselves, from a selfish point of view, a chance of taking enough time to take 9 Surrey wickets and pick up their 3 maximum bowling points. And of course the Surrey boys will want to pick up as many batting points as they can as well, because we're kind of thinking, Churchy, I guess, that we're looking at draw here unless something quite strange happens in a session that hasn't done so far.
Yes, I think, good morning everybody, I think where we are at the moment, the side you'd favour to win this is Yorkshire, because Yorkshire have runs on the board. Now if Yorkshire could get themselves up to 450, 500 and pick up some early Surrey wickets, put Surrey under pressure, then that would be interesting. The other way round, of course, is that Surrey pick up these last 5 wickets quite quickly, then bat well. Wouldn't be past them to possibly pull out a little behind Yorkshire and then look to put Yorkshire under pressure in their second innings, and maybe a chase tomorrow. But really where you are at the moment with this is it's Yorkshire that hold the cards at the moment, in the fact that they're the ones still batting in their first innings at 376 for 5. So yeah, this morning will be interesting actually, and Sutherland and Revis out there. And it's Sutherland on strike for the first ball of the day. Jamie Overton from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, and forward goes Sutherland solidly, right-handed of course is Will Sutherland, plays it straight back up the pitch. The field this morning is one slip, which is Will Jacks. There's the gully, Ryan Patel, backward point is Sibley. They've got Dan Worrell with his hands in his pockets out there at extra cover. There's a mid-off, there's a mid-on. They've got a sweeper on the cover rope. The deep backward square is Kishore, and the long leg is Matt Fisher. As Overton's in, and that just hops a touch at Sutherland. He's up on his toes, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. That 1 wicket to go yesterday, that of Johnny Bairstow. Very interesting battle with Sai Kishore. Slog swept him for 6 on one occasion, swept him a couple of times orthodoxly, tried the reverse sweep to him, and then Kishore bowled him an absolute beauty when he was on 72, which beat the outsider. Next ball he's come down the pitch for the first time, and it went straight up in the air. As Overton is in, Sutherland turns this one up the ground. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there's no run. And Will Jacks took an excellent catch coming round from long on. So again, what you have to say is, and we said this yesterday with all the Yorkshire batsmen, they've all left some runs out there, in the fact they've all got starts but nobody's gone on, which also says this is a good pitch to bat on. As Dave Townsend, away to my right, is doing some early correspondence this morning, as in over the wicket comes Overton. First run of the day. Sutherland just tucks this one off his hip out towards Sai Kishore, who comes round to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single, and Sutherland moves on to 7, and Yorkshire move on to 376 for 5. Weather's better today, which is great news actually. It's dry, it's pretty bright, and high cloud, and I think it's meant to improve as the day goes on, and I think tomorrow's meant to be excellent, the weather. So we should get 2 days in. We're playing till 6:30 tonight. We've got 104.5 overs to bowl today. Lunch will be 1:10, tea 4 o'clock, and then either 6:30 or once we bowled 104.5 overs. So there's a lot of cricket on this third day to be played. First ball for Revis of the day, as Overton's in, bouncer, Revis ducks underneath it, taken by Josh Blake above his left shoulder. End of the over, 376 for 5, 1 added, Sutherland's on 7, Revis is 34 not out.
Yep, so first over passes off without incident. Grey, overcast, windy as well. Strongest wind of the match so far, I think, this morning on walking in. And so that cloud cover will keep moving over, but looking at the forecast this morning, there's just going to be more of it by the looks of things, and maybe the light might come into play at some point later in the day. It's okay for now. But there's no serious threat of rain despite that cloud. So hopefully we will get a full day in. And as Churchy says, a lot of cricket to play if that's the case. And we're going to be here a fair old time on what is, of course, Cali Fish and Chips Day. Day 3. So looking forward to remembering our former colleague, great mate, DC, a little bit later on this evening. Or whenever, if you want to partake. As we usually say, send us in your photos of your Cali Fish and Chips later on in the day if you really want to. As Psyche Shaw from the Peace-Home Park end bowls. And Sutherland just pushes one out into the offside for Matthew Revis, who's on the sweep at cover to come in and field. That patches on the outfield, and it is patchy this year, more so than normal, maybe on account of the dry first half of the season that we've had. They're looking dark, which suggests that there's still a fair bit of moisture retained. Nicely played cut shot here by Matthew Revis will bring him 2. Fisher patrolling that boundary round to do the fielding. Not as many in today as there has been on the first 2 days. Maybe people wandering in late. Kishore, left arm round the wicket, just skipping in between umpire Russell Warren and the stumps, bowls it. Revis plays it out into the offside. Jordan Clark doing the fielding.
He's going to have a big role to play, you feel, over the next couple of days. Kishore.
Here's again, just a bit flatter this time, and nicely played cut shot again by Revis, but can't get it past Jordan Clark. So bowling well to his field here in the early moments, and it is his first over. Got to get everything fully loosened again. It's a handy little start. 380 for 5. Just those 4 runs added as Revis gets bat and pad together in classic fashion and just pushes one to Dan Lawrence, who's pretty tight at extra cover. Wicket end. Kishore in again, has turned this time up the incline. Good delivery. Best one of the morning so far, and that is the final ball of the second over of the day. 112 have now been bowled in this Yorkshire first innings. They're 380 for 5.
Well, I spoke to Kishore, interviewed him last night, and 2 things. He said he thinks the pitch will turn more as the game goes on, and he also said he really likes Scarborough, because it reminds him of Chennai, he said, because that's by the sea as well. So I was wondering if Scarborough's ever been paired with Chennai before. But he settled in very nicely at Surrey, says he's enjoying it. Bowled very nicely on the first 2 days, and that final delivery of the over showed again why he's going to have a say. Here is Jamie Overton, and Sutherland, nice looking shot, just drives away, slightly over pitch by Jamie Overton, and away for our first boundary of the day. Nicely played by Sutherland, didn't try and hit it too hard and just drove it away through the offside. And despite the dive of Dan Lawrence, we've lost Rory Burns at the moment because he's had to go and fetch the ball behind lots of white plastic chairs. So back he comes, aeroplane flies overhead. Big noise yesterday, which I thought was a plane, but I was told it was Judas Priest getting warmed up for their concert last night, which went very well apparently, as Sutherland waits over his bat once more. In over the wicket goes Overton to him, short one. Sutherland has nothing to do with that, and that's actually gone straight over Josh Blake's head as well, and that's going to go away for 4 wides. Banged in and just climbed upward, and Blake couldn't get a glove on it. and unsurprisingly signalled wides, 4 of them, and a boundary and 4 wides off the first 2 balls of this Jamie Overton over.
Yeah, I was just going to say, after the previous delivery when he was driven through the covers, that there's always an air of resentment about Jamie Overton. I don't know him, but whenever he gets hit for a boundary, it's excuse me, excuse me.
Well, it's how he fires himself up. He's in again, short, that's better. That's a good ball. Sutherland's not played that very well at all. He's just wafted the bat at that. He wasn't trying to avoid it. It wasn't a hook shot. Much better short ball. And Sutherland wanders off towards square leg.
So he's let him have 1. Okay, all right, pal. You've driven me through extra cover for 4. You're not having many of them.
He's a better bowler when he does drop the odd short ball in, but goes fuller. He's in again. This is off the hip by Sutherland. Turned into the leg side. Round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. And they will pick up a single. Sutherland moves on to 13. Yorkshire move on to 390 for 5. Yeah, all I would say, if Sutherland plays another short ball like that, he might get a few more, because it was not very convincing. As I say, sort of just wafted the bat at that short ball. Revis back onto strike. That's a good looking shot from Revis. Up on his toes, just forcing it behind square. Beats the dive of Ryan Patel, running down to the 3rd man boundary rope and away for 4. In complete control of that is Revis. Up on his toes, on top of the bounce, played it late, and down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4 more. On to 40 he goes. The only thing I would say is, with Sykeshaw saying he thinks it'll turn a bit more, it's still a very good pitch to bat on. It really is. And we've seen it with, every batsman's got in so far. Sutherland's on to 13 now, but everybody's got to start. Nobody's gone on, but everybody's got to start, as I say, as Jamie Overton, over the wicket he comes, bouncer again. This time Revis ducks underneath it. You're not getting a wide for that. Oh, no ball this time. So, well, Revis is saying you've had a couple for the over already. Jamie Overton's mood's not going to improve here. So he goes marching back to the top of his mark. 395 for 5.
Could be in for a bit of extra entertainment, Churchy, in the first half hour here.
Well, he turns once more. Does Jamie Overton. Charging down that hill. Over the wicket he comes to Revis. Revis is flat. Well, it's not going to improve now. It's flashing this one. Pass backward point and away for 4 more. And again, Revis not as good as the previous shot, but he's in control of that and has flashed that away down to the 3rd man boundary rope. It's not short, that's just back of a length. And Revis whistles down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. 399 for 5. Revis moves on to 44. Pretty good crowding today. Lots of people sat on the benches away to our left hand side. Not full by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a few in today on day 3. As in over the wicket goes Jamie Overton. Another short one. Revis looks at square leg, swayed inside that one, and taken by Josh Blake away to his right hand side. End of the over. 399 for 5. Then, oh dear, there's a gentleman who's just fallen off his chair as well, down by the coffee carriage. Is that the right word for it? The gold carriage that does coffees? Poor gentleman's gone to sit on his chair and missed it completely there. End of the over, 399 for 5.
A bit like Will Sutherland with that Jamie Overton short ball. And so, a coming together of the umpires after that 3rd over of the morning. And Nigel Long, who's heading off to square leg, he's on the walkie-talkie. Not entirely sure why, but pointing in the direction of the bottom corner by the gold coffee van. So maybe it's with regard to the chap you just mentioned, Churchy. 399 for 5. Psyche Shaw continuing from the Peace Home Park end, and that will be 400 up for Yorkshire. Not another batting point, of course, because they're outside the 110 overs. But nonetheless, it was a nice enough shot from Will Sutherland, who takes his score on to 17 with a cut through backward point, 403 for 5.
Yeah, just a little bit too short from Syke Shaw on that occasion. And Jordan Clark did his very best to get to that, but it was past his right hand and down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs.
So the score moving on pretty quickly so far this morning as Kishore is in again, and Sutherland's gone aerial here and should be caught by Rory Burns at mid-off. He's got that completely wrong, and Syke Kishore picks up his second wicket of the innings, second wicket of the match, and Sutherland has gone for 17, 403 for 6.
It's interesting, isn't it? Bairstow tried to go down the ground to Syke Shaw. Sutherland's tried to go down the ground to Syke Shaw. With a little bit of turn, that's hitting the outer edge of the bat and just going straight up in the air. And Rory Burns underneath it, so there's been some boundaries this morning, but Sutherland's gone for 17. Tom Bess is making his way out to the middle. Not a bowler you can go down the ground to. I think Syke Shaw's already made that point to everybody, because as I say, he's coming around the wicket into the right hand, a little bit of drift in turning it away, and you're almost better looking to go over extra cover than straight down the ground. But Sutherland there, he didn't use his feet to get down the ground, he just stood in the crease, and yeah, that's just hitting the outer edge of the bat with a bit of turn, and Rory Burns underneath it. Very safe catch. So 403 for 6, and Syke Shaw has his second Surrey wicket, and Dom Bess out there in the middle for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Gavin Hamilton was on with us yesterday, of course, extolling the virtues of Will Sutherland. A few other players have besides as well. I think talking to one or two of the lads on the top boundary, and they were saying what a player he looks like he is, but his scores have not reflected that yet really for Yorkshire in either format, barring that first T20 knock he played against Northants when he did look. I think he could play to his reputation, if you like. That broken toe at one stage, and it's not worked for him as well as it might here. 17 then to Sutherland, as Bess with a nice paddle sweep will get a boundary to get his innings underway. Jamie Overton giving chase to the Trafalgar Square end, so Kishore just a little too leg stumpish with that first delivery, and Bess getting off to a flyer. 407 for 6. Sutherland, by the way, 17 off 22, 31-minute stay at the crease either side of overnight, and 3 fours included.
Well, it's a good start from Dom Bess. First ball swept away, it changes the field immediately, so they're going to get a leg slip in, cover that area off with Dan Lawrence. Good shot from Dom Bess.
All 3 to come in the over. Kishore just wants his square leg to move a further backward off, and standing in front of the marquee now as Kishore's in again, and Bess this time gets a straighter delivery, just nudges that into the offside. Ryan Patel, shin pads on, is there now at extra cover. Kishore in again, similar drop into the offside by Bess, who immediately dispels any thoughts of a single to his batting partner Matthew Revis, who's moved on to 44 with that flurry of boundaries this morning. Burns just drops himself a little, 2 or 3 strides deeper at mid-off, as if Kishore might be throwing up another tempting, tasty teaser to Bess, but he's just pushed one square on the offside to complete the over and retain the strike. 408 for 6. Bess on 5, and as I say, Revis 44.
Yep, and successful over for Syke Shaw. Yeah, there is turn for him, but it's not quick turn, that's the thing. But he's skillful enough to work the pace out. Syke Shaw, he's been very impressive in this game so far. Some more of the crowd have been allowed to wander past Dave Townsend. Thank you, David. Dave Townsend. Just impersonating a couple of them. Away to my right-hand side. Not quite sure it needed the impersonation, as it's going to be Dan Worrell replacing Jamie Overton from the Trafalgar Square end.
Quick change.
Well, I did enjoy Kevin Howes this morning. Was talking about your pastel colours that you're wearing, which is very nice. And you're wearing a Sri Lankan sun hat today as well. Although there isn't any sun, but you're wearing your wide-brimmed Sri Lanka sun hat to go with your 4-day-old chinos. As over the wicket then is Dan Worrell, and this is left alone by Dom Bess outside his off stump. Right-handed, of course, Dom Bess. Taken low down by Josh Brake away to his right-hand side. An interesting start this morning, some boundaries. Of course, starting the day 376 for 5 if you're just joining us here on Sports Extra 2 and the BBC Sport website and app. We've had boundaries and we've had a wicket. So there's a bit of action out there in the middle. I'm just glad we're playing cricket. As here is Worrell to Bess. Good looking shot up on his toes, punches out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they will pick up a single. Dan Lawrence is out there. And Matthew Revis comes back on to strike on 44. Couple of photographers down there with their long lenses out. And people bringing their own deck chairs again, dotted behind the boundary rope near the ice cream van. And also the tent that is raising money for Scarborough Cricket Club's young cricketers. Youth cricket. As this is crashed away by Revis out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single. Lawrence does the fielding again. They've got some great things there. Scarborough Cricket Club mugs and water bottles, and all proceeds, as I say, going towards Scarborough Cricket Club youth cricket, which is terrific. And they're down there by the ice cream van away to our right hand side. And as I say, quite a few people have bought their own deck chairs to have a sit and watch of day 3 as Worrell is into Bess. Bess is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. Worrell sticks a boot out, and there is no run. Gentleman below us has got his binoculars out already, getting a closer look at the action. Dave Townsend's got his binoculars, not out at the moment, but he's got them. They're down there to my left hand side in their case. Of course, they came in very handy for the young baby gull that we had, that we thought was injured, but I think just was sat on the outfield on day 1. As Bess turns this one off the stumps into the leg side. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. They'll pick up another single. Busy start from Dom Bess. Swept his first ball for 4, picking up singles. He's on to 7, 412 for 6 now. Yorkshire, of course, just a reminder, won the toss and decided to bat, and we're still in Yorkshire's first innings because of all the delays we've had for rain, etc. Over the wicket comes Worrell. Forward goes Revis, little inside edge onto that front pad, and that potters out towards extra cover. And there is no run. End of the over, 411 for 6 then. Our Yorkshire, Revis has 45 and Dom Bess is on 7.
It is an interesting Sri Lanka hat that DT has on. I'm not quite sure what the fashion theory is behind that this morning, but
I think he bought it when he was in Gaul watching the Test series. Yes. So it's an official hat.
Anyone who hasn't seen DT, as in visually,
oh, you missed a treat.
Then think Father Jack from Father Ted with a Sri Lanka hat on.
Harsh, I feel for you there, David.
Drink.
Yes. I'd say more an older Michael Douglas. That's how I describe you.
Fantasy landers, Kishore bowls, and Bess pushes into the offside. There's no run. Stuart Biltcliffe is on X, bemoaning the fact that there are not more covers at this ground, and suggesting that Headingley lends Scarborough more. Kishore. That's turned into the leg side by Bess. Bent Nielsen says, morning, not bad batting so far from Yorkshire. And I've read in the news that scientists in Somerset have invented a pitch that is resistant to kookaburras. Will the wonders of science ever end? Kishore to Bess again, who's on 7, and he's pushing this one out to Jordan Clark at a point, no run. You can get in touch on the X address of mine. You'll be able to find that online, but I'm unable to give that out, apparently. As Kishore is in, and that's punch square on the offside by Bess. Half stopped by Jordan Clark, but he can't prevent the single.
I'm not actually sure if you'd had all the covers in the world here after that rain on the first day, because it was absolutely torrential. I thought the ground staff did a brilliant job to get us on at 1 o'clock yesterday. I really did.
Just a change in the field here. Sweeper. Worrell, is it down there?
It is.
Yep. Coming in from the marquee boundary to try and save one here, just closing in on Matthew Revis, who's on 45 and playing a nice shot with a bit of width that he was offered there by Kishore. Stroked it along the deck out to the sweeping cover. Debbie and Julie, who I was talking to just below the com box before the start of play, they've headed off somewhere around the bleachers, I think, to watch. Morning to you, ladies. And they say your co-commentator is brutal with DT as Bess tucks a single into the leg side. Sibley's in off the boundary and they get through for one more. And I think you should be applauded for that, Debbie and Julie, to be fair. DT does need bringing into line, and Churchy has done a grand job of it so far this week. End of the over, 415 for 6.
All I would say is that DT's taught me everything he knows over the years. Elsewhere, England have picked up an early wicket against India today, and it's Jofra Archer who's got it. Jadeja's gone for 20, caught by Harry Brook. So at the moment, 277 for 5 are India on day 2 of that test match at Old Trafford. In Division 1, Nottinghamshire declared at 578 for 8 down at the Utilita Bowl, and Hampshire a 92 without loss. Here is Dan Worrell then, coming over the wicket to Dom Bess, and Bess clips this neatly up the ground, but it's a good half stop by Jordan Clark, moving round to his right at mid-on. Essex were all out for 504, Sussex all out for 204, so Essex in a strong position there, leading by 300, about to start their second innings. Worcestershire 333 all out, Warwickshire 184 all out, Worcestershire 45 without loss, lead by 194. Of course, Somerset have already beaten Durham yesterday by 5 wickets in a low scorer there at Taunton. Dan Worrell, over the wicket he comes to Bess. Oh, Bess is ramping, he's got a little bit of bat on it, and Josh Blake did his very best to go back, dive and get a glove on that. It wasn't too far away from his outstretched hand. So, interesting shot from Dom Bess, and also a shot that makes you think that perhaps Yorkshire have had a little chat about just pushing it on this morning.
Really good effort from Blake, wasn't it? It wasn't too badly mis-executed, Dom's shot. He's played that quite a lot, obviously, as you might imagine, in his T20 knocks, and it's one that he generally does play well.
Waits again as over the wicket goes Worrell to him, and he's forward, playing this one politely out into the offside, and there is no run. In Division 2, Leicestershire 398, Derbyshire 189 all out, and Leicestershire in their second innings 21 for 1, leading by 230. Glamorgan 327, Kent 155, and Kent in their second innings 118 for 1, so trailing Glamorgan by 54. Over the wicket once again is Worrell. This is driven by Bess up the ground, doesn't really time it, and round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. And Lancashire 557 all out. Gloucestershire 195 for 2 there at Cheltenham College. Middlesex 625 for 8 declared. Northamptonshire 144 for 5. So Middlesex in a very good position. Over the wicket once again goes Worrell. This is punched off the back foot by Bess straight down to backward point. And there is no run. And the Metro Bank One Day Cup, the women's competition, is up and running again. Of course, we've got the 2 T20 finals day this weekend. But Surrey women are playing Hampshire women today. And Hampshire women batting first are 85 for 1. So those are the other scores from around the country. As Worrell's in and Bess is forward to a good length delivery, pushing this one back up the pitch. End of the Worrell over. 417 for 6 Yorkshire. 46 to Matthew Revis. Dom Bess is on 11, and at the moment the weather does seem to be improving. It's definitely brightening up all the while. Hence DT's pointing at his wide brim sun hat. Very sensible, but you're sat indoors at the moment, so I'm not sure you need to be wearing it indoors, but it'll be very sensible when you go outdoors.
So, Kishore to continue. And we'll be bowling here to Matthew Revis. And that's at 46. He's home park end. Slip in place. Round the wicket. Lobs this first one up. Revis drives, but can't get it past Rory Burns, who's still under the white floppy at mid-off. No run. Rory and DT sporting the floppies this morning. Everybody else caps out there as Revis plays a nice sweep shot. He's got plenty on that. And the diving Worrell, who'd been brought up, you may recall, in Kishore's previous over, can't get down for that. And it takes Matthew Revis to another half century in this season, where he really is beginning to flourish in, well, both red and white ball cricket, but particularly in this format. 150 recently at York against Essex, and he's just topping that up again here. 50 on the board to him, just falling over slightly as he plays this next delivery to Rory Burns. It's a 5th first-class half-century to go with 3 tons Matthew Revis has made over the last 4 seasons or so. Kishore in again, and Revis turns it in front of square leg side, and will pick up 1 to the incoming Sibley. What I'd say about the way he's been playing, people are probably sick of me saying that he's been striking it really well, and even strokes where he's not trying to pierce the gap, he's just pushing at a ball, have been timed really well throughout the campaign. But it's just a feeling of the level of confidence he's been playing with that has felt different this year to any of his previous years. He's certainly grown into the role. Here's Kishore, and Bess tries a reverse sweep, makes a bit of a Horlicks of it, and then there's a bit of a theatrical appeal, which didn't interest Russell Warren.
Well, actually, that's turned and missed everything. That's turned and gone straight to Jamie Overton at first slip.
Kishore in again, and this time Bess able to get over that and cover it. End of the over. That is 118 now bowled. Churches is going to have a swap with DT. 96 deliveries, 9 fours for Matthew Revis. Those figures not as readily available to us at Scarborough from our commentary position as they would be at a test ground. So 422 for 6. It's been a pretty good morning so far for the Yorkies. Added 46 runs for the loss of just Will Sutherland, who was out Courtburn's Bulky Shaw for 17. See no action at the moment. Worrell just making his way in to receive the ball. Nigel Long taking up his position. DT will take you through this. Dan Worrell over.
Yeah, Worrell in, bowling to Revis, who drives nicely. Good diving stop by Patel, the short extra. Just targeting him, really. Just get it past him. There's plenty of runs to be had away into the distance. And at 1:30 as we're looking at the field. Out there to deep extra cover, wide long off. Vitality tent on the far side. It drives again, and this time he does get it past one of the infielders. He's going to come back for a second run. Well, thought about it, didn't, decided against it. Struck out to... You're going to call him deep backward point, deep point, something like that. Sweeper on the cover boundary. 1 run to Revis. He moves to 52. Always good to see Revis get runs. Lily will be pleased. The chair of his fan club. And Worrell again bowls, and that's driven sweetly, and that's what Revis was looking for. Bess has got it past Patel, out to the boundary. Not quite enough on it to pop up over the ropes, but 2 runs all the same. Do you have correspondence, Doidgy, or you will just...
Well, I've missed a call from the Golden Voice away on the balcony. Howard Ferguson has called me, but I'm on air, Howard. I'm sorry, I can't take the call at the moment. If you leave a message, I'll get back to you. That was uppish, wasn't it, from Don Best? Not so far from Ryan Patel's hands at cover.
Worrell bowls to Bess again, and Bess looking for that gap between backward point and extra cover. Doesn't get enough on it.
Yorkshire lad's been in touch regarding DT's Sri Lankan hat bought in goal. My best sporting cricket moment was to see Muralitharan misspelt, dismiss Tendulkar in goal, and then go on to get his 800th Test wicket.
He was a cracking bowler, wasn't he? He still is. In actual fact, imagine him turning up for a club game, can't you? Here's Worrell bowls and just pushed down towards Gully, and that was a fairy tale ending as well, wasn't it? Just the 800th wicket was the last wicket taken in what was going to be his last Test. So he could have ended up on 799, a little bit a touch of the Bradmans, who finished 4 short of 7,000 and didn't get to average 100 in Tests. Muralitharan, well, the script was a little kinder to him. Bowls to Bess, and Bess just ducks under it, just barely had to move, really. That ball's gone over his head and through to the keeper. That's the end of the over then. 425 for 6. When I woke up this morning, which is always...
Were you a relief?
Always something to celebrate at my age.
Yeah.
I looked out of the window, I thought, oh no. It was grey and it was mizzling, and but since then it's got progressively better, hasn't it? And I think we're going to have some sunshine this afternoon, and say hopefully a full day's play, probably a full day's play. Those of you looking at the stream can see the spectators sitting on the bleachers there, and they're
Psyche Shaw continuing at the P-Zone Park end, bowling to Matthew Revis, who plays to mid-on. There's no run.
And then on the other side of the ground, the newly refurbished... Which side is that? Is that the west side?
Yep.
West side.
Well, it's the east coast, and the coast out that to that side, DT, so that probably would be the west side opposite, as Revis plays one into the covers and picks up a single. Good morning to Madam President Jane Powell, who is watching. Well, she's got the test on silent, she says, and she's listening to us, so which is good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have You for a company, ma'am. 426 for 6. Bess gets a delivery wide of off stump, thinks front foot, then goes back foot and just pushes it out square on the offside. There's no run.
Got to be on our best behaviour then, do I, Jesus?
Yeah.
Smarten myself up a bit, get the collar in the right place.
Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch by email. Oh, good delivery this time. There is turn from Kishore, and Bess beaten and losing his balance as a result when the ball goes through. Good bowling. Lily already has been in touch with regard to Matthew Revis. That was pre his 50, so she'll be absolutely buzzing now. 53 on the board. He's at the non-striking end now as Bess turns one off his legs and will pick up a single to the incoming Worrell, who's a deep backward square leg. Kishore certainly has got something, there's no doubt about that, and he is getting turn. He will also offer you a couple of deliveries and over where you can get off strike. So it doesn't kind of feel, I know his left arm here, but it just in terms of a spinner, Revis has got hold of this one, and that has gone all the way, sailing away down to the west stand boundary for 6 runs.
I tell you what, it wasn't far short of my B&B down there. That's an enormous hit.
Beautiful pickup, straight out of the middle of the bat, and again, just that confidence he's got at the moment. But back to Kishore, DT, he wouldn't at the moment, for me, what I've seen, he's kept it pretty tight, but he is still giving you those odd 1s and 2s and an occasional boundary ball that maybe in his pomp as Simon Harmer wouldn't be giving you. You know what I'm saying?
To be fair to him, I don't think that was a boundary ball. I think that was just a good ball that Revis saw early and decided to...
well, you can cut that ball out of the equation. There's still those, those ones.
He gives the get off strike ball,
yes,
doesn't he? Worrell bowls, and that's driven back to him firmly by Bess, but he gets a hand down on it and prevents the run. Yes, he gives you the option of just a little tickle around the corner or one out to the sweeper and take the pressure off a little bit. 434 for 6. Where do you see this going from here? I can't see Yorkshire declaring.
No.
Maybe lunchtime, perhaps, if they got up to 500. Possibility. Oral bowls, and that's pushed into the onside.
And from their point of view, they want to make sure that they're not do their best to make sure they're not in danger of losing this match.
Yeah.
And I know, people might be scoffing at that comment already, but things change quickly, and they have been beaten here with 500 on the board. Now, there's less match time to go, but there's still a lot of cricket today in terms of overs, DT.
Well, I'd pull out at 500 and bowl Surrey out a couple of times and be heading back home over to
the North Riding
by sort of tea time tomorrow. Next delivery is crashed away through the offside for 1 run to Bess. He moves on to 15.
As the waistline recovered from another visit to Alessandro's Pomodoro down in the town last night.
He's some guy that
he is, isn't he, Alessandro? Top man.
Very enjoyable little bit of pasta down there, but it's more the sort of atmosphere, isn't it? The ambience and the chat. Worrell bowls, and this time it's Revis looking for that gap on the offside, doesn't find it. No slip, which suggests that not that Surrey have given up on taking wickets, but they don't think there's going to be anything going in the air in that direction. And he's going to treat us, well, he's not going to treat us, but he's going to bring out a bottle of special wine for us if we go back next week, Dodgy. We can't argue with that, can we?
Can't argue with that at all.
A nice drop of Italian red. Bowls and... that has come back in, beaten Revis, gone over the top of off stump. Missed everything. Let's have a look at that again. Slow motion, which is always good. No, he's gone over the top of middle. That's come back away. To be fair, Revis didn't play that particularly well. A bit of casual with that one. Worrell bowls, and as we said, no edges through slip, and there he's gone for the square cut. Got a good splinter of wood on it, and it's flown probably head height through where first slip would have been, second slip perhaps. Let's look at the replay. Oh no, they've gone over the top of them, so they haven't missed a trick at all. Away for 4, Revis. Revving it up, moves on to 63. Bess on 15. Was it you first came out with the rev it up, Revis?
Oh no,
Was that one? Who was
no.
that?
Oh God. You asked me names, and I know names of many of our correspondents, and I actually know some of our correspondents, but I can't remember specifics about those things a couple of years after the event, DT. I'm sorry. But yes.
Well, they're very, very kind to us, our listeners.
Here's Kishore bowling to Bess, who's trying to flick off the legs as an appeal by Kishore, who's pointing at Russell Warren when he makes the appeal. He's a leg by. They get through 4-1.
I'm sure you mentioned Lily's rock cakes this morning, but also somebody's bought us some very nice little cakes as well from a shop. Lily's made hers.
Yeah, very kind. My dietitian will be asking questions. Kishore switches to over the wicket here, and Revis goes for a reverse sweep and misses, and then falls over a bit like a chopped tree. Timber as he hits the deck.
Yeah, he didn't put an arm out to stop himself.
No,
did he? Just
used his backside. Must have powerful glutes, Matthew Revis. As he's gone back for this time and hammered this one to mid-on though. He's got across to do the fielding, so no run. 63 to Rev, 15 to Don Bess, who's at the non-striking end. Fielders still in out. There's a section of moving men towards the bat from on the 1, and he's found another one here with a reverse sweep, Matthew Revis, and that's Jordan Clark this time. So Overton at slip, Clark at backward point, Fisher sweeps on the top boundary, Ryan Patel short extra cover, Rory Burns has dropped himself out a deepish mid-off. A little bit closer is mid-on, there's a mid-wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, and a 45 backward of square as Revis misses a bit of a rash feeling sweep on this occasion and gets the pad on it for a leg by.
I was just chuckling because the stream has shown him toppling over again like a mighty oak.
Bess back on strike at 4:40 for 6. Kishore is in. Bess rather drags this one really to mid-on where there's a good diving stop. And there is no run. So decent over again from Kishore. Not able to get bat on ball on a couple of occasions.
The old production team are absolutely loving that topple over by Revis. I'm sure they'll show it again in a minute. It almost looks as though he's been shot or something. You know, he just here we go. Let's have a look at this.
Well, if you're not able to see the pictures, think Del Boy falling through the bar. You know,
well, he gets to there and then he's he's almost like he's fainting or something. Isn't it? Lovely. I'm sure that'll go out on social media. I'm sure they're onto it as we speak. Worrell to continue. Here's Worrell bowling and push back with a square. Kate Holdsworth joined us late as usual this morning. Very, very kind of her to come and score for Storgy, as we know. I think she quite enjoyed Alessandro's last night as well. Practising her Sicilian or whatever.
Yeah.
Showing off.
Something like that.
Showing off with it, really. For 6. To Revis.
She's not got a Sicilian to show off anymore, I don't think.
Look, drive that fiercely on the back foot. I was a bit worried if she'd have had another glass of limoncello, she might have toppled over like Revis. Imagine that. You and me would have had to carry her up the street afterwards. Closes too early. I'm going to have a word with Alessandro about that. He's 9:30 or something.
She was struggling for speech later in the evening.
Next delivery is again just back of a length, and he's crashed that out into the offside for a single, found the gap. So there's 3 men saving one on the off, 2 saving one on the onside, and although mid-on's fairly deep, they could probably run one to him. And then boundary riders, 2 on the offside, 2 on the on. Again, a little quiet buzz around the ground. Bowls and hooked there by Bess. And bounces before it reaches fine leg, the batsman. Jog through for an agreed single. And there's the great man himself, Mr. Bill Musto, making his way behind the sight screen.
I thought he might have been wandering up to have a chat with us, but dismissive this morning, I think, Bill. We'll have a word about that later on when he does hopefully appear.
Yeah. 42 for 6. Worrell to Revis. Revis hits that one. That's a cracking shot. That is the shot of a very, very good batsman, isn't it? He's hit that to the left-hand side of mid-wicket and away for a boundary up to the tee room. But the amount of difficulty involved in playing that shot, Doidgy, that's a cracking bit.
Yeah, you've got to love that shot. And you get just the way he's playing. When you think about that innings at Headingley when he was something like 17 and he got his debut, and he just walked in looking like, I'm not supposed to be here, and you see him play now.
Worrell bowls and cracks that one away down to third man. He's got one. He's coming back for a second. Yes, he knows he belongs there, doesn't he? I see it's a difficult thing for young players when they first go out. You know, it's a little bit of confidence, a little bit of swagger. And I think that's important because you sort of sends a signal to the opposition, doesn't it? If you walk out there with confidence. I mean, I'm not talking about walking out like Viv Richards or whatever, you know, because only one person has ever walked to the wicket like Viv Richards. You've got to just show that little bit of confidence and a little bit of, I'm out here to score runs, lads. You know, I'm not going to apologise for myself.
Saiki Shaw continuing unbroken from the Peasholm Park end this morning, bowling over the wicket again, this time to Bess, who has pulled one to Cow Corner. Dom Sibley is patrolling down by the ice cream van, and very sensible in doing so. I think he might have got a 99 possibly at some point, and he'll be hoping for a better than a 99 when he gets out there to bat eventually. 4:49 for 6 the score now. Revis back on strike, flexes at the knee, and he's got a sweep shot away, which he doesn't make much of any contact on. Not sure if he can't have been bat onto pad, or else he would have been out, because that looped up and they appealed for a catch. It must have been pad only.
It was. The only possible thing was that when it bounced off the pad, it might have just brushed the gloves on the way through. No way the umpire could have told that.
Here's Kishore again, down the ground from Revis. Lovely shot, lofts that one all the way for 6 runs, just down to our right and to the right of the sight screen. A couple of those by him off Kishore this morning, and as DT said when we were on yesterday, there can't be any shot that gives you more pleasure, maybe both to play and to watch, than a straight 6. Lovely straight blade, elbow up, down the ground. 76 now to Revis, 455 for 6, and this time he steps back and pulls away into the leg side and has found the boundary again. 4 more, this time straighter than Dom Sibley's position down towards the gold coffee van. 80 now to Revis, and pedal to the metal here for Yorkshire on this third morning, but still in the first innings of the match. 459 for 6. Mid-on is just been dropped probably to about 10 a dozen yards in. We can just see his cap over the top of the sight screen. He's short in again. Revis has got this one away again through the leg side. Big hit for 6 this time. Down once again over Cow Corner to the Golden Coffee Shop, and it's a golden area for Matthew Revis in recent moments. 86 to him all of a sudden.
Just calm down a little bit. Single off this over, get off strike, and then launch yourself again. Don't get out.
2 6s and a 4 for Revis.
That would show real maturity if he just works this one around the corner for a single.
Kishore's just making him wait for the next delivery. He's sending his 45 behind square a little bit wider. In fact, he's now bringing him in front of square, Dan Lawrence, and he's going to bowl this next delivery round the wicket. Is the bowler cooking up here to try and claim Matthew Revis. He's in now. Revis goes reverse sweep. He's got something on this, but I think that's probably the third time he's found Jordan Clark with his reverse sweep attempt. So frustration for him to finish the over, but that was a very good over indeed for Matthew Revis and Yorkshire. 465 for 6. 124 overs now complete in this, the first innings of the match.
So coming up to an hour's play. We've been out there for 55 minutes. Started on time this morning. The weather appears to be getting better. Just getting better a little bit at a time. We're hoping for some sunshine this afternoon, and of course there's always sunshine when Kevin Howes is around. He's back in the box now. Be joining us.
You weren't saying that when he was out of the box.
Here's Worrell. He's been plugging away all morning, bowls to Bess. Revis is desperate to get back on strike. He's large, thinking 14 runs away from another century. He doesn't want to mess it up at this stage. You know, work your way to the century and then have another blitz. What do I know? 17 to Bess. The partnership building here for Yorkshire. Bowls, and Bess gets one. I think rather uncomfortably as he pushed forward there. That's either at the top of the thigh or sort of somewhere in that region. Oh, whenever that's happened to you, Doidgy, that's always a painful one, isn't it? Bess is going to take a minute or two to recover here. He's ready to go again now, so couldn't have been a direct hit.
Stop it.
Here's Worrell bowls to it. Pushes out to the offside, and they run through quickly for a single. Revis wants to get on the strike. Bess probably wants to get off strike, get the far end, get a bit of a breather. He's always down on his knees again now. But he always has a chuckle when that happens. I think a lot of it's to do with the fact that it hasn't happened to them. all feeling his pain. He's not so bad though. Field really spreading now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the boundary as Worrell bowls, and Revis looks to muscle that off the back foot. Say 6 on the boundary. I think we got 7 on the boundary. Just the 2 men in, extra cover, backward point. Straightish long on, cow corner, deep backwards square, and not really a fine, more long leg than a fine leg. Then third sweeper and a long off. Those are the guys on the rope, and Revis has got an easy single, just clips that one out wide of a long on field who tidies up. He moves on to 87, the devil's number in Australia. That is dodgy.
13 short of 100.
I believe it is indeed, yes. The Australian equivalent of Nelson. 111 unlucky for some reason. He's hit beautifully timed off the back foot by Bess, and cover can't get round to cut that off, so that's another boundary. 471 now for 6. Bess into the 20s, 22.
Yeah, he's a better player with the bat than he was when he came to Yorkshire, I think, Don Bess, and he was pretty good then. But he's always been able to play well square on both sides of the wicket. That, when you first saw him play on a regular basis, you'd have said was probably his strongest area, actually, where he's just played, and he's not lost that. 22 to him, and Revis 87 on strike. Well, the way he went about the last over from Psyche Shaw, who knows how productive this one might be. Rory Burns is just dropping himself out to long off. Matthew Fisher is getting loose on the cover boundary. Dan Worrell is at deep backward square leg, just a couple of yards or so in from the rope. Sibley on the mid-wicket boundary. Can't see where mid or long on is, if indeed there is one, as Revis has got underneath this one. So too has Dom Sibley, but he's going to watch that one sail over his head for 6 more runs. So he really fancies Psyche Shaw, does Matthew Revis, playing with absolutely bags of confidence here. And he's equalled that score he made just a couple of matches ago, of course, when he was not out on 93, before he made that 150.
Kishore's 100 is up.
And Kishore's 100 is up, informs Kate, in the first useful thing she's contributed during this 3 days, as Kishore is round the wicket and Revis tries to get over the top of this slog sweep but misses out to a ball that turns up the incline away from him, and Burns now skips his way back in.
And Bess has gone down the pitch to have a word, and maybe just the more experienced player saying, "Come on, you're 7 short of 100, and he's entertaining and whatever, but 100 is." Obviously going to look that much better, isn't it?
Rory Burns is having a word with umpire Russell Warren about something, and they're looking in the general direction of where one or two of those balls have gone previously hit by Revis. Not sure what the issue is. But Sibley, who'd come up in field, is heading off down to the boundary as well. I think I said Sibley was underneath that previous 6 by Matthew Revis, and apologies, it was Dan Lawrence who was, because he's now been moved further round towards the ice cream van. Sibley is having a word with John Dodds, the groundsman, who is positioned in his usual plastic chair down the bottom boundary. Now he's gesticulating, shrugging his shoulders, if so, there's not much I can do about that, whatever the point is. Not sure. There are a few people standing in front of the various stalls down there. Maybe they may have been an issue or something like that. As Revis cuts one out to Fisher, picks up a single, 94 to Matthew.
We might just have been breaking things up a little bit.
Could have been. It could have been just that, slow the game down. Let's take his mind off it by giving him something else to think about. Lawrence now coming in off the cow corner boundary, There was a long on out as well, who's come up back to a more mid-on position. Slowing things down again because Lawrence is now being asked to go backward of square by Psyche Shaw. So this over being dragged out here, one way or another. 478 for 6, Kishore to bowl to Bess, who's trying to play a cut shot but misses it. And Overton attempts to do a backward roll. He wouldn't be getting his BAGA Level 1 award for that, I'm afraid, because he didn't make it all the way over. Kishore in again. Bess this time opens the face and runs it just wide enough of Jordan Clark's initial position to allow Matthew Revis to get through for a single.
Revis is thinking 6 away.
Well, it'd be a nice way for him to do it, but a risky way for him to do it, of course, as well, with the field dispatched around various North Yorkshire postcodes. 479 for 6, Kishore to Revis, who goes back foot, takes the easy single option. He will push for 2. Bess helped him with that, but Rory Burns in quick enough to prevent the second. 480 for 6, and Revis 95 not out, and will retain the strike.
Obviously the big shots are crowd-pleasing shots, but I think if we were talking about crowd-pleasing, I think they'd all like to see him to get to his 100 as well, and if he got to his 100 with 5 singles, they would be as pleased about that as him going for it with a big shot and howling out. Fair to say?
I think that's probably fair to say.
Disagreeing.
Yeah, I know the reason for it.
If you don't mind, with Matthew Revis on 96, I'll carry on with Jordan Clark coming into the attack to replace Dan Worrell. We saw just a couple of overs from Jamie Overton at the start. He was a little bit upset that he went for a few runs.
As long as you promise not to get him out.
Clark then to Revis, who goes back foot, punches away into the covers. Another single takes him to 96. 481 for 6.
I wonder whether that's what Bess did say to him in the last over.
He might have said, if you can clear the west stand, I'll buy you fish and chips for you tonight. Who knows what he said?
Indeed. But we can...
I mean, you've got lots of experience, but that's the sort of thing you'd have said to me if we were out there in the middle right now.
So Clark bowls, and that goes through to the keeper. And no runs. I mean, yeah, you want to pass that on. Sometimes you get, especially a younger player, just gets carried away with themselves, and the blood starts rushing a bit, and you've got to hit everything out of the ground. And just think, a couple of years' time looking back, well, it's a magnificent 95. It's not the same as a magnificent 101 with the last 7 scored in singles, is it? Clark bowls to Bess, who tickles that round the corner. He's going to get 1. That's all he is. He's coming back for the second. He's going to have to motor. Well run. So Matthew Fisher coming in, sending a flat throw to the stumps.
It's pretty obvious, DT, why Dom went for the second, because he cannot abide leaving the field of play with clean whites, and he had to do something to ensure that he dived at some point during today's play.
I think that's what it is. Doing that if he had to wash them himself, would he?
I didn't realise you knew so much about the best domestic arrangements.
Clark rolls to Bess, slower delivery, who waits for that one and just stamps it down to third for a single. And you can just hear that little bit of buzz around the crowd now.
I think that could have been the slowest delivery in the match so far. It was so slow.
Waited a long time for it, didn't he? Back to you, Doidgy, for this potential.
Right.
Potential shot.
Jordan Clark in his white headband, then in from the Trafalgar Square end to Revis, who drives down the ground. Could this for the moment? No. Mid-off is going to get round and do the fielding. Rory Burns cuts off the boundary. 97 to Revis.
Spoil sport. That would have been a great way to go to your century, wouldn't it?
Straight four, yeah.
Lovely driver. You see Revis playing for England in a couple of years.
The way it's going, I wouldn't rule it out.
Clark bowls and Best plays that straight to backward point. There's a sets off for a single, and there's a sort of screamed no from the other end. What are you doing? Sent him back.
One
End of the over.
Two things really. One, three things. One, he's got to continue scoring runs. Two, they've got to sort the bowling side of things out. And then three, you'd ask the question, because I feel like he is very much an orthodox player, suited to this form of the game. Would his style of play suit the regime?
Well, come on, he's scoring quick enough, isn't he?
Just asking the question, that's all.
You've just seen him hit a very good Indian spinner for 6-4 and a 6. Anyway, back to you.
So, Psyche Shaw bowling to Matthew Revis, who's going to pick up another easy one. Playing sensibly. DT is clenching his fist and pumping the air every time Matthew Revis pushes a single here. He's on to 98, 486 for 6. Strange really for a Middlesex fan, but I'm guessing part of that clenched fist is because this match is against Surrey.
No, I'm just really pleased that he's showing that maturity.
Kishore, he does like to move his field meticulously. He's asked Dan Lawrence to go about 8 inches to his right down on the marquee boundary and picks up 1. Don Best there, turning it in front of square. Burns moves himself back out to the long off boundary.
Burns is thinking to himself now, oh, hold on a minute. Got all these fielders out and the lad's tapping it around. Should I bring a couple in?
He's just bringing in long on, but he's left out. Cow corner, square leg just in front of, and a deep backward square is most of the way out, as well as a cover sweeper. Kishore to Revis, cuts firmly out to that cover sweeper. Matthew Fisher coming into play. 1 run to Revis, who's just disappointed in himself there that he didn't get that far enough either side of Fisher to finish the job and complete the first century in this match. He's on to 99. And Kishore to bowl Don Bess, who's on 27, 487 for 6. Reverse sweep by Bess. This time he has got it away past Jordan Clark for the first time that he's tried it. A lone goal. Fielding on the boundary edge, didn't do a great job there, just watched it go by, and they picked up 4.
I think
rather Best did.
First one he's medalled, isn't it? The others he's got battle, but they've not really troubled the short third fielder.
It's 31, 492 for 6. Kishore in again. Bess just has a little nibble at that off his legs. There's a Dan Worrell tumbling stop. They get through for a single.
Now surely he's going to have to bring the field in.
Yep, he's doing exactly that. Anyone would have think that you've seen a game of cricket before, DT. So Fisher coming in off the cover boundary. The cow corner and the man just in front of square leg is still out on the boundary, but Worrell's been brought up in front of the batter's eye line there.
Little paddle around the corner.
Maybe. Kishore then to Revis, who goes back foot, and that will be the moment that Matthew Revis becomes the first centurion in this match and takes his score to 103 and a 4th first-class century for Matthew Revis. It is a second of this campaign. He's averaging over 60 now in first-class cricket for 2025. And he really has come on leaps and bounds in this campaign, playing with loads of confidence. And it's innings like this that are breeding that. 131 deliveries, 12 fours and 4 sixes, and another brilliant knock from Rev.
Excellent innings. Right from the time that he came to the crease. So Clark starts a new over to Bess, who steps over to the offside and just paddles that one down to short, down there to a very fine leg, and he gets 4 more runs for that. So the charge is on, and I think we will really see Revis going for it after now. For the time being, though, it's Bess who gets a short delivery, tries to get his hands up on top of that, and makes no contact through to the keeper. Is it time for Churchy to come back in?
Yep, in a mo, just facilitating that with Kev as well.
Oh, double change.
Okay, we leave the country.
Clark running towards us, headband, bowls, and pushed into the offside, scuttles through for a quick single. Revis very quick. Patel picks up, shies at the stumps at the bowler's end, backed up, just the single, lots of action. One more run only, though, going on to Kate Holdsworth's score sheet. Looking very neat, actually. It's plenty of red on there. Looking good. This delivery is driven back to Clark, who gets a hand on it. Takes the pace out of it, but batsman through for a single. Another one to Revis. 104 to Revis. 103 for 6. And 37 now to Bess, and he could well be, that. Well, it's a bit early yet. I'm not going to say that. Don't want to jinx him. Clark bowls and play, and Kishore unable to stop that at deep backward square as he runs around in front of the benches, and there's 4 more runs to Bess. 50 partnership.
Yeah, we'll just have a quick switch around in the comm box and bring Churchy back in, and DT can move over this way as Jordan Clark, well, taking a little bit of punishment here. 507 for 6, and Bess has fairly swiftly advanced to 41. Slower ball, but leg stumpish from Clark, who kicks the Scarborough turf in frustration afterward. Best just picking him off for a single backward of square on the leg side. So 508 for 6. I think that now is 129 overs into the first innings of this match. So Yorkshire, well, they have lost, don't forget, with 500 on the board to Surrey in this fixture before. So you're never counting too many chickens, but see what Churchy makes of it all.
Well, I think Yorkshire have gone about it really well this morning. They've been very positive. They've ticked the scoreboard around. Revis has played extremely well. I think we're sort of just waiting now for a Yorkshire declaration at some point. Maybe they bat till lunch and then pull the plug, but they've been very positive this morning. It was actually Dom Bess that sort of gave an indicator of the way they were going to play when he swept his first ball from Kishore. And as I say, Revis has just played very sensibly and played very nicely indeed for this 104. It's Will Jackson to the attack to replace Kishore from the Peasholm Park end of the ground. It's a single tucked into the leg side by Revis. He moves on to 105. Yorkshire moving on to 508 for 6 now as Jackson's into Bess. He's reverse sweeping again, and they'll pick up a couple here. They've run well. That's a tight single with the throw on the half volley and the bails off from Blake. Done very well there. Josh Blake. Throw was on the half volley to him. He's whipped off a bail, but Don Best with the dive makes it home. I think from side on it'd be an interesting one to see again, but as it is, we haven't got that. And he's back for 2.
Well, the umpire hasn't got it, but we've got a better shot
okay.
there. I think he was.
I think he's okay. Thank you very much there to the live stream for that. As little paddle sweep from Don Best down to short fine. As I say, it's Don Best. He's just come out and been really busy. And they're just ticking along now. Yorkshire.
Yes, he was comfortably in.
Yeah. In comes Jacks, and Bess is down on one knee, waits for this, and then sweeps it away out towards Dan Lawrence at deep backward square as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and one more to the total. Well, Revis is the one that has gone on. We talked about that. But again, Bess is now on to 45, so everyone bar Sutherland has got in on here. Still a really good pitch to bat on. As in goes Jacks, and this will be pulled away by Revis, and it's a good tumbling stop away to his left by Dan Worrell. The other thing I noticed was as soon as Revis went to his 100, Sykeshaw just walked across and shook him by the hand. So well batted. And actually, to be fair to Revis as well, he's the only one who's actually taken Kershaw down the ground and over the top. As this is pulled by Revis, that'll be 6. He's very quickly onto that short delivery. That's gone into the top of the terracing. Do you know who he reminds me of? Mitch Marsh when he bats. Revis.
Not a bad.
There's a bit of Mitch Marsh. There's the declaration.
Oh.
So there we go. So that's the declaration. They've done that very well this morning of Yorkshire. 517 for 6. And Mr. Revis will finish 110 not out. He's played very, very well there as Matthew Revis. And as I say, there is a bit of the Mitch Marsh about him. And Matt Fisher's wandered over to shake him by the hand as well. Don Best, good innings from him at 45. So we are wandering off now. Just a reminder, lunch is at 10 past 1. So we're wandering off here at 20 past 12. So we'll be back out there at 12:30, so that'll be 40 minutes of batting for Surrey to do before lunch and Dave Townley.
Indeed, I would have thought that Yorkshire would probably have enough time to bowl Surrey out twice in the 5 sessions without putting them in for that 40 minutes. But, you know...
I thought you were going to say before lunch, in the 40 minutes. But, no, well played, Matthew Revis. Very, very good innings, that. And he finishes 110 not out. We'll run through the scorecard for you once I've got it here on the old telephone system. Can I find my glasses? That's the other thing. Those aren't them, those are the sunglasses. Dave Townsend's been turned off. It was always going to happen at some point. So we'll give you the full scorecard at 517 for 6. Well, I was about to give you the full scorecard at 517 for 6, but now, no, Wi-Fi's sort of coming back slowly into play. I might just do it. I've written it down, so I might do it that way. It's probably quicker. So Yorkshire winning the toss and deciding to bat first, and I'll just grab my notes. Adam Lythe was the first to go, put on 107 with Finley Bean, and he was the first to go, caught by Overton off Worrell. And then 2 balls later, Finley Bean caught by Jordan Clark off Worrell for 57. And then Luxton was bowled by Jacks for 71. Wharton caught behind off Worrell for 78. And then yesterday, Johnny Bairstow caught by Jacks off Kershaw for 72. And this morning, Sutherland caught by Burns off Kershaw for 17. But as I was saying, Matthew Revis played very, very nicely there. He finished 110 not out. Don Bess at the other end, 45 not out. And the declaration coming at 517 for 6. And from a Surrey perspective, the bowler stuck at it, but there wasn't a huge amount out there for them. That sort of kookaburra went a bit soft, which it tends to do quite quickly. Kishore bowled very, very nicely for his couple of wickets. But I think Revis there, this morning in particular, I think Don Best took a bit of not the pressure, there wasn't pressure on it, but it just allowed Revis to play his way. And we saw all the shots for him. He's a very strong boy, he really is. And I think the most impressive thing from Revis there was Johnny Bairstow tried to go over the top down the ground off Kishore, and then Sutherland tried it this morning and both perished, caught at long off and long on respectively. But actually Revis was the only one who was able to take Kishore down the ground. There is a little bit of turn there for Kishore, so that would have been of interest to Don Bess in particular. Just seeing as well on the live stream the attempted reverse sweep by Revis where he fell over after it. But you can see how much it meant to him as well to get the 100 here at Scarborough. Don Bess was delighted at the other end as well. I think actually Don Bess was almost celebrating more than Matthew Revis. And as I say, Sai Kishore wandered straight over to shake Revis by the hand. Lovely touch. And then, as I say, he got his hand shaken by a number of the Surrey players as he made his way off the field of play. So, yeah, it was a very, very good innings. Well, we're going to be back out there in about 2 minutes, Dave Townsend. You've been switched off, though. They've just completely switched you off. You can put your headphones back on and we can turn you back on again if you want to be turned back on again. Everybody's just making hand signals at me at the moment. I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. But out there in the middle, the Yorkshire players are getting themselves ready and getting themselves warmed up, ready for action.
Told that we didn't have to talk all the way through the interval.
The whole 10 minutes.
I know you just love talking.
Well, no, I thought I might get your thoughts on the way that Matthew Revis played there.
Oh.
Yes, but you've been turned off.
No, he scored 100 here a couple of years ago against Derbyshire. He's very strong in as you were saying, and he's got great potential. Bowling, he's not the worst. You know, he gets it through, and needs to do work on his bowling. But
do you see what I mean about the Mitch Marsh though? The way it sort of sets up, and it's actually when he plays that pull shot. That there's a lot of the Mitch Marsh about him there, isn't there?
I hate to agree with you, but that is
all right. Should we say there's a lot of Jeff Marsh about him? Does that make you feel better?
Quite, it's more Rodney Marsh, I think, for older listeners. Rodney Marsh was a forward who played for England.
He played for Fulham, did he not?
Fulham,
Rodney, yeah, magnificent hair.
Yeah.
I seem to remember. But no, on a serious point, he's a strong boy. He picks the length up very, very quickly as well. And as I say, I think what the most impressive thing was the way he played Kishore, because Bairstow and Sutherland both tried to go over the top. And we were saying with the left arm spinner with a bit of turn away, that sometimes can go outer edge and go straight up in the air, which is exactly what happened. But he did go over the top a couple of times, did Revis. But Yorkshire put themselves in a good position, and I thought they went about it very well this morning. And Bess came out and was busy straight away, wasn't he?
Yeah, I thought they'd have batted on a little bit longer. Plenty of time left in the game yet, but obviously we'll have to see how it goes. You know, I don't think we're going to get a situation where they throw the gauntlet down to Surrey sometime tomorrow. You know, Surrey pull out a bit early, and don't think that's going to happen. In fact, I'd be stunned if that happened.
Yeah.
So they're in a position where it's going to be not impossible to lose a game, because it's never impossible to lose a game. But Surrey would have to score 650 and then bowl them out for 100 or something. That's the only way it could end positively.
And I think this morning, as we sort of said, that coming to the ground this morning, the side with the cards was Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And they've done their job extremely well this morning. Out come Messrs Warren and Long, out to the middle. And the Yorkshire players have been through their warm-up routines. The rollers still going slowly up and down the middle.
You have to roll it for 7 minutes or something?
Is it for that long? That's a long time in roller terms, 7 minutes, because it goes very slowly up and down the middle.
It looks as though there's a little bit of just trying to see whether he's actually drawing up any moisture at all out of it, but it's I think it's just a two-toned roller.
I didn't know you knew so much about the two. Explain the two-toned roller.
Well, the part in the it's a mechanised roller, for those of you who haven't got the stream, and the big rolling bit.
It's the technical term.
It's slightly different coloured. It's two-tone, as in.
What a lovely explanation.
Was that a sort of musical genre back in the day? Two-tone, the sort of specials and something. Was that early 80s?
I suppose so. Yeah, you know more about your music than I do.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, Johnny Bairstow's got the Yorkshire players in a huddle for a bit of a last-minute chat, and Messrs Burns and Sibley make their way out into the middle, the left and right-hand combination. Just to say, Dom Sibley needs 24 more to be the first player to 1,000 first-class runs this summer. Sitting on 976 is Dom Sibley, but all they'll be doing here is switching on for these 40 minutes before lunch. Never straightforward. A little period before a break for the opening pair, but it's part of being an opener, isn't it? And these two have done it so many times.
Yeah, but it's not really a little passage of play, is it? Again, so the awkward ones are the sort of 20-minute ones, aren't they?
Half of the time.
Because you can almost get your innings going in 40 minutes, but not in that short. The 20-minute one is not a.
Ever finishing this sentence? Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2. Good to have you back with us.
I was just looking at Doidgy making some.
Yes, well. Yes. Well, we're out there in the middle after the declaration came from Yorkshire at 517 for 6, and Matthew Revis 110 not out. Ben Code is going to get us started from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. The left-handed Burns is the man on strike. There are 3 slips of gully and a short leg in there. And Code coming down the slope around the wicket to the left-handed Burns. And Burns lets the first one go wide outside the off stump. And it's taken by Johnny Bairstow away to his left-hand side.
What do you reckon, 2 down by lunch?
Well, it could happen. As you said, in the 40-minute period, there's a gentleman. He is licking his ice cream with gusto there. I've just seen on the live stream. He is absolutely demolishing that ice cream. As Burns crouches, around the wicket goes Code to Burns. Burns is forward, plays this one back up the pitch. Code does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run.
This does have a sort of Ben Code feel about it, with a bit of cloud cover over and early movement with the ball. Kookaburra.
He's going to have the cloud cover all day.
He's got to make the most of these next 16 deliveries before the Kookaburra stops doing anything.
Around the wicket he goes to Burns. Beauty. To Rory Burns, that's the length. Has to play at that. Rory Burns, nicely bowled by Ben Code. Burns has played here an awful lot, but that's a nice delivery. To be fair to Rory Burns, when you see that again, he's playing the line of it. It's actually missed his outside edge by quite a lot, but it's a nice bit of bowling from Ben Code. Around the wicket he comes to Burns. Burns taking this off the stumps into the leg side. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. So yeah, Johnny Bairstow, of course, with the gloves on. Tom Bess in the gully.
That was the old Tim Murtagh 3-card trick, wasn't it? A couple moving away, and then that one coming back in, and the fielding side were all waiting for it, and that's what the oohs and ahs were about. But
Absolutely.
I think Rory Burns was waiting for it as well. Met it with the middle of his bat.
He certainly did, Timo Murtagh. As forward goes Burns, nice way to get off the mark. Just punching this one down the ground. That'll run away for 4. Some very nice shot from Rory Burns. Slightly over pitch and on the angle. Just put the full face of the bat on it and punched it straight down the ground for 4. So Burns is off the mark. Surrey are off the mark. 4 without loss in their first innings in reply to the 517 for 6 declared from Yorkshire. Code around the wicket once again to Burns, and Burns playing this one up towards mid-off. So 4 off the first over, and Burns has all 4 with that boundary, and the gentleman still continuing to vigorously demolish his ice cream, and Dominic Sibley will be getting ready for his first delivery.
It's a bit early, isn't it, for an ice cream?
I don't know, you're approaching lunch.
Oh, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, what would your mum say? Is that's going to spoil your lunch?
He's using a technique that I must admit I use, which is he puts his tongue out first, then puts the ice cream on the cone onto tongue, and then twists the cone of the ice cream. And he's doing it extremely well.
You have a technique for eating ice cream, do you?
Well, I think some people sort of almost put the entire thing in to their mouth in one go, but he's using the old place ice cream upon tongue and twist.
Kate Holdsworth's looking on very.
There is a way to do it. There is a way to do it.
First delivery there from Jack White is just striking Sibley on the pad. There's it's oohs and ahs rather than an appeal.
I'm just going to mention, because
Could you? Well, perhaps you should go and buy an ice cream. You could demonstrate it. We could all practice that.
I'm trying to be good at the moment with ice creams and things. Not having too many at the moment. But no, that gentleman's done a very, very good job there with his ice cream.
You can't let your technique go rusty.
Well,
White bowls to Sibley, who pushes that into the offside. How many for his 1,000? 24, did you
24. 976 he's on. Just to mention, I saw...
so what do you do when you get down to the chocolatey bit at the bottom?
You take the bottom of the cone off, bite the bottom of the cone off, and then suck the chocolatey bit out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd probably get all that man confused.
Well, you'd have someone with you to help you through it, and especially when you spill most of it down your jumper and your one pair of trousers.
I asked you for an ice cream yesterday. You came back with a can of Coke.
No, it was the other way round, David.
White bowls, and that's striking Sibley on the thigh pad. 3 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover. Short leg, looking for that one that perhaps just comes off the inside edge onto the thigh pad. Runs to play with, of course, Yorkshire. There's a long leg out there in the distance in front of the marquee that looks underpopulated today. White bowls and well, Sibley's off the mark there, but he's got a thickish inside edge of that one, and it's gone down towards that man at long leg, and A little bit of good fortune. Although had he deflected it into his stumps, it would have been a bit of bad fortune. So.
Well, he's just got that to nip back off a goodish length as White. Thick inside edge from Dom Sibley. Brings the left-handed Burns onto strike for the first time. Just to say, Jordan Clark was wearing his when he was out there bowling today, as was Sai Kishore. And first day of the Oval Test match, of course, next week.
White around the wicket to the left-handed Burns bowls, and Burns covers up defensively.
And it's going to be a day for Thorpe. Remembering the late great Graham Thorpe, of course. And G Thorpe was one of the greatest batsmen you'd ever wish to see, but he also wore a headband under his helmet and his sun hat. And they've got these specially made headbands that the players have, and you can get them as well for £5, and all the money raised going to Mind.
Next delivery is swung away by Burns down to a long leg for one more. So single to each batsman in that over. Very worthy call.
Absolutely, and the headbands are great actually, because the front of them has got GT with, well, that iconic picture of G Thorpe celebrating 100 with bat in one hand, helmet in the other, with headband on head. And then on the back a day for Thorpe, 1st of August 2025. So they're terrific. And as I say, Sai Kishore was wearing one today, as was Jordan Clark.
One of those.
One of these ones.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Because obviously they've got the headbands.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Code, around the wicket then to Burns, who lets this one go off a length, coming back on the angle, taken by Bairstow, away to his right-hand side.
Is that going to become an annual thing, do you think?
I would have thought so. Well, I hope so. We've had it with the Ruth Strauss Foundation as well, haven't we?
Well, Jane McGrath.
And Jane McGrath was the first, out in Australia. So, yeah, it's terrific, absolutely terrific. There's a wonderful, on the wall, Kia Oval of Graham Thorpe, mural of Graham Thorpe on the wall at the Kia Oval. That beats the edge. Well bowled by Code. Now that one he has played at. Rory Burns. Nice start this from Ben Code. Around the wicket he is to Burns, and that he has to play at that. Rory Burns. Great length, great line from Ben Code. Burns goes for a little wander towards square leg. 6 without loss then, Surrey. In reply to the Yorkshire 517 for 6. Bit of blue sky now.
Yeah, it's going to be a lovely afternoon.
It is going to be a lovely afternoon. As again beats the edge. Does Code. It's good bowling this. Burns is down to do some gardening. So Code started very nicely here.
What did he do now? Does he bowl him another one that nips away, or does he try and do him with the 3-card
I'd
trick?
just stay there. I'd stay right where he is.
I think I'd agree with you.
Stay.
That's the second time this morning.
I know, something's going on.
I think we'll have to go out and buy a lottery ticket.
Is there something wrong with you this morning, David? As around the wicket goes Code once again. Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. And it's taken by Johnny Bairstow away to his left-hand side.
We'll have to buy a lottery ticket.
It may be your lucky day. It may be your lucky day. Your numbers could come up.
You could chip £1 in or something.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Well, what about that money you saved yesterday when you bought the Coke instead of the ice cream?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Waits again, does Burns. Around the wicket goes Code. Just straightens on Burns a touch, that one. That's nicely bowled as well. Burns, though, kept the bat straight. Wasn't trying to whip that leg side, just kept the bat straight. Good battle this. Burns and Code. I'm almost tempted to get you an ice cream just to watch you eat it and make a mess of yourself. Because that's normally what happens. And you haven't got another pair of trousers. So you haven't bought your shorts yet, have you?
No.
As around the wicket goes Code. And he's on the hip of Burns. He's flicked that uppishly, but's timed it, as always, off his hip very nicely, out towards the square leg boundary rope for 4. So anything on his hip, he's normally on very, very quickly. And James Wharton's in there at short leg, and his hands went up to his right, but it was past him. And Burns with his second boundary. He moves on to 9, the end of the over. And Surrey move on to 10 without loss.
I wonder whether the atmospheric conditions had an input into the thinking with the declaration. Because
might well do.
If the sun's going to be out this afternoon, 40 minutes with this cloud cover for Cody, possibly a small consideration. I'm thinking of loud. So it's White. Number 19 on his back runs away from us bowling, and forward comes Sibley defensively.
Would you like to go on a tour of the country for other scores, David?
Oh, well, why not?
Well, let's go to Manchester first, then. Test match. And India are 316 for 6. And Pant back out there now, 38 not out.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, and Washington Sundar is 17 not out.
What was the wicket that has fallen recently then?
Thakur of Stokes for 41.
White bowls, and there's a big appeal for LBW there as Sibley played sort of half forward. That was a round off stump, perhaps just striking him outside the line. Let's have a look. It's a close one, a tight one.
Probably height as much as anything. It's hit him on that back leg high up, but it's a good delivery again from White. Good bowler, White, he really is. He's moved to Yorkshire from Northamptonshire.
We got a couple of good old honest performers in this, haven't we? One on either side. The seam bowlers plug away. And White bowls again, and that's clipped nicely through the onside this time. And a diving attempt at a stop down there in the distance, but it's 4 runs to Sibley. Yes, you've got Dan Worrell, who's another side. You think he'd run in and bowl all day. And Jack White is of a similar disposition.
Captain's dream.
Yeah.
Just got a bit straight there with that one. Sibley just rolling his wrists on it for his first boundary.
3 slips, fine gulling, waiting for a little offering from Dominic Sibley. White bowls. Strikes him somewhere up on the thigh pad. Both these batters have opened for England
together.
And if you were to pick one of the two that might do so again, who would it be more likely be?
At the moment, Sibley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
he must have half an eye on that Ashes tour.
Absolutely, I would have thought so.
White bowls, and that's turned to short leg. Good diving stop by I think that's James Wharton under the helmet.
It is indeed. Next, we're going to Southampton, David.
Oh, sorry, was I putting you off with? Was I distracting you from your?
No, no, not at all. But Manchester to Southampton, because Hampshire are 159 for 3 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 578 for 8 declared.
Sounds like hard work for the bowlers down there, doesn't it? Again comes White, over pitches and driven back down the ground, just to the onside of the bowler, and that's away for a boundary. He's got that sort of lolloping run. He reminds me a little bit of Mike Hendrick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep.
Well, that's 3 times we've agreed.
No, well, that's it now. The over.
Just got that sort of little it's not that nice little loose, relaxed run.
Yeah, it is. I've always thought he's a really good bowler. When he played for Northamptonshire, he always did well against Surrey. 18 without loss then. Code to continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Around the wicket he'll come to the left-handed Rory Burns. Burns is forward. Plays this one down into the gully. Bess does the fielding. So we're going to go from... It's actually quite convenient.
Noticeable how much closer the slips are on where the Surrey slips and keeper was. Sorry, that was just distraction.
But there's no... It's not a pacey wicket, is it? They are here at Scarborough, but this one isn't a typically pacey Scarborough wicket. There's bounce, but it's more sort of... They always describe it as tennis ball bounce. As around the wicket comes Code. Forward once more goes Burns. Plays this quietly into the leg side. There's no run because we're going to go to Sussex. We're going to go to Hoe from Southampton. So Essex 504, Sussex 204, and Sussex 62 for 2. Trailing Essex still by 238 runs.
That is not good news for Yorkshire if you look at the bottom end of the table.
Waits again does Burns. Around the wicket goes Code to him, and he's on the back foot to a short ball, punches into the offside, but the fielding's good. A cover point, and there's no run. Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire 333, Warwickshire 184, Worcestershire 92 for 2. So Worcestershire in a great position, lead Warwickshire by 241. Of course, we know that Somerset beat Durham yesterday by 5 wickets at Taunton. As around the wicket goes Code to Burns. Burns again covers up, plays this one off a good line and length outside the off stump. There's no run. Into Division 2, Leicestershire in their second innings 117 for 5. So that means they lead Derbyshire though by 326.
It also means that wickets are falling when they didn't in the first day, do they?
Glamorgan and Kent. Kent in their second innings 165 for 2. So trail Glamorgan now by just the 7 runs as Code beats the edge again. That's the line, that's the leg. Don't go away from there. Very well bowled by Code. Burns is down to do a touch of gardening once again. Gloucestershire and Lancashire. Lancashire made 557. Gloucestershire are 255 for 3 there at Cheltenham College. It's a nice place to play cricket.
Runs are plenty.
Yeah, absolutely. Middlesex 625 for 8 declared. Northamptonshire 206 for 6. As Code around the wicket, he comes to Burns. Burns gets one back of a length. Again, just straightened on him a touch. Played it with soft hands. Down into the gully. Good over from Ben Code. End of it. 18 without loss, Surrey. 9 to Dominic Sibley and 9 to Rory Burns. And in the Metro One Day Cup women's competition, Hampshire women against Surrey women. Hampshire women are 188 for 4. So those are all the other scores from around the country.
Scores on the doors.
Scores on the doors. Seeing a young man who's brought his plastic bat with him. That'll be for the lunch break. Dad's come in his England shirt. Either son will be bowling to Dad or Dad will be bowling to son.
Here comes White. Starts a new over, pushed into the offside.
I've said this before, but my old man, when we used to go and watch Dad at home, we'd take the bat and the ball and then Dad would bat the entirety of lunchtime.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'd just bowl at him.
Yeah, but that's often the case with sort of older brothers and younger brothers. And the younger brother turns out to be the better cricketer. You're looking at, for Surrey, for example, with the Bicknells. You know, Martin Bicknell spent his entire youth bowling to Durham. That next delivery is pushed back down the pitch and no run there. And he's the one who goes on and plays for England. And Darren, he had a decent career, but he wasn't.
He's now master in charge of cricket at Charterhouse, Martin Bicknell. Lots of very grumpy swing bowlers
Well,
coming out of Charterhouse now.
Well, he's got some very good ideas on the game, as Martin. A ball from White, just falling short of a second slip.
Hell of a good bowler, wasn't he? Martin Bicknell.
Hell of a good bowler, Jack White, because he's got a little edge from Sibley there, but soft hands. And just short of Adam Lythe at second slip, and as close as they are, that one still wasn't carrying. So
started very well here, White and Code.
Combination. Good combination. Up the hill, White bowls Sibley.
Don't bowl there.
Oh, you don't bowl to Sibley on his legs. It's just clipped away down, down to the roller, the two-tone roller.
Well, Jack White will know, do not bowl there anyway, because that's on leg stump. And Sibley will do that all day if you let him.
Sibley. So it's on to 9, 22 for no wicket. You want sort of itching to get back in, Doyd? You're fidgeting a little bit. So at the end of this over, we'll have a change. Delivery is pushed into the offside this time. Good.
That's a good bit of bowling and a good bit of batting from Sibley. Again, just straightened on him a touch. The full face of the bat from Dom Sibley. Good 40 minutes this, isn't it? Good battle between Code and White and Burns and Sibley.
This is the 6th over. You'd think 40 minutes I'll get 10 in, get another 4 in perhaps. They'd want 1 wicket in that time. Bowls and oohs and ahs, but Sibley's met that one with the full face of the bat as well. Push it up to mid on the end of the over. No run there. Into me for a while, I'm afraid.
Not literally, I hope. David will be back with us this afternoon, which is excellent news. He's just manoeuvring himself out of his seat. Away to my left, Jonathan Doyd is coming back in, and Ben Code will continue. The other interesting thing here is Sibley's seen all of White so far, and Burns has seen all of Code. And as Code will come down the hill, around the wicket to Burns. That's good leave from Burns, and that's on length.
DT's he's just got to go for his early afternoon nap.
He's just settling himself down in conversation with Kevin Howes, away to my left-hand side. But that was a really good point that DT made about atmospheric conditions. If better weather is coming this afternoon, get Surrey in for 40 minutes before lunch while you've still got a lot of cloud cover. Because actually now on the live stream you can see there is a bit more blue sky above us. It's Code around the wicket he comes, and Burns lets it go again. Outside is off stump. But no, very good innings from Matthew Revis. And as I say, reminds me of Mitch Marsh, the way he bats.
Yeah, definitely something about that. Certainly playing shots with increased authority as this season has gone on.
And I thought Don Best played very well. Just came out and was busy straight away. So Yorkshire putting themselves in a good position here. As Code around the wicket he goes to Burns. Burns again just lets him go outside his off stump. Johnny Bairstow, the captain, having a chat with his slip cordon. Must be quite weird for Johnny Bairstow though, if he does look up and sees himself painted on that building in the distance celebrating his 100th for England against New Zealand. It's almost sort of screaming down the ground there, isn't he? As around the wicket again goes Code. That climbs on Burns. Just back of a length, that one. Burns, that's a very good leave again. Gets his hands and bat high in the air. Comes down to do a bit more gardening. Yeah, that one did bounce a bit more from Ben Code. The old marquee to our right today, it's not that well populated today, is it?
No.
With the great and good. People sat out on the deck chairs and the white plastic chairs having a watch. Around the wicket again goes Code. Burns is forward. Plays this one out into the offside, but you can feel the sun coming out now, can't you? The clouds are beginning to break up and the sun's beginning to arrive here in Scarborough. So it may be that this afternoon it's a little bit more like we had on that first morning with blue sky and sun. That'd be pleasant, wouldn't it? I'm sure Yorkshire would rather see the clouds stay here the whole day. It's Code in once again to Burns. Burns drives, good looking shot, half a hand on it at mid-off, but he's timed this very nicely as Rory Burns, and that will go away for 4. And why that is such a good bit of batting is because, again, he's on that length, but this time probably just a little over pitch by Code, not by much, and Burns has jumped on that and driven it away for 4. End of the over, 26 without loss then Surrey. Burns 13 and Sibley's on 13.
Yeah, played with control, I think, by Rory Burns, and he did give it a good punch. So 26 without loss, as Churchy says. And it's going to be Jack White to continue at the Peace-Home Park end of the ground. Yorkshire bowling wise, and they'll turn to Jordan Thompson. Will Sutherland also playing here, of course, and Matthew Revis, who probably bowled the best spell we've seen him bowl for Yorkshire on this ground last year, and Don Bess as well available as White is in. There's a man positioned under the helmet, James Wharton, as ever. He's fairly deep at short leg, probably a couple of full strips away. That first ball ballooning up in that general direction. No run.
A couple of more people we can see on the live stream with their ice creams, using a different technique to that gentleman we saw a few moments ago. And now they're going with the technique of just bite straight into the ice cream.
Yeah, that's a good way, I think.
Tried and tested.
Here's White, passes umpire Warren, wide of Sibley's off stump. Again, that kicks through into the gloves of Bairstow. And I mentioned Revis bowling that spell here last year. Certainly impressed Johnny Bairstow was keeping there with the way that the ball was hitting his gloves. I remember having a conversation with him about all that. So Matthew Revis with wheels, I think, is the modern parlance. Few gulls flying around, not as many people in today as there have been on the previous 2 days. 2,100-ish, I think, was the attendance declaration for day 1. Didn't hear a figure for day 2. As Sibley plays one off the hip into the deck, fielded by Wharton under the lid. No run. There's a bit of peripheral movement. We have got to what would normally be lunchtime, and of course some cricket supporters are creatures of habit. It's 1 o'clock, I'm having lunch anyway, even if we're staying on till 10 past. Right. Shirt untucked, number 19 on his back, and that headband in place, and in and bowling again. And this one is once more aimed at bringing in James Wharton into play under the helmet at short leg, but nicely played by Sibley, backward of square. Picks him off for a single.
Yeah, it's as I say, a good battle this between White, Code and Burns, but this is the first opportunity that White's had to get a bowler at the left-handed Burns, really.
Three slips and a gully. Sutherland at first slip in the absence of this match of George Hill, lithe in his accustomed second slip role, and Finley Bean as well, usually there in at third. And And in comes White, no ball. Calls Russ Warren to a delivery short of length that Burns just dropped away into the offside. DT's calling that a free hit, which is why he does need that afternoon nap.
Either that or he's showing off one of his many disco moves these days.
The digit in the air move.
Yes, indeed. Well, it struggles to get around the dance floor, so it tends to be sort of just stood in the middle of it with hand signals. He's a bit like an air traffic controller, really.
Here's Jack White again, round the wicket, and Burns. This ball slanted across him, has a flick at it, but misses. Bairstow takes that down the leg side.
Well, yeah, the weather conditions are changing by the minute, aren't they?
Yeah, this didn't look like it was part of the forecast today. Sunshine, it was more maybe brightness and cloud, so it might sort of continue in this vein during the afternoon.
Gentleman there, he's gone early with his shirt off.
He has.
Sun's come out, shirt's off.
Here's White again, ball short of length, nicely played by Rory Burns, and I often purr about Adam Lyth playing that with the front leg tucked up. He usually gets it away squarer. Burns has got that one through cow corner, but again a punch off one leg. Very nicely played. He's on to 17. 31 without loss come the end of that Jack White over. 7 now complete.
Touch of the BC Laurels from RJ Burns there, because Brian Charles used to play it like that. Nice looking shot from Rory Burns. It fairly flew off to the boundary rope for 4. 31 without loss. And
Lunch has arrived.
oh, look
Josh,
at this.
look at this.
Josh is in
Service with a smile. The one-handed carry of the tray as well. He's
well
been
back to
practicing
Josh.
that one.
Josh has been amazing over these 3 days. It's not all for you, David.
Outstanding contribution
Gosh.
from the
Really
Yorkshire.
is. It's not all for you, David.
Should be the media
How many
manager, I think, don't you? With
How many
treatment like that.
times does Josh have to tell you? So here is Sutherland into the attack. Coming over the wicket to Dom Sibley. Half a shout for LBW as that rolls away into the offside. And there is no run. So Dave Townsend it's reminding me of when I was at school with the milk monitor here, away to our left, because he's in charge of dishing out the lovely sandwiches that we get. We're very lucky here. Over the wicket once again. Sutherland on a goodish length, left alone outside the off stump by Dom Sibley.
DT's already admitted to going out one notch on the belt loop this week, and looking at the 4 large quarters of Millionaire's shortbread here, it could be in danger of a second.
I have recommended a retailer that does the elasticated waist for David and his chinos. I think you'll find that a whole new world of excitement. Well, there are other stores are available, David. In comes Sutherland again, and forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Well, the good thing about this retailer as well is if David did go with the elasticated waist chino but found it wasn't the right size, he could always take it back. So you can do that. Thank you, David. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to Yorkshire County Cricket Club, because they have provided us with magnificent sandwiches, I have to say. As over the wicket again goes Sutherland, and onto the back foot this time goes Sibley, plays this one down into the leg side. Wharton does the fielding in there at short leg. On the live stream, that looks like a jam sandwich on the live stream. Either that or beetroot. One of the two. It might be beetroot, actually, rather than jam. Have you ever heard of this? Put jam on a Yorkshire pudding?
No.
No, somebody said that to me the other day. Sutherland's in, and this one's left alone by Sibley. Outside is off stump. There is that whole thing now, isn't there, of putting, having a massive Yorkshire pudding and putting everything else in the middle of the Yorkshire pudding. Yeah. Yes.
Stew is good in the middle of a Yorkshire pudding.
Right. Sausages.
Sausages.
Well, that's toad in the hole, isn't it?
Yeah.
As well. I've had that for ages, actually. Just mentioning that. As Sutherland. Down the slope he comes to Sibley, and Sibley lets him go again outside his off stump. Taken by Johnny Bairstow. End of the over, 33 without loss then Surrey in reply to the 517 for 6 declared from Yorkshire. And Sibley's on 14 and Burns is on 17. Just looking at the time, we've got till lunch another 4 minutes, so probably one more over until the lunch break, you would think.
Is there any local delicacy from where you were? Where did you grow up?
Well, I grew up in Sussex, so I'm trying to think of a local delicacy from Sussex, really. Yes. Daley Thompson, he lived in Sussex. I don't know if he was a local delicacy. Won gold medals at the Olympics, mind. I can't think of any sort of local Sussex delicacy. The Bluebell Railway, but again, that's not really something you would eat.
No. As Code makes his way in then, switching to the Peasholm Park end bend Code. You don't see him bowl that many from this end. It's wide of Rory Burns off stump and he leaves. DT obviously been of a posh upbringing. I think Eton Mess is the local delicacy for him.
That is very nice, though, isn't it? Is that the one that's sort of all crushed up meringue? And oh, yeah, very nice. Very nice. That.
Kate's nodding enthusiastically.
Very, very, very nice indeed.
Kate's in the leathers today. Grape-coloured leathers.
Judas Priest last night.
Yeah, here's Code bowling to Burns, who turns that into the leg side for Jordan Thompson to field. No run. 33 without loss. On 17 and Sibley, hand on hip, single teapot at the non-striking end. He's on 14 and we're in the 10th over here. Will just about be the last over before the lunch break. You'd imagine one side or the other might string this one out, certainly those two with bat in hand. Rory Burns does a bit of scratching at the guard after Code delivers him another ball wide of off stump that he was able to leave.
I don't know. I suppose we could get one more in, but we saw all this at the Test match. That was magnificent. Those couple of overs with Crawley and Duckett. I'm sure it'll go to that length.
Code in again, and Burns leaves one once more wide of off stump. So Ben Code just hanging the ball out there. Rory Burns has got too much experience to be drawn into playing a shot at that one. He hasn't yet thrown him one up there and said, come on, have a drive in this over. Maybe.
Yeah, the drives we've seen from Burns have been where the ball's been close to him.
Code, sweatband on that left wrist, bowls it now. Good delivery straight. There is an appeal. Warren responds in the negative as Burns replays a shot that would have whipped it through the leg side, maybe indicating that ball might have been missing leg. Let's have a look at the replay. Well, it strikes him in front, but it is slanted in that general direction. And of course you have the Scarborough bounce to take into account as well. But it wasn't a bad shout.
No. And
33 without loss as Code's in again. And Burns with an easier leave wide of off stump. And Russell Warren turns towards the pavilion, makes an indication. And they begin to walk off. So that's going to be lunch on day 3. Yorkshire, a reminder, declaring 517 for 6. Matthew Revis 110 not out, and Don Bess 45 not out come the end of that. Dan Worrell 3 for 94, Psyche Short 2 for 119, Will Jacks 1 for 50, and now Rory Burns 17, Dom Sibley 14, Surrey 33 without loss after 10 complete overs. And we'll take a break for 40 minutes, and I'll first of all hand you back to Kevin Howells.
specialities.
to the leg side. Kevin Hells is back alongside.
Looks good again. This is Scarborough looking at his best, Jonathan. Sun shining. Decent numbers in. I know there's a bit of talk in the backdrop, so to speak, about numbers and all that sort of stuff. But it's got a nice feel about it again today, and it's all lots of it to do with the weather. Sun shining. Looks good.
Here comes Jack White around the wicket, and inside contact on this one as well from Burns. He was turning it in that general direction of mid-wicket. Felt like it was towards the inside of the bat as Revis is round to field and they get 1 run.
However, are we going to see, which we need to see in terms of a sort of potentially exciting match, are we going to see a dramatic 90 minutes of cricket in any of the remaining sessions, which we would need for something to ignite, really? I have my doubts. You've been out there, you've been inspecting.
Yeah, it can happen here, as we know, but it doesn't feel like that sort of a day, does it? A Kookaburra ball, I've been out and had a look, it's still a good pitch. And there's obviously a bit of deterioration at this stage, as you'd expect, but bearing in mind we've missed the best part of a day's cricket, it's still fairly early on for the pitch by comparison to the actual match stage. That was wide of off stump from Jack White, and Dom Sibley left. So these two will want to just book themselves in for a good stay at the crease.
I was going to say, don't say for bed and breakfast.
No.
Because if they were, as we know here, that means they would have to leave at 5 o'clock, and we might have another at least 90 minutes of cricket, which they would miss.
Yeah, and there's lots of no vacancies signed around.
Oh, so they'd be struggling.
Anyway, so they'd be struggling to get in overnight, I think, at this stage. 35 without loss. Sibley, crab-like at the crease across, and just pecks at this one. Plays it to Will Luxton, square on the offside, no run.
So you weren't tempted by the old Judas Priest concert last night, George? I mean, they were formed back in 1969. Yeah, which was pretty much your year of birth, almost, wasn't it? 69? 68? Somewhere in there. So, and then, of course, really hit their heights when you were definitely walking around Horsforth in your leather jacket and leather trousers back in the day, in 1980, around there. So, but you still didn't go.
Here's White in, and Sibley opens the face, runs it to Luxton again. No run. Now, to be honest with you, I mean, I do like to think I have an eclectic taste in music, Kev.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be able to tell you much about Judas Priest, I'll be honest.
You know, you can name one of their songs, at least one of their songs. No?
Probably, if I had a list of them in front of me, yeah.
After Midnight, I think, was one of the biggest commercial successes, along with a song called Breaking the Law.
Okay.
1980s-ish.
I'll go with you on that.
Yeah. Anyway, I tell you what, I was walking back up to the car last night, and there were people on their way down to the open-air theatre on the main road there, and they were of a certain age, Jonathan, of a certain age. But God, they were excited. They were excited. I also noticed there were quite a few wearing Black Sabbath T-shirts. I think last night I wasn't there, but I imagine that there would have been a fair mention, as of course Judas Priest, a Birmingham band as well, a Midlands band, mentions of Ozzy. I bet there had been a bit of a tribute last night. I reckon those Black Sabbath T-shirts were worn as a tribute as well. Anyway, right now, spectators just making their way back to their mark, and it's holding up in code at the moment. 35 for no wicket is the score here for Surrey, and we are just awaiting the spectators moving to their right. They keep on stopping because they're told to stop, and actually the best thing to do is to keep walking and then sit down. And then the old Scarborough, very unwelcoming, sit down. People that come into the ground don't shout them out. Code comes around the wicket. 3 slips going down. Edged! Oh, between second and third. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Rory Burns is a little fortunate there. It's gone for 4, and the score's going to move on to 39 for no wicket. Whoa. Code now is going to be fired up here. Look at this one, Jonathan.
Yep, pitched wide of off stump, angle in towards him, and he just played it with soft hands. It was dying.
It was.
Neither player. They're pretty close together, and somebody's got to go for that. Neither of them did.
It would have been a really good low catch, wouldn't it? I'm thinking for third. as we see Code come around the wicket and defend it on this occasion. I mean, the height would have been something which would have put them off a little, if that makes sense, because, as you say, he was dying on its way there. But I don't know if this is going to be the replay of the same shot or the defensive. No, it is the same one. For me, that's third going low.
Yeah, Finlay Bean,
right.
he did look to his right, didn't he? And he's closer to it, given that in the sense, well, we're not sure on the line, but he's closer to it in terms of catching height. Yeah, if he can get across to his right.
Code around the wicket again into Burns, clips that one away. He's half stopped there at shortish mid wicket, and they'll go through for one. Oh, something to get the old juices going here at the start of this afternoon session. 40 for no wicket is the score.
And also the body language of the two of them, Adam Lyth looking unmoved. Finlay Bean was looking kind of a little regretful that he'd not moved, if you can read anything into that from this distance. He was looking the more resigned after the ball had gone. But it's gone now.
Burns with that single has moved his score to 23. Sorry, at 40 for no wicket. The tall figure of Sibley is now on strike, and there are still 3 slips alongside the keepers. Code comes over the wicket and worked up to the very impressive figure of Matthew Revis. There is no run. I'm excited about Revis. I'm excited about Laxton as well, Dorji.
And you're not easily excited, are you?
Yeah, well, it depends on what side of the bed I've got out of, to be fair. But I think both of them are showing some real signs of some potential. I love your views, as you see more of them than I, obviously. And this one is worked again to Revis for no run. For no wicket. Put some context on it. Simmer me down a little on those two.
No, I do genuinely think I really enjoyed watching Matthew Revis bat this season. I know he'd scored 2 first-class hundreds previously, but there has been a significant upturn, I think, in terms of how he carries himself out there in the middle. There's a different feel to how he's batting, not just the runs he's scoring.
This is Code into Sibley, defended again for no run, and that will complete the over at 40 for no wicket. Carry on.
Just in terms of the confidence with which he's striking the ball, and as Yorkshire supporting listeners will recall, I've said on a few occasions that I'd like to see him take it by the scruff of the neck when he's batting with the tail, because generally he's batting a bit lower down than this, hasn't he, in recent years, more like 6 and 7, and he's kind of got stuck once or twice where it's almost like he doesn't know whether he's supposed to be with maybe players who are senior to him in terms of their age and career, but maybe not senior to him in terms of their abilities with the bat, whether he should be saying to him, come on, let me take this, and he just feels like he's got that side of it out of his shell a bit more, and now, of course, as a result, he's working his way back up the order anyway. Here is Jack White bowling to Rory Burns, who plays nicely through mid-wicket, and Yorkshire's batting hero, Matthew Revis, with a sliding stop. They get a single. To go to the next level, then the international side would be interested, I'm sure, if the run scoring continues and if the bowling improves, because that does need some improvement. I think, again, that's partly to do with not necessarily having a defined role yet, and often just being used as this short bowling battering ram without hugely having great effect. And he's a better bowler when he bowls at the stumps, says White in and Sibley leaves. And I mentioned earlier that I think the best spell that he's bowled, not necessarily his best figures, best spell he bowled was here last year in one of those 2 matches, when he was bowling top of off stump. And I don't see why he can't carry on doing that. That's my opinion, but maybe captains, coaching staff have got other reasons for asking him to bowl as he does, or maybe they're not asking him to and he just is. In comes White, and that's turned off the hit by Sibley down to Code coming in from long leg. They'll pick up 1 run. So you know, if confidence is anything, Kev, you know, it sort of seeps into other areas of your game, I guess, doesn't it? So if he's feeling really good about himself with the bat, then, you know, hopefully he can carry that and start to feel more confident about what he's delivering with the ball. But he's not been as good this year on occasions as we've seen from him in the past, and it's been kind of sporadic anyway because of the way he's been used. Rory Burns on strike. He's going to do the bend at the knees, and that's flicked off the legs by Burns from that delivery from Jack White round the wicket, single backward of square leg. See 3 without loss, 25 of them to Rory Burns now, and 16 to Dom Sibley, who's back on strike. Three slips still in place for Jack White. Probably about the least amount of cloud overhead in the day so far. Plenty of blue sky. Good amount of sunshine now. That's going to help those with bat in hand out there as White is in, and that's turned to leg by Sibley. Don Best feels so. Could be just as hard work with the ball here for Yorkshire as it proved for Surrey, who picked up just the 6 Yorkshire wickets in 130 overs. The Yorkies chasing some bowling points here. White with that Hendrick-like run-up, full, lovely shot off the legs by Dom Sibley. That's 4 through mid-wicket. White with a rare stray too far down the pitch, and Sibley latched onto that very quickly. He's on to 20. It's 47 without loss after 12.
For both teams, I mean, obviously they can't do anything about the weather over the last couple of days, but they will be keeping a bit of an eye on the teams that are around them in their respective challenges. One towards the top of the table, obviously. Sorry, I say towards the top. They are at the top by 1 point. Start of this week. And their nearest rivals, Nottinghamshire, who've just stacked up a ton of runs there. Not literally, of course, because it was 578 for 8. But Hampshire are 4 down, 192 for 4 in their second innings, trailed by 386 runs. So can Nottinghamshire take advantage of what may well be a draw here in Scarborough with the weather? They've had weather problems down there as well, but not quite so many. Code comes around the wicket meantime. Ooh, comes quite close to that off stump, but it's left with some comfort by Burns, in fairness. Sussex could be losing a bit of ground as well, because, of course, Somerset with a victory over Durham yesterday takes them 3rd in the table, certainly as things stand, and Sussex, who were 3rd, are 92 for 2 and trail Essex by 207 runs. That pitch does tend to get a little flatter there, as many do down there at Hove. But then also at that ground, amazing things happen on the last day. Code comes around the wicket, flicked away for how many runs there? No run in the end. Good fielding. Out there on the onside, diving away to his right-hand side is Dom Bess. Good stop by Bess. And Burns was fairly certain there was going to be a single there. Very good stop.
Threw that in left-handed, Dom Bess, as he was falling on the floor, and you could tell it was left-handed. There was no power behind it whatsoever, looping into the hands of James Wharton.
The not a pair are also up in coals for Sussex at the moment at 94 for 2, trail by 206. Code comes around the wicket again, defended here by Burns. And that's Bess again. He's a busy boy out there. He's Bess, but he likes to be busy. He's one of those cricketers. He's not happy unless he's somehow involved, showing off his cricketing or footballing skills, one or the other. It's an interesting story, the Dom Bess story at, throughout cricket, throughout his career, but here at Yorkshire as well, where he's sort of reinvented himself a couple of times, hasn't he, really? And certainly a very important part of this team. As Code comes around the wicket, width and cut away. That's going to be 4 runs down towards the marquee, away to our right-hand side. And, there was one spectator there. He tried to use his foot to stop the ball. He missed it. It's a definite 1-0. and it's also 4 runs. And the score moves to 51 for no wicket here for Surrey, responding to Yorkshire's 517 for 6 declared. And talk about the teams at the top. Sussex say we're going well, but it's Essex they're taking on, and Essex, of course, Yorkshire beat at York recently. They've been struggling at the bottom of the table. That's worked away nicely. It'll just be for a single, square on the leg side. So Burns will move his score on to 31. Or was that board ticked over already? Let's have a look. I think he's going to move to 31 and the score to 53, or maybe he's going to stay as it is. 52 for no wicket and 30. We'll keep an eye on it. It's just for negotiations at the moment. That's the way to start negotiations. Have a look at the board and then we'll pick up our conversations. Katie, can you confirm it's all right? 30 and 52 for no wicket. Thank you very much. Code comes over the wicket. So the big figure of Sibley, they'll dash through for a single. They'll have to be quick. They are quick. Ooh, overthrows. No, they're not going to capitalise on that. Sibley, of course, is much the larger figure. At the end of the over, it's 53 for no wicket than Burns. But when he's crouched there, as he is at the moment, waiting for that delivery, it sometimes is a double look. Who is it out there? Forgetting the right and left-handed business. But anyway, Derbyshire, Leicestershire. That one's over on Sports Extra 3. If you're listening on BBC Sound, Leicestershire won 74 for 7, lead Derbyshire by 383 runs. Did I say there was rain in Birmingham? Because I need to update that as well. Worcestershire 103 for 3, lead Warwickshire by 252 runs. Again, Worcestershire very much bottom of Division 1, but they were having the better of things. They'd be deeply annoyed if the weather's going to stop them winning there. I think I heard yesterday, I'm certain I heard yesterday, that Worcestershire have not beaten Warwickshire at Edgbaston since 1993. They won't have played every year, of course, but that's still some record, isn't it? That in the Championship. Well, that is.
Yeah, that's becoming a little bit of a hoodoo, isn't it? When you get to that sort of length of time, decades. So Jack White, with 2 fielders now in a catching position in the leg side, bowling to Sibley, and wouldn't you know it, he drops in one outside off stump, which he pushes for a single. And those men were straight mid-wickets, really, a couple of yards apart. So another single to Sibley takes him to 22, 54 without loss. Are we still going with the score roundup?
Oh, I can do, because I presume everybody's interested in what's going on in other divisions as well. Kent are now 4 down away to Glamorgan. Glamorgan really pushing hard for promotion. Kent not so, the bottom of Division 2. 186 for 4. It's only a lead of 14 runs, second innings.
Wait to Burns then. 3 slips in place. Drops that one out into the offside. And fielded at mid-off, no run.
Gloucestershire 296 for 4, trail Lancashire by 261. Northants 6 down, 247 for 6. That's 378 behind Middlesex. So certainly, when I was looking at the table, I sort of discounted at this stage Kent from promotion chances, but everybody else, I think, very much in the mix. It's very tight in there, from 2 down to 7 especially.
Here's White again round the wicket. Burns drives. Jordan Thompson at mid-off brought into play. They get 1.
India are 349 for 8. Chester in the test match. And also, and thankfully it does show on my screen here, we will be updating as well scores in the Metrobank One Day Cup. That competition is back in full force as of today. I took a bit of a break, and there's what started off with, both tiers 1 and 2. So we'll update some scores later on from that competition as well.
White over the wicket. Sibley leaves with those 2 men back in front of the bat. Will Luxton's down to our left by the pavilion at long leg. Jordan Thompson's giving somebody a wave over in that direction as well. He's at mid-on to the right-hander. Revis just catching the ball as it goes back round the rings at mid-off. Bairstow, Sutherland, Lythe and Bean are the 4 men, keeper and Corden. And then Ben Code, unusually for Ben, is at point. Jack White is bowling here from the Trafalgar Square end. a yelp as Sibley leaves that, maybe a flick on the pad flap or something like that. Didn't feel like it was a shout, did it?
No, but it certainly ran across that area of the pad. But he's one of these hard-working, looking bowlers, isn't he?
Yeah. He's quite a sort of laboured run-up, isn't it? I wouldn't describe it as as I say, we've mentioned Mike Hendrick before. There's something about the Hendrick about it.
Yeah.
As he's in, and that's wide of off stump, and a bit of Scarborough bounce about that delivery as Sibley was happy to leave. End of the over then, 55 without loss after 15 now. In their first innings, Surrey, remember Yorkshire 517 for 6 earlier, and after a surfeit of players making scores in the 70s or 50 plus, Matthew Revis finally became the one and only one in the match so far to convert that into 3 figures. 134 deliveries, 193 minutes he batted for in the end for 110 not out, 13 fours and 5 sixes, and another useful 45 not out from Don Bess to accompany him later on in that knock.
Code bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 23 so far, and he's coming around the wicket here from this P-Zone Park end. And those deliveries that start fairly wide, but sort of hidden, I guess, is the off stump a little from, on this occasion, the body of Rory Burns, but it looks as if they come back in quite some way, but comfortably left. White 7 overs, no wickets for 32, and Surrey going along very steadily actually at the moment, and that is what we expect. We're not expecting any great fireworks, but we're sticking with this one because you never know. You never know what might happen. Still early on for this Kookaburra ball, it might still be doing some things. That's worked away, but for no run through mid-wicket. That's much.
Churchy, Kate might just go give Churchy a nudge. He was due on 5 minutes ago. And
was he?
He's happily enjoying a chat with DT and Hugh Turberville down there beneath the combo.
Oh, I see. Mind you, it's this end, the bowling from this end, or would you be trying to get Kate into trouble?
No, true.
Standing in the wrong part of that sight screen, which is away to our right-hand side. Would you say they're going to play on this pitch next week as well against Sussex? Or
no, they're playing on the
two across. Two across, yeah. Next ball is fended away to that very strip, 2 across. Sussex come next week, and there are a couple of one-day matches coming up in the One Day Cup as well, which includes the visit of Durham, I think later on in August, later on in the competition. That a little bit like the Lanky game. The Lanky game's down at York, but Durham, they often bring in good numbers. Tell you what, I'm not surprised by, because they do have a very good following, but there are numerous Surrey kits, Surrey supporters here as well. It's not just Yorkshire supporters come to have a look at this one here at Scarborough. As Code comes around the wicket, worked away, but for no run again on the onside. I say Surrey supporters, Yorkshire supporters. This also is obviously a firm favourite with neutral supporters as well, the Scarborough experience, which is something which has been and can be passed on from generation to generation. I swear that I have seen, actually, because I've been so old, I swear I have seen a daughter walk her children around, and I remember her as the daughter herself about 30-odd years ago. Next delivery. It's played neatly and very nicely, actually. It's a glorious shot. He seems to put nothing into that, and it's just beautiful. Square on the onside, it's 4 runs for Rory Burns, and he moves up to 35-55 on the board. That board is, I tell you, it's in electric form today.
Yeah, fabulous shot. Offered him just one a little bit too straight, Ben Code, and did he take advantage? Yeah, apologies to Churchy. I've got my timings wrong, because it was a 150 resumption, wasn't it? I was thinking 140.
Jonathan, you've had a long life. It's okay. And also, this is how many nights have you been in Scarborough?
I can't remember now.
Exactly. As Code comes around the wicket, in the bowls, defended into the offside, there'll be no run. So, you know, if you do show some signs of what is generally called as brain fade, we call it Scarborough fade. Don't worry, you'll be fine. And how many more days have you got? Got a whole week next week as well. Oh dear.
I think I'm staying tonight, and then I go to Northampton.
Oh, you
tomorrow.
do? Tell us more about that in just a second. 55 for no wicket. Is that the end of the over? It is, because we talk about the one-day cup, but of course it is the Vitality Blast Tier 2 Finals Day, Northampton. 2:30 start. Glamorgan, the opposition in the second of the semi-finals for you on the weekend, Jonathan.
That's right. Yeah. So looking forward to that. Yorkshire with Stair Callis and Lauren Winfield Hill back in their ranks for finals day, and obviously they've won their group by some margin, so I think they're going into finals day as favourites to win the competition. Of course, that doesn't mean to say they will. They have to play well to do so, but yeah, good day in prospect down there. I think Churchy might have the Oval as well come the weekend, as Thompson is in and Sibley turning that one to leg, and there is no run.
He certainly has. Sibley here on 22 at the moment. 2 more runs will give him 1,000 for the season, and would be the first to 1,000 for the season in either division. Do we say either or both divisions? Oh, does it matter? Well, it probably does matter. Kate's here. You have to get things right. Puts us under immense pressure to get things right. I can't cope with the pressure to get things right when she's in. What? Well, it might be. All yours, John.
Thompson to Sibley, who is the subject of an appeal, leaving a John Thompson ball.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. 1,000 is a very good... hold on. Doesn't matter which division. 1,000 is terrific work, and if you can get there here today, what a lovely setting in which to do it.
Yeah, Church, you're welcome to come and call it if you like. You're not bothered?
He's not bothered.
Okay. He's been there and seen and done all that before. And Dom Sibley across the crease, just tries to flick one away down through fine leg, but misses out.
I haven't seen any Black Sabbath or Judas Priest t-shirts. We did stand on the stream a look of somebody in their Oasis t-shirt, which may or may not be merch from this year, I don't know. I had to share a train going into Manchester a couple of Fridays ago when they were on a Heaton Park for the first time, reminding me of why I wasn't really into Oasis the first time round.
Was it the haircuts or like a Gould?
It was the way they walked.
Thompson is in. That's punched back down the pitch, and he's got a hand on that Jordan, and then ringing, shaking his hand afterwards, so didn't quite get that right.
Well, it was the night the Yorkies were over there, of course, for the T20. That was the first night of the Park.
There was some concern that night that some of the players that they were driving over themselves over the Pennines wouldn't get there on time because the queues on the M62 were large, but they did, and they won amazingly.
Did they?
As Sibley pushes one back to Thompson, who fields in his follow-through, no run.
I can't remember that. I can't. What a night for Johnny B. What a night. That was an exceptional knock, wasn't it? Look at, talking of exceptional, look at those shirts. Oh, is that the Flintstones on one arm? It is the Flintstone. Red Flintstone on the one on the left, and I have no idea if I'm on the bright yellow ones.
Thompson to Sibley again, who's pushing into the offside for Tom Besterfield in the covers. Probably a good time for us to do the swap between overs here. Bring Churchy back in, and he will be on the scene should Dom Sibley choose the next few moments to get those 2 more runs he needs to make it to 1,000. Will Sutherland coming on for the first time in the match. Blonde-haired Victorian at the Peace Home Park end. I'll leave you with Churchy and then Kev.
Thank you, Mr. Doidge. So yeah, solid start this from Sibley and Burns again after lunch. One alarm with the edge that flew through the slip cordon off the bat of Rory Burns. Other than that, not too many alarms. Sutherland from the Pease Home Park end. Around the wicket he comes to Burns, and Burns is covering up, playing this one off a good length straight back up the pitch. And there's no run. I've looked to my left.
Oh dear.
But there is no sign of Kevin Howes because he stood behind me. Good afternoon to you, Kevin Howes.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Yes,
nice to see you.
Thank you. Well, you can see the back of my head. It's probably the best view.
Best view.
Yeah.
That's not saying much.
Sutherland turns down below us. Around the wicket he comes, and this is clipped off the toes of Rory Burns down towards long leg. He'll get a single. That'll be one more to the total and bring Sibley on to strike on 22. Burns has moved on to 36. Ooh. Sutherland will get the ball in his hands once again. Come over the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. 2 steps gully, backward point cover, mid-off, and mid-on and mid-wicket, deep backward square. As over the wicket goes Sutherland to Sibley, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. Just a reminder, this all in reply to the Yorkshire 517 for 6 declared. Matthew Revis making 110. Unbeaten. Always good for the average, that. An unbeaten 100. Ah, there you are.
I like to stand at the back of this box, to be
I know
honest.
you do, but it
gives me more freedom of
slightly
expression.
intimidating. As in over the wicket comes Sutherland. Sibley drives straight back up the pitch. Sutherland gets a hand to the ball, and there's no run.
And many things, and people remind me of it quite regularly, of all the things that are wrong with me, but intimidating. Intimidating?
Wait, it wasn't.
You can't even spell it.
INTIMIDATING.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Sutherland over the wicket he comes again to the right-handed Sibley, drives, he's taking the single on. Oh, this will be the 1,000 runs for the summer, because that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So that takes Dom Sibley to 1,000 first-class runs this summer, and he's been in terrific form this season, of course. I know for a fact it's the first one there in the first division. I don't know if anybody's got there as yet in the second division. Nice way to bring it up, though. Straight back down the ground for 4.
I think that Ben Compton was the nearest, and
waits again. Sutherland is over the wicket to him. Sibley's forward, plays this one back up the pitch. Sutherland does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. End of the over. Sibley 26 then, 36 to Rory Burns, and Surrey a 64 without loss.
what obvious thing am I missing in my memory? And my memory is a shocker. There used to be a race to 1,000.
Yeah, we were discussing this.
Oh, sorry, you've already done it before. I'll just go away. I'll just go away.
No,
don't.
Because I got told I got it wrong. I always thought it was before the end of April, but I've been told it's before the end of May.
But we couldn't have had 10 rounds of championship cricket by the end of May. So,
but there were the university games, weren't there? The Cambridge and Oxford uni games at the start.
Thank you.
So that always helps, didn't it?
Yes,
that always helps.
That's the bit that,
I remember Jimmy Cook getting there.
That's right.
I don't know why. I thought it was the end of April.
No. Anyway, this is Jordan Thompson in bowling here now, and that's kept down just about to the man at Gully. That's not going to get past him. He gets down nice and quickly. Does Finley Bean. So 64 for no wicket then, and we can hear in our headphones now the Scarborough chat. No, I can hear the plane as well up above.
It's DT actually. He's right below us.
Yeah, again.
We have our own box, but it's right above a line or two of spectators here as Thompson comes in bowls and play behind square on the offside. It's one of my favourite commentary positions, and I do like to listen in because often what you'll hear, if you keep quiet for long enough, is, Howells is on again. Go, he's hopeless.
Yeah.
Well,
I heard him the other, and you think to yourself, I can't disagree.
We had that strange moment while we were having our cup of coffee in the cafe this morning.
Oh, you appeared on somebody's phone.
I know.
That was alarming.
That was strange.
Thompson bowls and defended behind square offside for no run. Mind you, I don't think I've ever told this on air.
I like this story.
does it tell that? Well, probably it's not a good tale to tell.
It is.
But sitting there in your living room, this is going back a few years now, but sitting there in your living room, and I was watching a tense drama, and this particular character goes to have a cup of coffee in their back garden, and switches on the radio, and it was me on a drama. Thompson, Bowles, all right hand out to that. Oh, he gives a bit of a look back as well to our Rory. There's Jordan. That's a good sharp piece of fielding.
Do you remember what the drama was?
No, I don't. I don't think it was one of those that you'd find people watching a box set of.
Not Morse then, or anything like that.
No. But it was. No, I don't remember. But it wasn't. And it took a friend to send me a message just to confirm in my own mind it was actually me.
Yeah.
But I thought it was. Thompson in Bowles, and that's driven out there towards extra cover, and stopped again for no run. And then those tedious questions you ask of yourself. I was thinking to myself, did they film that? And it just happened that when they turned the radio on, it was on the cricket and it was live, or did somebody go to the trouble of recording it and laid it in later?
I wonder if they had to ask permission as well to use it.
Well, it's a bit like Surrey media.
Well,
on the old social media this week.
I know, and you didn't get a credit.
No credit. Yes. Thompson Bowles. Oh, Rory Burns must have cut that. That's very nearly getting the top edge. Through the keeper at the end of the over. 64 for no wicket. And this in response to the Yorkshire score of 517 for 6. And in fairness, it's the least I can do, Mark. But a few years ago, I did video. I went down there to the left-hand side when Surrey won a very tight and exciting game of cricket here. I videoed the celebrations of the players.
2022.
And it got included. Apparently, I didn't realise it got included in the highlights of the season that very year.
Yes, it did.
Because I sent it on to Surrey. I'm very happy for it to be used. And when I saw it, I got very giddy the other night. Because you know me, two things. One, just generally operating the phone, but two, social media. I'm not a big, but God, I got very excited about them using my work.
In over the wicket is Sutherland, and this is tucked away off his hip by Dominic Sibley out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Well, you were also able to down one of the main protagonists of your video that you just found out that video had been used in Jamie Overton.
Jamie, I said and do you know why I said that to him? Because he won't remember this. He gave me the biggest of stares when I was standing there, as if to say, "Who are you?"
Who are you?
Quite rightly. But then, of course, when I filmed it and everything, I think he was up for it then. Yeah, he was up for it.
It was a very tense finish, wasn't it?
It was very exciting.
Ben Folkes and Aaron Hardy it was. Getting Surrey over the line here at
Tony Moore.
Scarborough. As around the wicket goes Sutherland, and this one's left alone.
Do keep quiet.
Outside.
What happened to Tony?
I don't know. Outside the off stump with Rory Burns, and it's taken by Johnny Bairstow, moving away to his left hand side. Oh look, the battle scene's off and running as well. That's the sound of the cannons in Peaceholme Park.
Could be cannons firing in with Tony in the minute.
Well, I know.
What do you think Tony's done?
I did hear the word stinky.
He did.
Oh, we've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm again.
We have, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of sit-downs will be shouted.
Yeah.
Oh,
it is cricket
It's
talk.
gone into the second team.
It is cricket talk, yeah.
Yes, yeah. As waiting is Burns. Around the wicket goes Sutherland to him. Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. Whippy action that Sutherland has. Strong boy, gets it down there at good pace.
Do you know what we might be listening in on? We might be listening in on a selection meeting for this weekend's league fixture.
I wonder if we are, perhaps.
And Tony's had a bit of a stinker, and we're wondering whether we should put him in the twos or the first this week. What do you think?
For Saturday or Sunday, I just heard as well.
That's right. But he can't play both at his age.
No. As around the wicket again goes Sutherland, and Burns he plays this beautifully. It's close to him, and he's waited for it, and then just late cuts it down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Just kissed it away, did Rory Burns off the face of his bat. Lovely shot from Burns. He's on to 40, 69 without loss. Surrey enjoys batting at Scarborough. Rory Burns has a very good record here.
Look, there's the chopper up there. I wonder where the chopper's going.
I can't see it.
Oh, I can see it. Have a look at the stream.
As around the wicket once again goes Sutherland, and this one's turned into the leg side by Burns. Some hands on heads, because I think that probably was off about middle stump. But on the angle, Burns just turns it into the leg side. They pick up a single. One more to Burns. He's on to 41.
I always worry about the camera operatives on those sort of shots, though, because if they're going to be sticking the camera up that steep to get those sort of shots, could go a bit wobbly.
Well, I did actually
get balance.
I got a message.
Fantastic work.
At lunchtime complimenting Yorkshire on their live stream as driving his Sibley out towards extra cover, and there is no round. A very good friend and Surrey supporter Ian got in touch with me. He says, Afternoon, Ian. He says, sadly I couldn't make the trip, but I'm watching, listening on YouTube. Please do thank the cameramen for their excellent work.
Could be women out there as well, please.
Sorry. Showing us ice creams and the most succulent sandwiches imaginable. Please tell them the crowd shots make for great entertainment. So
makes up for the commentary.
Well, that's what he's saying. Well, there we are. There is a crowd shot. Lots of people sat on the benches,
looking at their phones.
Yeah, all that through their binoculars. There, I can see.
Yeah. So a few of them. It looks to me as if a few of them share the same gym as me.
Gentlemen have gone to sleep.
Well, they often do. I used to, when I used to come along here just as a specky. It'd be about this time. Half an hour or so.
Especially when the sun comes out.
Exactly.
Warms you up a bit.
70 for no wicket. Sorry. It's Thompson bowling now to Burns and defended by Burns. He likes stretching that right arm out there to try and gather the ball in, does our Jordan.
I think what we're seeing again here is this is a good pitch to bat on.
Too right, yeah.
Burns and Sibley just settling themselves in at the moment. No huge alarms yet. Just that edge from Burns, as I say, that flew through the slips.
There's your chopper. Look, there's your chopper, look.
Oh, yes, I wonder where that's off to.
So whoever the operative, you see, they've had to get right down low to put the camera up to that. Thompson in, meantime, cut away behind square on the offside.
Or they could just lift the camera up.
I've been somewhere. Oh no, I wasn't there. Were you there? Where a helicopter landed in the middle of a match because it was the nearest place that the air ambulance could get. Was it the Surrey game?
They used the Oval for that.
Have they?
Yeah,
right,
definitely. Look, it's landing.
Oh, it's away to our right-hand side from our commentary position there, over near Beazon Park, I would think. As Thompson in and bowls and pushed against square for a single for Rory Burns. He moves on to 42, takes Surrey to 71 for no wicket.
What we're near as well, we're near the sea.
Could be a sea rescue.
Yes.
Sea rescue.
Ooh, somebody's having a chicken sandwich there on the live stream as well. They are good sandwiches here.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
There was some talk that beef is so expensive now that they couldn't offer beef sandwiches in some of these places because it's just too expensive and they couldn't, no way could they pass on those costs.
No. Although I've never been a big fan of the beef sandwich, I must say. But that
just because you're all right, it doesn't mean it's
like chicken
acceptable.
And mayonnaise to me.
Jordan Thompson in and bowls, defended by Sibley. No run. I love the fact that the gentleman here just bent, ducked out of the way. But he didn't want to get in spectators' way as they walk from right to left in front of us.
Yeah, I think you can still see from this height whether you're ducking or not.
No, well, I think it was for spectators a little bit further down.
No, that's fair.
Lovely, considerate work.
That's fair.
Thompson, going from the Trafalgar Square end, in bowls to Sibley. Sibley will pick up another single. It's steady stuff at the moment. We're in the 21st over. They've gotten up until 110 to get us close as they can to that 250 and then 300, 350 if they can to pick up as many points. Keeping a close eye, as we say, on that game between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Could be a chance maybe for Notts to, instead of being 1 point behind, a few ahead of Surrey. But Hampshire still 4 down, 217 for 4, trail by 361 runs. Chillax on 50, Brown on 25. Thompson has to be a little bit careful there, does Rory Burns, on that mid-wicket area to make sure it doesn't pop up to the fielder in a catching position. But it doesn't, and it completes the over. 72 for no wicket in reply to the Yorkshire score of 517 for 6 when they declared a trail by 445 runs.
Just a reminder, tea is at 4 o'clock today, and we've got 104.5 overs in the day's play, so it's a lot of overs today.
It's a lot of overs, but look at that. That is captured perfectly. You break it up into thirds on the old TV there, and that bottom third, what a sight of Scarborough that is.
Over the wicket then is Sutherland, and forward comes Sibley.
You got the back of the B&B hotels, which sort of overlook, except you can't see it because of the other buildings the other side of the road, away there in North Marine Road. And then you've got the beautiful blue skies above, then the white fluffy cloud there. Oh,
Jack Russell would love that, because
you've got to freeze that shot. Look at that, isn't that fun? And then the iconic pavilion bottom left.
As over the wicket comes Sutherland to Sibley. Sibley's forward again, quietly playing this one back up the pitch, because I remember I've said this before with Jack's paintings, saying, do you like a perfectly blue sky? He said, no, I like clouds.
A little bit of cloud.
It gives me some perspective.
Yeah.
So he would like that sky with Jack, with some white fluffy cloud and a perfectly blue sky behind it as well.
Yeah. Oh, and there's another ice cream.
Yep. They're
another 2 ice creams.
Doing a roaring trade today, unsurprisingly, as this is left alone by Sibley as it bounces outside his off stump from Sutherland.
And I've been along to support, as I'm sure you, if you haven't already, you will do later. I've been along to support the Scarborough. I know you mentioned this earlier, but the Scarborough Cricket Club junior section.
Well done.
Who I reckon it'll be parents as well as the members of the junior section down there who are, selling soft drinks, sweets, bits and bobs, raising some money and a bit of a tuck shop.
Brilliant. I bought a raffle ticket at lunchtime. I bought a raffle ticket. As over the wicket once again comes Sutherland. Up on his toes goes Dominic Sibley. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Some younger members of the club were selling the raffle tickets, and I said, what's the top prize? And one of the young ladies said £5,000, and then her friend said, that means you'll be a billionaire. And I went, well, fantastic, thank you very much for that.
How have you released your public finances to the world? How do they know that would then make you a billionaire? This
was over the wicket once again comes Sutherland. This one's turned off his hip by Sibley. He'll take a single out into the leg side. White comes round to do the fielding, and they will pick up one more. Amazing. The sun comes out and there's a real hubbub around the ground now.
Oh, it's
lovely, isn't it?
It is. It's glorious.
Really lovely scene.
Are we going to be breakfasting at the same place tomorrow?
I do hope so.
It's called the Toast Box.
Yes, you've enjoyed your breakfast there of a morning, haven't you? You really have. So Rory Burns settles himself down over his bat once more. Sutherland around the wicket to Burns, and Burns will feel he's missed out there. Going down the leg side, got nothing on it, and it's taken by Johnny Bairstow, moving away to his right hand side. End of the over, 73 without loss then, Surrey, in reply to Yorkshire's 517 for 6 declared. Dominic Sibley's on 29, Rory Burns is on 42. I heard that India were now 8 down in the test match.
Well, you need to keep up, mate, because they're all out for 358. Crawley has survived 6 deliveries. He's not out.
So England are out there.
Well,
in reply,
Stokes picked up 5 wickets, 5 for 72.
Excellent.
Thompson, meantime, bowls short pitch delivery, which flies high over the top of, well, I say high over the top of Sibley. He sort of went behind him in the end. Has it been signalled as a wide?
Yeah. Well, they had to in many ways, because do you remember with Jamie Overton this morning?
But it took a while for him to pluck up the courage to do that. I mean, he said one for the over, and then eventually both the arms. Anyway, 74 for no wicket. Again, turns this Thompson, Trafalgar Square end into Sibley. Goes a little fuller this time. It's uppish, but it's safe square, leg side for a single. And Sibley will move to 29, and the score is 74 for no wicket. We talk about Doige. He's off to Northampton on Saturday. You're off to the Oval for Sunday for the Tier 1, which bizarrely involves only 3 teams. So Tier 2 on the Saturday, League 2, they're going traditional semi-finals and final, but it's an eliminator in the final of the Oval. For Tier 1. Short, and Burns has pulled this away, clear away on our right-hand side. And it's gone for 6. And they need to be a bit careful out there. It does worry me, and I know it's in the back of the minds of the fielders out there as well, the fact that spectators are so close to the boundary.
Well, I think
they go throwing themselves at it. I just want to say, you and I are both of an age, and many people here are of an age where we know that back in the day people would be sitting almost on the road.
Yeah.
It's just that today's players are just not used to that, are they? Right. They're just not used to the players, spectators being so close.
And also, I always worry when the ball goes into the
yes, of course. Thompson in bowls and through to the keeper. I'm not saying that people are wrong to worry. I'm just saying that there was a time when, of course, people didn't seem to worry at all.
Well, I think we saw in the morning session Rory Burns wandered over after there was a 6 from Revis, and I think he was actually saying something along those lines to umpire Warren.
But what are they to do about it?
Well, no, absolutely. Well, I think he was saying that he was concerned about a player running straight into the spectators.
Thompson bowls, goes back and worked on the onside by Rory Burns for no run. Do you think we moved on to Sunday's team now in our team selection and conversation?
Oh yes, well I don't know, but
I mean, for the thirds, in fairness, it's mainly those that are not good enough for the first 2 with an experienced player thrown in.
The only words I really heard were second and third, Saturday and Sunday, Mark and Stinky.
Stinky?
Yes.
Well, he's had a stinky couple of months, Thompson bowls, punch but for no run into the offside.
Well, it's probably between.
Oh, he's going going in for a dentistry. No
yes,
wonder.
I heard the words dentistry there. No wonder he's not playing.
No, he's got his exams coming up.
Ah, well, that's a good point. Good luck to him with his dentistry.
Well, very much. I mean, can often, sadly, come in handy out there on a cricket field.
Yes, it can.
Oh, the guards pulled the lads back. They were just about to walk. Well, they're not. They can go there. No, so the guard hasn't quite got the idea of what the problem is at the moment. Anyway, Thompson comes around the wicket in bowls and nice looking shot, but for no run.
Right.
Now he's let them go.
Well, yes, but I think he was just. Did he nick a chip when he was talking? Churchy, I know that this is radio as well as on the stream, but look at the work there.
Wow, that's a fantastic shot.
Now, what we're seeing here is a top shot, an aerial shot down on the ground of North Marine Road. What do you call those things they send?
Drones.
Yeah. And this is terrific work. And do you know where this? Well, am I allowed to say whether? Perhaps I'm not. But the work being done on this is being done from a little way away from the ground, and that is a stunner. We are seeing some fantastic work at the moment.
Wow.
Doesn't that show the ground beautifully with all the lines and lines of terracing houses? That is terraced housing.
What a shot
around and about
of the ground that was.
And now they decide to show us the middle. I mean, come on, let's see more of the houses. There's nothing going on in the middle at the moment. We're going to see a change here. No, are we? Best having a word with the umpire, giving him somebody's cap. We're going to see Bess.
I think we're going to see some spin. Yeah, because Bairstow's waiting for his helmet to come out.
Right.
So yes, I think we're going to see a little bit of spin now. So Don Bess is coming into the attack. Oh, umpires are getting together for a bit of a natter now. Whatever that one.
Oh, get you.
Get you. That really was, wasn't it? From Nigel Logg.
Oh, dear.
Dear. I'm not quite sure what the discussion was, but it did last long. So it's going to be Don Bess into the attack. So
Sandy and who was it? Who's the comedy? Sandy and from the old 50s, 60s comedy programme. Do you not remember that one? One of the Kenneth Williams characters, Sandy and somebody else. It had a real that about it, didn't it? Anyway, well done the umpires.
Well, he's going to be bowling from the end that side Kishore bowled from, the Pease-Home Park end, and Kishore did find a bit of turn. Bess bowling his off breaks, of course. Harry Duke's out there as well. So you can see his flowing locks coming out the back of his cap. There'll be a slip and a short leg for the right-handed Sibley. Settling himself down over his bat is Sibley, as over the wicket comes Bess with his first delivery, and Sibley's playing this one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there is no run. Bess comes bouncing in again. Big fun. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one out towards cover, and there's no run.
Pocklington is somewhere nearby.
Pocklington, thank you. Is he bowling in his sunglasses? He might be. Over the wicket he comes once again to Sibley. Sibley's turning this one off his hip. It bounced on him. Rolled the wrists and made sure the ball went down.
Julian and Sandy as well. I was thinking about the comedy was round the horn.
Round the horn.
Yeah.
Handed Burns comes on to strike. So this is who Bess really wants to be bowling at, is the left-hander. Spinning the ball away from Rory Burns. Dominic Bess. And there'll be slip, short leg. There's a backward point. Couple catching in the covers. Mid off, a wideish mid on, and then the short leg and a deep backward square for Rory Burns, who sat on 48. Not out, Rory Burns. So 2 away from 50.
There were 3 of them.
Played very nicely so far, as Bess tosses this one up, and Burns will clip this into the leg side. This will bring up his 50. In fact, that's going to race away for 4. Very nicely played by Rory Burns. So Rory Burns moves on to 50. Raises his bat to a very warm round of applause here in Scarborough. And that's his 4th championship 50 of the summer, but yet to go on to make 100 this season.
Really?
Rory Burns. High score of 76. As this one, half a shout from Bess, hit Burns pretty high up on that bat pad though. And been given from umpire Warren.
We've said that about a lot of batting on the last couple of days. Obviously, it's nicely done, nicely batted, lovely work from the batters.
Bess is in, tosses this one up, forward goes Burns. Playing Bess quietly back up the pitch. The end of the over, the end of Kevin Howell's.
Not entirely.
Half an hour.
I can't bring you that much good news.
Oh, look at these shots now with the drone going up the seafront on the live
stream. Look at all those caravans down there, those caravan homes as well.
Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that an amazing shot?
Which is all very good on the radio, but we're seeing basically this is the North Bay.
Right.
And we're seeing up to where's yours? You're staying in these apartments a bit, but there's a nice little cafe down there. Public toilets as well if you're caught short. And up to the corner, you keep on going, that's where you get to the open air theatre.
I think
and your mate in the big chair, you were sitting over your big statue today.
Amazing. And well, you'll go past the bell swimmers in a minute. The swimming bell.
Townsend's joining you in a minute.
Yeah, I know he is. I can hear him behind me. So, changing bowling. Sutherland's on again, but this time from the Trafalgar Square end, and he's greeted with a lovely drive from Dominic Sibley through the covers. And they'll pick up two more to Dominic Sibley, 2 more to the total. Sibley's on to 33, 88 now without loss. Sorry, slips and a gully in there. Good afternoon, David Townsend.
Good afternoon. It is a good afternoon.
It is.
The sun is shining. Everything's good except we could do with a couple of wickets.
Sutherland's in, and this is turned by Sibley. Off his hip into the leg side. They'll take another single. 1 more to Sibley.
Were you on air when Sibley went past his 24 or whatever?
Yes, I was on air for that very moment. Again, though, as we said throughout, it looks a good pitch to bat on this one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Runs being made throughout this game. Not a huge amount happening for the bowlers at the moment. And of course, with this Kookaburra, it's into its 25th over now. So we'll have gone a little soft as driving is Burns up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Very interesting conversation going on below us. We think it's for team selection for this weekend's matches. One of the star players is possibly doing dentistry exams.
Oh.
May not be available.
It could have been doing.
Oh dear.
Waiting again. I think that about sums it up. Oh dear. Waiting once again is Burns. Sutherland's around the wicket to him. Burns plays this one away into the offside. And no run.
There's a problem with it. Technically, isn't it, with the directions mic?
A directional mic.
The effect, the effects mic. You can't just get the sounds from the middle to the middle, which would be rather good.
Waits again. Rory Burns. Burns is turning this one up towards mid-on.
Poor old Adrian Harms, who will be up here with us next week, of course, for the Sussex game. He had a problem with the rather large seagull that would come and join in the commentary.
Well, I had
chirping away.
I had an effects mic at Hove where not the seagull took a bit of a liking towards the effects mic. It's never been the same since. Around the wicket once again. Oh, is Sutherland. That's uppish from Burns with a flick, and well, it hung tantalisingly close to mid-on. And he'll pick up 3, will Rory Burns. But it all seemed to happen in slow motion a touch there. And Burns, that ball just hung in the air. And it wasn't too far away from mid-on's left hand. End of the over. Burns picks up 3. He's on to 55. Surrey move on to 92 without loss. And Dominic Sibley's on 34. But yes, that was up there a long time. Dave Townsend.
It was one of those sort of little teasers, wasn't it? That wasn't quite, couldn't quite get across to take it. So, a little bit of encouragement for the bowlers.
Yes, indeed.
So, was that your worst effects mic experience? That one down at home?
Yeah, one of mine dropped off as well.
Start of a new over from Bess. That's pushed into the on side.
Yeah.
We had an interesting one a few years back down at Canterbury with Kevin Hand, which was quite amusing. This next deliveries has Burns going back, cutting the ball into the ground, bouncing up, taken at first slip. Chaps talking down below us, talking quite loudly. I think they'd had a long lunch, and it was nothing you can do because that's the mic was dangling out of the window. And next delivery is pushed into the onside, and Handy said, well, actually, I think that's some Kent committee down there, as you would. Next delivery for best bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. And no sooner had he said this than one of them started talking about having just been released after a 15-year stretch.
What? Well, there's not a lot you can do about it.
Bess again pushes that one through, and Burns makes room, eases it into the outside and up. Poor old Cabba said, I wonder if they kept his seat on the committee whilst he was away.
Well, England, 24 without loss in reply to India's 358. Ben Duckett, 24. He scored all the runs so far, Duckett. Crawley yet to get off the mark. 5 fours in that 24 as well from Ben Duckett.
Right-hander on strike here. Bess bowls and just short of where he wants to be bowling that one, and met on the front foot by Sibley, plays it down to forward short leg, no run. That's the end of the over. 93 for no wicket. Wickets at a premium here. They were, of course, in the Yorkshire innings with top 6 nearly all getting to 50.
Yeah, it's been hard work for the bowlers so far in this game.
Adam Lyth missing out with 47.
Well, you know, every player bar Sutherland really has got a start and left some runs out there. Going to be Sutherland. Around the wicket to Burns. Burns plays him away off the front foot into the offside. There's no run. Elsewhere, David Townsend. Hampshire 231 for 5 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 578 for 8 declared. Sussex are 146 for 2 in their second innings, so they still trail Essex by 154 runs. Worcestershire 133 for 7 in their second innings against Warwickshire, meaning they lead by 282 runs. Sutherland around the wicket to Burns, who drives handsomely through the covers for 4. That's a fairly dismissive shot from Rory Burns, and that was shot off to the boundary rope. He's on to 60. Surrey move on to 97 without loss.
Sort of touch of the Caribbean about that, wasn't there?
Down on one knee. And away for 4. We always know he's feeling good about himself when he's playing shots like that, Rory Burns. Sutherland is in. Oh, he's almost bowled Burns with one that nips back. Burns was laying back to late cut that. It's got an inside edge because it nipped back at him, and it has flown off down towards the fine leg boundary rope for 4. But he's definitely looking for his favoured leg cut here. Anyway.
And applause for that.
100 partnership and 100 for the first wicket. 101 without loss. Sorry. Of course, Messrs Lyth and Bean put on 107 for the first wicket, but then both departed in the space of 3 balls on day 1 to Dan Worrell. Sutherland in, Burns forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I'm just going to have a stand up and stretch my legs for a moment here, David.
Your friend, the Viscount Linley, opens a second coffee shop. He could call it something like Lyth and Bean, couldn't he?
Yeah, yes, that's very good.
Upmarket coffee shop.
Yeah, it does. It does. There are combinations of players that do sound like either upmarket solicitors or
downmarket
removal firms. Around the wicket goes Sutherland. Burns drives, thick edge, half a stop in there by Bean. in the gully, but they'll pick up a couple of runs, 2 more to Rory Burns. He's moved on to 66 now. Surrey move on to a 103 without loss. So yes, it's now Yorkshire's turn to try and find a way of taking wickets.
I'm just sort of trying to work out how many overs there are left in the game and whether or how Surrey could somehow manage to force a win if the wickets don't fall.
Sutherland in, Burns on drives. Doesn't really time this.
It'll be very difficult, isn't it, when one team's got over 500 and it's basically a 3-day game.
Yeah. Very difficult. You've either got to get very close quickly and go past it, or possibly pull out ahead of it and then see if you can put the opposition under pressure second time round. But all I would say is this pitch isn't misbehaving in any way, shape or form at the moment.
No.
Playing very nicely.
It's generally a good track here. Favouring, I think, whether that's to do with the ball or not, I mean, we could probably give that too much credence, but generally favouring the batters a bit more than the bowlers this year. It's normally a very good balance between the two, you know, and you'll get a result late on. Best then starts a new over, and that one just turns, but it turns very slowly, and pushed out square on the offside, but Bean does the fielding.
Left and right hand combination, of course, for Surrey. Always a handy thing to have.
Linley's coffee shop, it's in Hyde Park, is it?
Yes, in Headingley.
Next delivery attempted sweep by Burns. Don't think he got any bat on that. We'll have to wait for the umpire. 105 for no wicket, and indeed. Come on, John Potter, acknowledge the umpire. Oh, they have eventually.
Yes, Russell Warren.
Scores were probably having a natter down there.
Just knee tapping there for a while, wasn't he?
He joined Surrey.
Best bowls again, and bowling pretty quickly, isn't it? I think he's bowling a little bit quicker than Syke Shaw did.
What he wants, Johnny Bairstow, is to have an end tied up.
Yes, but you would think with the ball, nothing that much there for the seamers. Maybe that's what bowled from wide of the crease this time by Bess.
Yeah, but I always think that as a captain, if you've got a bowler tying up one end, it means you can rotate your other bowlers from the other end.
Bowls, and back across his stumps goes Sibley. He's going to just pick up one, nudges that backward a square on the offside. 106 now for no wicket.
Yeah, and just ticking along at the moment. This is Sibley and Burns.
Best bowls, and back goes Burns and crashes that one square. Again, he's only going to get a single though. Goes out to the sweeper. But the runs ticking over. Are you going to try one of Lily's rock cakes?
I've had one already. They were very nice. Very, very nice indeed. But we very kindly got given some chocolate biscuits as well today, didn't we? So I'm not going to eat one on air, but I'm going to offer Kevin Howes one. And down at the end of the bottle, I'll offer you one, David, as well.
Well, because
you can eat yours in between words.
I'll open them if you want to sort of carry on.
There we are.
Talking to the listener.
Well, no. I think they're hearing the packet now being opened. There we are, David. Kevin Howes, I'm sure, would partake of one of those. Oh no, he's.
Body's a temple.
It is indeed. Well, it's a temple that's been filled up today already.
Whereas mine's an old ruin.
We did very well at lunch. I'm talking about our lunch with our lovely sandwiches that we had. Oh, look, there's a picture of the drone that's taking the amazing shots on the Yorkshire live stream. So its propellers are going round, which is probably a good thing, and it's hovering above the ground at the moment, I think, as around the wicket then goes Sutherland to Burns, continuing from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Playing this one, Burns up towards Revis, stood at mid-on, who made 110 not out in the Yorkshire first innings to Matthew Revis, enabling Yorkshire to declare at 517 for 6, 40 minutes Surrey had to bat before lunch, and Burns and Sibley are still there, 107 without loss. Oh, sorry. Sutherland around the wicket once again to Burns. He's had a flash at this one. I think he's got a bottom edge on that, and it hasn't carried to Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. Bairstow dived full length to his right, but I think
good stop by Bairstow.
It was, but I think there was definitely a little bottom edge on that.
He's going the wrong way.
Well, he was going to his left, had to come back to his right. Did Johnny Bairstow? Did it very well.
Extremely chocolatey biscuit selection.
Is that's actually what it says?
Yeah.
Are they extremely chocolatey?
They are very sweet as well.
Well, that's good. Get some energy for this afternoon. Oh dear, we got a young lady running straight behind the bowler's arm. The aspirated tone of Dave Townsend told you what he thought of that. Looking to drive again is Burns, down on one knee. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of this, and it's rolling back up the wicket. Picked up by Sutherland.
Good pair of shoulders on him, hasn't he, Sol?
He's a big, strong, athletic man. But it's just waiting for Sutherland to get to the top of his mark at that Peasholm Park end. And then we'll come around the wicket to Burns. Burns plays this one off a goodish length. Once again out into the offside.
Did you hear all the bangs and crashes behind?
That was the cannons going off for the battle reenactment.
Well, it wasn't. It was quite loud, but I think Maxi Priest was louder last night.
Yeah, well, yes. As we were saying, it was a departure from their successful first two albums. As waiting once more is the left-handed Rory Burns. Sutherland around the wicket to him. Burns allows this one to go outside his off stump.
Town full of black t-shirts last night.
There were
black hats and black jeans and
leather jackets. So yes, Judas Priest last night.
Was it?
Yes.
I thought he was the reggae one.
That's Maxi.
Got him mixed up.
Yes. Would have been, as I say, a departure for both, really, I suppose. For Maxi Priest to go into hard rock.
I think it'd be easier the other way round.
Yeah, I think for hard rock to go into soul. As Burns ready now, settles himself down over his back once more. Sutherland around the wicket to him. Burns covers up once again, just pushes solidly forward. That rolls up towards mid-off, but there's no run. Spectators now making their way past the stand which we're sat in, the family stand here at Scarborough. One big happy family here at Scarborough we are. Oh, Kevin Howes has indulged.
We knew he could.
He's gone into the really chocolatey biscuits.
We knew he couldn't resist.
He's gone all in one there as well.
Did he? Well, he thought he might get away without us seeing. Do you notice how I sort of very tactically pointed the open end of the box towards it, so he couldn't really.
Very good.
Going to resist for long, was he? Bess starts a new over. Bowls simply driving. No run to have there. The goals are circling. Perhaps they'd like an extra chocolatey biscuit, do you think?
Oh, I'm sure they could almost just fly and nick one and fly out again. They're very, very clever.
Ball is played into the onside. No run to be had there. Yes, my poor little niece lost an ice cream like that once down in holiday in Cornwall. She was only about 7 at the time. Very sad. Next ball, it's not like losing a doll or something, admittedly, but it was just an ice cream. But a gull swooped down, and took the flake.
Just the flake?
Just the flake.
Wow.
Best bowls, Sibley covers up defence. His mate follows him, almost in formation.
Took the ice cream?
Took the ice cream.
There they are, dead.
And she's standing there with the cone. And the third one came along and had the cone.
Well, they work in teams of 3.
Next one, he's just turned shy at the stumps there. There was a mix-up, wasn't it, between the calling?
Very tight. Rory Burns has put a big old dive in here.
I don't think Sibley realised exactly where that had gone, you know.
Well, the ball wasn't taken cleanly. Bairstow was trying to flick the ball back onto the stumps, and I think it was Bairstow that clipped the stumps. Not a great single, and had that been a better throw, he would have been an awful lot of bother. Yeah, Rory Burns, but Johnny Bairstow didn't take the ball cleanly anyway.
Bess to the left-handed Burns, and that's just defended, and Bess got his hands on his head. He probably thought he deserved something a bit more out of that. But that was definitely...
Oh, that's nicely bowled, isn't it?
It is nicely bowled, but that single to Sibley was very risky, really, wasn't it, I think? But all's well that ends well from a Surrey point of view.
He's been involved in one I can remember distinctly, Dom Sibley with Jamie Smith at the beginning of the season, where they both ended up stood at the same end, which was never a great look between two batsmen. Stood looking at each other at the same end, and then one of you has to try and sprint back. God bless you. As in over the wicket then comes Sutherland, driving his Sibley. He doesn't time this.
Well, the funny one is when they both start to sprint back.
Yes, it is. Sibley goes for a little wander.
Seen a few of those over the years. Who do you reckon would be the worst runner you've ever seen?
Well, that's a very good question.
You can have a professional. There are not that many really bad runners professionally.
I did play with a gentleman called Rex Roberts, who was a lovely man, but wasn't great at running between the wickets. Sutherland's in. That's a nice looking shot from Sibley. Gets up on his toes, has punched that away, just behind square, past the left hand of cover point, and away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. 4 more to Sibley. He's on to 41, 112 without loss.
Rex
Roberts.
Yeah.
And Rex was, well, he was also known as Iron Gloves behind the stumps. And he's running between the wickets. Sutherland's in, short one, and ducking underneath this is Dom Sibley, but is running wide signal again. We've had sorry, I've just been taken by the sound of the fireworks from Peatone Park. So another wide signal for a short ball. But yes, he's running between the wickets. It took him a while to get to the other end. If he pushed for a single. So I think he more waddled a single than ran it. And yes, you needed to be on your toes with our Rex, especially if you're in the slip cordon. As over the wicket comes Sutherland, that hits Sibley amidships. And way into the offside. The most lovely man was Rex, but his keeping wasn't up to a great deal, I have to say, and he was more likely, if there was an edge and it was going to him, to either punch it into you at first slip or punch it back to the batsman. as I say, was known as Iron Gloves.
No.
As over the wicket once again comes Sutherland. This one's pushed into the offside by Sibley. Now sprinter single. That'll be one more to the total. It was also Rex, and I've told this story before, that he used to, when batting, he had a metal abdominal guard.
What?
Yes, and every time, and he did regularly, both keeping and batting, get hit in that area with his metal abdominal guard, and it made a sort of gonging noise every time it hit him there.
So he wasn't only Iron Gloves.
No, he wasn't. It's around the wicket once again. It's not a great superhero, is it? Up on his toes goes Rory Burns to a short delivery from Sutherland, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I used to play club cricket with a guy called John Lawrence, who was a sort of a bit of a nervous disposition, and he was not a good runner. He wasn't unknown to come running past you with both his arms waving, shouting no.
Yes, there's nothing like a good bit of running. As around the wicket goes Sutherland, and forward goes Burns, and plays this one back up the pitch. End of the over then, here on Sports Extra 2 and the BBC Sport website and app on this third afternoon. Another magnificent shot on the live stream of Scarborough and the cricket ground and all the houses. That is magnificent, isn't it? Really is a lovely shot. And 114 without loss, Surrey.
Oh, you into those drones and things?
No, but I do enjoy the pictures they can get. But that is spectacular, isn't it? Really spectacular. And Dominic Best will continue from the Pease-Home Park end of the ground.
You have to get a licence for them.
You do now to fly a drone.
Oh, is that it coming over?
It doesn't make quite that much noise.
Start a new over by Bess as he's out to deep square leg.
Just to say, in the Test match, England now 45 without loss. Duckett 33, Crawley is on 12.
You better say Duckett 45.
Yes, well, he wouldn't put it past it, would he? He really wouldn't.
It's really proving to be his summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Best bowls to the left-hander, comes forward, pushes to short extra cover. Slip and the forward short leg, the two catchers, or hopefully catchers, best bowls, and there's a big shout for LBW there, and again, these umpires have given very little, haven't they?
Yep, there hasn't been much
look
given.
At that on the replay. I think that one just sneaked through. Ooh.
It's tight.
You do wonder sometimes, and I mean this in both ways. Best bowls to Burns, and Burns defends. That in a game like this, I know umpires have got their own style and all the rest of it, and you have givers and you have those who don't give. But when you've got a pitch like this, wickets at a premium, you'd think, oh, come on.
Yep, you would.
Next ball is defended, and there's no run.
Yes, you would.
Is that not fair comment?
No, it is an absolutely fair comment. It really is.
Because we all know on the circuit, one or two umpires are more giving.
More prone.
Best to Burns. Burns clips that one past the short mid-wicket. Mid-on takes a couple of steps to his left, picks the ball up. And that's the end of the over. Burns keeps the strike. Mr. Howes has had some allergic reaction to that chocolate biscuit, I think. He's fallen asleep.
I mean, no.
Just resting. Resting, having a nap.
No, he's fully on it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, visualising.
Visualising.
Okay. Now, elsewhere, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 578 for 8 declared. Hampshire 238 for 5.
For 5.
Sussex are 169 for 2. And that's in their second innings against Essex, trailing by 131. Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire in their second innings, 150 for 7. That means they lead Warwickshire by 299. In Division 2, Kent are 261 for 4. So that's a lead over Glamorgan of just 89. Gloucestershire 350 for 8 in reply to Lancashire's 557 all out. Matthew Revis is into the attack for the first time. From the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, around the wicket he comes to Rory Burns. He'll get a single as he turns this off his hip down towards long leg. Of course, Revis 100. Oh, there they go again. Oh, in Peasholm Park. Oh dear. Yes, you see, this is the battle reenactment, isn't it? Behind us.
Indeed.
Revis 110 not out with the bat. And 17 without loss. Surrey, and now Revis has the ball in his hand. Northamptonshire are 261 for 8 against Middlesex, who made 625 for 8 declared. 2 slips and a gully in there for Dominic Sibley. Revis is into him. Sibley turns away through the leg side. Will take another single. Sibley moves on to 44. Surrey move on to 118 without loss.
They put all their eggs in the one basket there, Middlesex, haven't they, by making 600 and something, but it looks as though they will get to make them follow on.
And
not certain yet, because Tailenders can add a few.
In the Metrobank One Day Cup game, Surrey women 57 for 2 in the 11th of their 50 overs, as Burns will get a single here as he plays this one into the leg side. Best does the fielding from mid-on. One more to Rory Burns. Hampshire women made 278, and at the moment the wickets to have gone Bryony Smith for 24 and Kira Chatley without scoring. Alice Capsey's 32 not out, and Alice Davison Richards is 2 not out for the Surrey women, who of course are at finals day on Sunday. In over the wicket again comes Revis. This is a full delivery that's turned off his legs by Dominic Sibley. He'll pick up a couple more, 2 more to the total, and on to 46, 121 without loss. Surrey now. Burns 70. Sibley on 46.
Lots of hand gestures going on here.
Yes, there are. Waiting once again is Sibley. And over the wicket goes Revis, pushed by Sibley down into the leg side, and there's no run. I think we're having a double change, are we here?
What's another first?
Sibley. It's a bit of a stretch. I think the team selection's still going on down below us. Sibley ready for Revis as over the wicket he comes, and it's turned by Sibley off the stumps out into the leg side. Not a great deal happening here for Yorkshire, as Surrey found as well on a good pitch, and with the Kookaburra hard work for the bowlers. And Surrey 124 without loss. Welcome back to Jonathan Doidge.
Thanks, Churchy.
And Rory Burns has a little step away towards square leg. Just a reminder, tea today, 4 o'clock. That's a short ball. That's a good short ball actually from Revis. And taken by Bairstows. Burns got out the way of it. End of the over, 124 without loss. The battle rages behind us in Peasholm Park. Jonathan Doidge is back, and then I'm going to leave, and I think you're going to be joined by Hugh Tuberville.
spot on as ever, Mark Church. Yeah, as he says, the battle down on Peasholm Park rages on. And the battle out there on the field of play, not quite sure it's raging at the moment, 124 without loss. Or how much of a battle it really is. Yorkshire, well, of course, they declared earlier in the day 517 for 6. I seem to have acquired a box of Tesco extremely chocolatey biscuit selection at my desk as Dom Best comes into bowl to Dom Sibley. A ball that turns quite sharply down the incline to Sibley, who punches it away square on the offside, and in the very same innings as which he passes 1,000 or has passed 1,000 runs for this campaign, he has also brought up another half century with a lovely punch square on the offside. DT unusually directing operations and pressing the correct buttons has linked us up with Hugh Turbeville as Sibley drops that one into the offside, and Finlay beams into the other fielding. Bring Hugh in a moment because Dom will get through this over fairly quickly. And then again with a straighter delivery, turned to leg by Sibley. Sutherland fielding in mid-wicket picks that up. 87 balls and 7 fours as opposed to 6s for Dom Sibley. Thanks, Kate, who's sitting alongside still, and flick off the legs from Sibley brings him another single. Revis patrolling that west side boundary. Sibley on to 52, 129 without loss, Surrey. Way behind the score posted by Yorkshire, and of course time running out in the contest. Still got 40 odd overs remaining today. Lengthy day trying to make up time from yesterday. Another push into the offside by Burns. Another dot. Well, at least there's some fireworks of some sort going on around the ground as Wharton moves into silly mid-off. And Bess switches to round the wicket, floats this one up on the leg stump of Rory Burns, who flicks that square on the leg side for a single. Ben Code just checks with umpire Russell Warren that he's allowed off, and Harry Duke comes on as substitute fielder. So welcome along, Hugh Turbeville of the Cricketer magazine.
Hello.
How are we?
I'm fine, thanks. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
You were saying about the fireworks. It's 4 and over. Quite lively, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Quite Bazball.
Is it?
Oh, they've
Kookaburra, flat deck.
They've clipped reassuring, lovely sounding clips from the bat as the fireworks buzz around us. I think they're batted well, these two.
Yeah, they have. It's a good strip out there.
Yeah.
Matthew Revis is going to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. In now round the wicket to Rory Burns, who gets in behind that first one to drop it into the offside. Is it one of many trips to Scarborough, this?
No, only my second one. 2018 was the first. Yorkshire, Surrey, and the Sea Frets. Brought play to us halt. I think 28 times they went off, didn't they, or something? Paul Edwards wrote that Ollie Pope was like a ghost or a spectral presence in his innings.
28 times. Matthew Revis to Burns, who's got an edge on this one, but that one has escaped the clutches of Adam Lye that slip, bounced maybe just short, and has nutmegged him for 4 down beneath our commentary position. So
it was weird. It was a scorching hot summer, that one, and got to the top of the hill, and then suddenly I walked down here into sort of this own little microclimate, and it was freezing. I had to go and buy a top from the shop over there. I'm still wearing today, actually. I'm taking it off, though, in between.
I'm going to say, yeah. 134 without loss. Revis to Burns. Ball short of length, which he punches up to mid-off. No run. So let's cut to the chase. The final test. You come to talk to us about about the final test.
And the cricketer. Kevin had me on earlier in the summer actually to talk about the final test, so I'm not looking to push my book excessively. The fight for red ball cricket survival amid the T20 onslaught. And then the Cricketer magazine coming out, which has got an outground special next issue.
Wonder which ground might be included. Here's Revis and Burns punching up to mid-off.
Page on Scarborough by me.
Just a page. Surely it's worth an entire edition.
It's fantastic. Chesterfield, page by Paul Edwards. Cheltenham by Nick Friend. And another page on Blackpool by Paul Edwards. They're the four that are being used in the County Championship this summer. And then there's a load more in the One Day Cup, isn't there? York and Radlett and Arundel and places like that, which have got a section on.
Okay, York did, of course, stage a county championship game as well, just a month or so ago.
And York, yeah.
Burns pushes one back to Revis. Okay.
Yorkshire have 3 outgrounds out of the 7 matches, don't they? Which is a good effort. 2 at Scarborough, 1 at York.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I heard.
And if the speculation, if it goes down to 6, will that sort of suffer? But
Have they classed as the membership as well?
looking less likely now, isn't it?
Revis in again down the incline. Burns flicks to leg. James Wharton fielding, no run. Is it looking less likely? What's the latest then?
Well, Middlesex, Surrey, Somerset, Yorkshire have all said they want to stick to 14 county championship rounds, don't they? So you only need 3 more to defy the 2/3 change, don't you? You've got to need 2/3 to make a change. So you need 12 counties to agree to a change. So
what would be your ideal structure for
I
the
reluctly
season?
came around to 12, and Sussex and Northants have both said 12. I do. It's incessant the demand to have a cut in the players, isn't it? I mean, the PCA are very vehement about this. That it needs to go down. Come back to it in a sec.
Yeah, Best continuing to Peasholm Park end. And he's got him.
Oh, brilliant catch.
Oh, what a catch. Under the helmet there. At short leg by James Wharton, and Dom Sibley has just hit it straight to him, quite firmly, it has to be said. His reactions were lightning fast, and Sibley becomes the first Surrey wicket to fall on 52 at 134 for 1. Cracking catch.
Yeah, absolutely. When you do that full-blooded out of the middle of the bat, you think, A, you're unlucky, and then B, why on earth did I do that? It was a bit of a half-tracker, wasn't it, as well? Just back of the length, I suppose.
So you're saying that the game should bow to this pressure of cutting championship cricket, because if it goes to 12, it'll end up pressure
thin
to
end of
cut
the
that to
wedge.
10.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I also got a lot of flack from readers of the Cricketer who were furious with me and said that I caved in and so on. So, and the trouble with 12 as well, there's no easy way to do it. I think Durham's idea was to have 3 conferences of 6, and you don't play the teams in your own conference. You play the other 6 in another conference, home and away. That's 12. It's just, there's no real easy way to do it, to be honest.
That's not a good exit.
I think Sussex had quite a clever idea, but I mean, to be fair, look, the neatest formula is 3 groups of 6 playing 10 matches, which we don't want, do we? But it is the neatest formula. And then they talk about playoffs in September or something, but that's a lottery, isn't it? Because we saw with the final, didn't we, a few years back, that anything can happen in September, can't it?
It was October, wasn't it, when it was finishing?
It was October, yeah.
It's
quite a clever idea to take the points forward from the initial stages into a Super 6 style thing. That would be 13 matches a year. I've heard that one, a county chair tell me that one. The other thing, though, they're more likely, it seems, to reduce the number of blast games from 14 to 12. So that does seem more likely they're going to come up with an agreement about that.
Yeah.
Well, the big worry about that was counties like Worcestershire saying, we can't afford this. But of course now they're getting them 100 money if, as everybody pointed out earlier, those contracts are signed, because those 100 contracts haven't been signed yet.
Best to new batsman Ryan Patel, by the way, who's played a dot first ball and second one stroked up to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, no run.
Another county chair just told me yesterday that the process is proving absolutely torturous.
34 for 1 as Bess round the wicket bowls to the left-handed Patel.
Nice flight that time, wasn't it?
Yep, turns it to Luxton. No run, so short leg in place still for the left-hander, Adam Lyth at slip. There's a point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish, mid-wicket, and a sweeper backward of square. Another one turned to Luxton. Yeah, there's been some turn for Psyche Shaw, and Bess, who wouldn't be a big turner of the ball, certainly getting some, which will be a source of encouragement for him for a change in that respect, having bowled at Headingley for much of the last 7 years. Last ball of the over turned into the leg side again, a dot, so applause for Bess for picking up the wicket, 134 for 1 at the end of the over. What other tidbits have you got for us in the next issue of the Cricketer?
Outground special, we've done that, haven't we? Well, I don't know whether your listeners captured a piece by Mark Church in the last issue, his favourite cricketer, Tim Robinson.
Yeah. You mentioned that actually.
Yeah. Loved him so much, 85 Ashes. It went to the local toy shop and bought a kid's fire helmet, put a sticker on it, which resembled the England Lions badge, and he was throwing a ball against the garage pretending he was Tim Robinson for a summer.
There's Revis bowling to Burns, who turns it to Walton in the leg side, no run. But of course, I did one on Harry Brook for you, didn't I, 2 or 3 years ago. I know there's no back issues left because it obviously sold out.
That one brook no argument, did it?
And that's
Mel Farrell chose Ben Stokes the other day, which was fairly predictable, but she couldn't help picking it. I mean, he can be marvellous, can't he?
Yes.
Yeah, Revis to Burns. Ooh, climbs on him. Good delivery from Matthew Revis. At the scene of, 100 in this match and his best bowling spell, in my opinion, for Yorkshire so far in his shortish first-class career. Burns has gone quite a long way down to do a bit of gardening after that. Do you get... you must get repeats in that particular column.
Well, we tried to avoid them for many years. It's been going for 20-odd years, so we did avoid them, but we have had a couple of doubles now. No one's doubled up on my choice, which was Derek Pringle.
DT's nearly lost his food out of his mouth when he mentioned that, as that's been pushed.
Well, DT's was it Niall O'Brien or Kevin O'Brien? Niall O'Brien, yeah.
Do they play cricket in Ireland? Still 134.
Have they played their final test?
Oh, ba-bum. You can tell me about that a bit more, because it's so busy during the season that I don't get a chance to pick up a book until the end of it usually.
Well,
as Revis is in and Burns has a drive at that, no ball signalled by Nigel Long.
I go on a journey to find out whether T20 taking over red ball cricket is a good thing, and whether I'm too curmudgeonly about it, whether I'm too much victim at Meldrew, shaped by my life experiences, my family experiences, and being a traditionalist. And I go to Jack Russell and Graham Gooch and David Gower and Richard Hadley and people like that and chat and talk about this.
Revis in, Burns defends.
Merv Hughes, Farouk Engineer, Madassa Nazar, and then I think, I'm only speaking to people that agree with me, so I then go and talk to Reece Topley and Don Topley about why being on the franchise Fiesta is so exciting, and it's just a journey to explore these things and what possibly could be done to slow it, the advance.
Revis bowling to Burns, who turns it to leg, no run. Johnny Bairstow might have been interesting to speak to. 100 test matches and stacks of the other.
I was reading this morning, he's out of contract in September, isn't he? So he might join the franchise circus.
We'll see.
He's done his bit for the Red Ball, I suppose. 100 tests and captaining Yorkshire this summer.
Yeah, it'd be interesting in that one to see how it plays out. Would he?
Do you think he's got image rights for the picture over on the other side on the house wall?
It's just like looking in the mirror, isn't it, for him, I guess, where he's standing now?
Yeah.
Facing it.
Luxury holiday accommodation next to the cinema, isn't it? How's that?
Dot ball to complete that over. We also have a mutual, apart from cricket, Hugh, we've got a mutual love of 007
movies,
haven't we?
Oh, there we are then, yeah. I was just watching The Spy Who Loved Me again last night. Fantastic.
Which is your favourite?
Yeah, that's pretty much up there.
Is it?
55th birthday coming up in a couple of years. We're talking about hiring the cinema out of Southwold and all dressing up in 007 gear. Yeah, that Spy Who Loved Me is awesome. But the Connery ones as well. Crikey, how many do you want to... I mean, Casino Royale was good, Daniel Craig. Goldeneye was good, Brosnan. Live and Let Die is thrilling. You Only Live Twice, fantastic. Goldfinger with the golf.
Just don't mention Die Another Day. Oh, I
No,
did.
well, I've got a story about that. Well, not a story, but...
There's best round the wicket and back foot. That's pushed into the offside by Patel.
Rewatched that the other day. First half's awesome. When he's captured and interrogated and tortured, like, brilliant. And then they start bringing in ice palaces and diamonds embedded in people's faces and laser weapons and it was crazy. But the first half was brilliant. Invisible cars.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but no. Bess in, and that's punched away to the offside sweeper, Matthew Revis. 1 run to Ryan Patel. So
you're a big fan, are you?
Oh yeah, always been. Yeah,
awesome.
The first one I saw at the movies was the cinema was Live and Let Die.
Moonraker for me.
Yeah, just a touch older than you. As Bess is in again, that's flicked nicely off the legs by Burns, backward of square for a single. So if you were to take on one of those personas, one of the actors who's played James Bond, who do you see yourself as in those dreams?
Roger Moore, I think. A quip's never far away. A raising of the eyebrows and a double entendre.
You did go well in the commentary box, actually, with that.
He was fabulous. A great comic timing. What an underrated actor he was.
Single to Patel, out again to the sweeping Revis.
Lovely man as well.
Him to 2, 139 for 1. Never met any of them, actually. Have you met Roger?
No, but I've read all his books. He just comes across as a lovely man. Raised a child on his own first few years. He's done a lot of work for UNICEF, didn't he?
And he came out with my favourite line, as that's flicked away by Rory Burns out to Finlay Bean, who's sweeping through the leg side. They've got back for 2. I love that bit in The Man with the Golden Gun, which is my personal favourite. I know
really?
Everybody thinks that's the worst film. I love that.
Controversial.
Offensive shot by Burns into the offside, fielded by Sutherland. We get to the end of the 38th over with Surrey on 141 for 1. There's the line where he's standing by the laser gun.
Oh, yes.
And Scaramanga shoots down his plane that's on the beach down below and says, "Now that's what I call solar power." And Roger, with that raised eyebrow, just looks at him and says, "That's what I call trouble." Just the delivery of that.
I thought you were going to do the other quote about the gun, which probably can't mention on air.
Oh, no.
The gun maker, when he holds the gun at him, yeah.
Yes, speak now or forever. Yeah.
You appear with the tedious inevitability of an unloved season.
Yeah.
Was a good quote, wasn't it? Hugo Drax.
I used that in a recent commentary, actually.
Did
I can't
you?
remember which one it was now. So, Matthew Revis, meanwhile, back in cricket land.
Yeah.
Bowling here to Ryan Patel, who's got underneath one, but he's cleared the boundary down to our right. Quite some distance as well, probably 10 yards into the wall at the foot of the west stand, and pulls Matthew Revis for 6 runs. Nicely played. 8 to him, 147 for 1.
Local boy for me.
Yeah.
Whitgift School. Ryan Patel.
Here comes Revis. And that's punched away into the offside this time by Patel. James Wharton just checking that the ground hadn't moved beneath him because he misfielded, which is a rarity for JW. Just been talking to his mum and dad actually down on the bottom boundary. Paul and Bev, give him a shout out.
Ryan plays for Wimbledon. Loads of players have come through Whitgift, and I've just done an article for the magazine, Making of Jamie Smith. He was a Whitgift boy. Sibley as well, of course. Jason Roy.
Yes.
Yep, here's Revis in again, and with an open face, that's pushed to Jordan Thompson at point. I'm going to bring DT back in a minute because I know he's itching to get on air with you as well.
My
he's
old
just
Daily Express colleague.
Yeah, he's just on the phone to his carer at the moment. But once he's finished with his order for tonight's
You're very witty, Jonathan.
Cocoa.
Not really chatted to you before. Amusing.
Here's Revis again round the wicket and turned off his legs by Ryan Patel. Don Bess will field. They'll get a single.
Or as Christopher Walken said, "You amuse me, Mr. Bond," didn't he? In View to a Kill.
It's just a great series of films. Yeah, some better than others, but I've always had a soft spot for The Man with the Golden Gun. Just for those,
some good bits.
Some of those cheesy lines are fantastic.
And the martial arts school was quite funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
The two girls, yeah.
So then you didn't have it out of it.
Coming in again this time to bowl to Burns, who's turning one off his legs for Wharton to come round and do the pick-up. No run. As Jordan Clark has a stroll down beneath the commentary position.
Kate near me says that he doesn't look like Reece Topley, but I still think he does. He is shorter than Reece Topley, but
Yeah, I think.
they're very similar facial grooming, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're best mates as well, I think.
Are they? Right, okay. He looks, when he's out in the middle, I described him as a Herculean figure the other day. He's got that presence about him, hasn't he? He's he's not triangular like the bodybuilders are, but it looks like he's lifted a few weights. Another dot ball there. And I think when we were down at the Oval, I was saying that you could stick a rugby kit on him and play him at centre, and he'd do a pretty good job straight away. And probably coming from Cumbria, he's played a bit of rugby league, I would imagine, growing up.
They work hard in the gym down at the Oval, don't they?
Yeah, he does look a
Impressive
very
setup
good,
there.
impressive physical specimen as well. Yeah.
They had a very good couple.
Rory Burns just stepped away. Here, there's a slight movement of the man backward of square leg, who I think out in the distance there is Will Luxton. Maybe because he's going to bang in a bouncer here. No, it was the attempt at the 5-card trick, turned into the leg side by Burns to complete that over at 154-1. He's still on the phone. He's trying to get an editor to take a piece of his writing. But I'm not
Irish
sure.
cricket.
Yeah.
He's got a piece in the next magazine.
He's quickly leaving that phone call behind. So Don Bess, he's going to continue at the Peatone Park end of the ground. Surrey still a long way behind Yorkshire's 517 for 678 to Captain Rory Burns here, who's at the non-striking end as Wharton comes back in at silly mid-off. And Bess will bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Patel. We better now just get through this next over as he's bowling the first delivery. Pushed into the offside, no run. Unless Hugh fancies 5 balls of commentary while DT puts the headset on. Go on, let's have a bit of ball by ball from Hugh Turberville of the Cricketer.
Don Bess, ex-Somerset off spinner, comes in to bowl. Say delivery, nothing special, and Burns just sort of punches it to short cover. No, Patel, sorry. I've already messed it up. It's Patel, isn't it? Yeah. Forgot Sibley was out. Bench this time. Solid.
Oh yes, they were complaining about.
Best shines the ball with his jumper. Looks to be, he's got a blue underlay on, I think.
Quite a great.
Patel plays back, the seagulls are swirling, looking for chips that have been jettisoned after lunch.
Did you ever dream of doing this as a child?
Writing's always been my thing, to be honest, writing.
I think the listeners have probably gathered that.
Yeah. Now, DT's here now. He's 20 years of him taking the mickey out of me. We used to work at the Express together.
Back in the day when it was a proper newspaper.
No comment. It's been bought by the Mirror now, hasn't it?
That's where they moved right.
End of the over there. It's pushed into the offside, and no run to be had there.
Ray Illingworth used to get the Express. It was the best-selling newspaper, wasn't it, in the country?
It was.
It was the Mail of its day.
The Express was in the 60s. They used to sell 3.5 million copies.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous, and they had cricket reports.
Yeah,
and it wasn't unusual to have county cricket as the back page lead,
Wow.
which was extraordinary. And it was a broadsheet. Almost everything completely different.
Right. I worked with Colin Bateman. He was the Express cricket writer.
For a very long time.
Neil Squires, Jim Holden, good writers. We had Blofeld as a columnist, didn't we? Henry Blofeld.
Yeah, well, not everything was perfect.
Oh, four blowers. Good journalist he is. Describes the action very well. In the background.
150 for one then. And it's in the air. Second catch, and the wicket straight away. He's back on there for Jordan Thompson, the man who makes things happen, according to Jonathan Doidge. And a second wicket has fallen, and that was unexpected, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It seems to be completely against the...
Real miscue, wasn't it? Just back of a length, tried to pull it. He'll be kicking himself. His left runs out there, isn't he?
Well, he's left 100 out of it.
Yeah, well, he's made 78, but he's left 22 out there.
Yeah, at least. So you'll be disappointed by that.
But this is a good period now for Yorkshire. They've slowed the run rate down, got a couple of wickets. I mean, there's a lot to do, obviously, but...
Yes, they've battered.
But I think it was 123 off 33, so... Got a good little better period, haven't they?
They have indeed. It's been... It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you know and I know that these games can change really quickly. And... another wicket falls here, another couple of wickets fall, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, hold on, what's that? What's the follow-on mark here? And
you just suspect though that the chunk of play that was lost yesterday should prove fatal, really, shouldn't it? But
it should do,
yeah, unfortunately.
Will Jackson making his way out to the middle there.
No.
I've watched all the runs being scored. 2 half centuries already in this Surrey innings. We had Matthew Revis earlier making a century. I think there were 5 other half centuries in the Yorkshire innings, so it's 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Adam Lyth fell 3 runs short. But other than that, it's been a pitch that's yielded a decent return. Goes Jordan Thompson again bowling, and that's pushed up to mid-on.
Bit better looking pitch than the one down at Taunton, wasn't it, that Ian Botham was tweeting about last night?
Yes.
Controversially. Nailing his colours to the mast of Durham now, against his old county Somerset. The one where he did all his heroics.
Wow.
You do wonder sometimes, don't you, that Somerset... speaking as a Middlesex fan a day gone by, they produced 1 or 2 interesting tracks down there back in the day. Jack's off the mark.
Would that have been
swung away to deep mid wicket with the use of a rake? I think was one of them, wasn't it?
Do you mean how far do you mean? Botham's day or?
Oh no! I'm just talking about
a few years ago,
relatively recently.
When Best was there.
And in some senses, it's.
But is that such a bad thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Variety is the spice of life. England go out to play at Hyderabad and places like that, and we suddenly encounter these Bunsen burners, and we don't know how to play it. I mean.
Agreed.
Nasser Hussain's quite vehement. Just let it get on with it. I mean,
there has to be a line drawn though. Bringing a rake and a rotavator onto it, is a bit. Thompson bowls. That's in the air and over the top for 6. And again, Ryan Patel, that is a brave shot because he knows there's a man out there. He knows Surrey have just lost a wicket. And no, he's going to take that on.
He really smashed it, and it just only went over, slightly over the fielder's hand and hit the cover, didn't it? The rain cover.
Yeah, and he only just needs to. You've got a lot of confidence in your bat with that, haven't you? Because you get that slightly wrong, slightly off centre.
Back yourself, Dave, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
that's what he's done. He's backed himself. Thompson bowls and he backs himself there and very nearly holds out to mid-on.
Yeah, in a similar way to how Rory Burns did, yeah. That was not dissimilar, was it? He hit it better.
So there's plenty of batting to come, of course, for Surrey, but need to be just mind the work just a little bit. Don Bess likes to throw himself about at mid-on as he took that wicket earlier in the over. He must have got quite excited when that ball started to come towards him then, but landed well short. Thompson bowls, doesn't bowl. Well, he does.
That landed in his own half, went past the batter and then bounced 3 times on the way to the keeper.
Has that not been given as a wide?
It wasn't that wide, was it?
Well, was it hittable?
It was very short. Yeah. That was a strange one, wasn't it?
Very strange. Very strange. End of the over. 157 for 2. 15 to Ryan Bell.
The next series.
You watch a lot of Surrey. Does Ryan Patel, he's perhaps the unsung sort of hero of the side, or the
local boy.
Flies under the radar.
Plays for Wimbledon. I always get it mixed up, but maybe played for old Mid-Wit Giftians or something like that. Trinity School, I don't know. But anyway, he was real sort of stalwart of the Surrey Championship. Found it slightly hard to nail down a place. Didn't bowl. He bowls a bit now and again. Seems to have tailed off a bit with his bowling.
Bess starts a new over that's played firmly up to Jordan Thompson.
He's probably about 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 everywhere in the lineup, but he's fairly established now.
Bess bowls again, and that's. Jack's just had a little indecision there, looking to play it on the onside, and ended up playing it back down the pitch. Right arm over the wicket, bowls that one wide of the crease, and that's pushed into the offside. And again, to be had there, and he's kept things tight as well as picking up a wicket, Don Bess, and that's again pushed through. And he's got this field where it's hard to see how Jacks is going to get runs on the onside, because you've got a forward short leg, a sort of deep leg gully at short mid-wicket, mid-on. He's going to have to go over the top or through the offside, which he does there, and just pushes that one. Chase out for Ben Code from mid-off, and Jacks gets a comfortable couple of runs. But you said this is your second trip to
the first one was 2018.
So next delivery is pushed up to mid-wicket.
And the sea mists came in, didn't they? In that match.
They did indeed.
Sea frets.
That's another sort of part of the charm, isn't it? Of playing on these.
Fantastic microcosm climate, sort of all of its own, just down to the valley. Suddenly,
how many seaside grounds have we got? Because they don't play at Southend anymore, do they?
Do you count Hove?
Oh, you'd have to count Hove, yes. I mean, I know it's a county headquarters, but it is a seaside.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah.
Then you would, in the old days, Essex also had Westcliff, didn't they?
Yeah,
Westcliff.
Trevor Bailey played there, lived there, didn't he? Southend.
He lived in Westcliff.
St Helens, Swansea, of course, which is Blackpool and Southport, Kevin's saying. I've been to Chesterfield this summer for the first time, but it's not seaside, I know. No, but you were saying about how many outgrounds there are. Okay.
It's got a lake.
It's got a lake with a little train that goes around. I enjoy my train journey.
New Year in January.
It's one of your hobbies, isn't it?
I love trains as well, yeah.
The Hornby double O's or whatever they are.
Double O gauge. Hampshire played at Portsmouth.
So, Thompson new over from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls a short hit in the air but he's taking these short deliveries on, and that one's lobbed over Thompson's head, and Mid-on couldn't get around in time. That's Bess, but it gave Bess a chance to get his whites even muddier, which is, as Jonathan Doidge and I have noticed over the years, his primary objective as he goes out on the field is not wickets or anything else or catches, it's getting his whites suitably muddied.
Sussex, Hastings. I used to play at Hastings. And Eastbourne.
I did the last game at Hastings.
Did you?
Yeah.
I remember being thrilled when it was on Sunday Grandstand, BBC Sunday Grandstand. You never knew where it was going to be, and it was Hastings. So exciting.
Here's Thompson to the right-handed Jacks this time, and Jacks swings it away down to long leg, and we'll get the exciting Ryan Patel back on the strike, and more of this short deliveries.
Oh, yeah. Colwyn Bay.
Colwyn Bay, yeah.
St Helens is so sad though, and it's going to be the last game of cricket at St Helens, 31st of August, and it's not even going to be Swansea first team, it's Swansea second team. I was going to go, but it's my mother-in-law's birthday.
Next delivery is short. He's gone there for the hook. This is after some sort of fairly routine cricket, and respecting what happens. And every ball now to Patel is a potential six or wicket, isn't it? So, and in fact, Jackson's gone down the pitch and had a word. Come on, Ryan, not every delivery. Or maybe not. Maybe he's talking about where he's going to have fish and chips tonight.
Nickname Basement, isn't he? Do you know that? Basement Jacks.
Delivery is a short one.
Musical reference for our listeners.
That's ducked underneath. That's gone over my head. I mean, I
understand it was a type of music, wasn't it?
We had
Basement Jacks. Maybe Kate knows. Do you know Kate?
We had Maxi Priest in town last night, or
Judas Priest.
Oh, Judas Priest. So I keep getting that. I keep getting that.
I love one of their songs, "Breaking the Law." Breaking the law, breaking the law.
Thompson bowls, and that's pushed back down the pitch, and there's no run to be had there. So Ryan Patel's now decided to not. I think Jack's having a little word with him there, wasn't he? He's
hooking like Andrew Hildreth in 85 Ashes, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Happy hooker.
Indeed.
All my references are 80s, aren't they? Yeah, Ryan Patel, first class average 30.
Does he really need to sort of perhaps move on to a
500s? Only 23 first class wickets.
Does he need to move to another county maybe?
No, I think he's playing most of the games now, isn't he? And they get some England call-ups, don't they? Well, fair few. Yeah, not like the old days, but.
Thompson bowls to him, and that's short, and he swung that one away out to deep mid wicket, but all the way along the ground.
When they used to have Stuart, Butcher, Thorpe, then somebody like Nadeem Shahid would play most of the games, wouldn't they?
This is true. And that's tea. Oh, it's tea already. 4 o'clock, is that right? Have I had my tea?
Doesn't time fly?
Well, we've got to thank Hugh Turner from the cricket, the editor of the Cricketer, and also the author of the final test, which is I'm halfway through, so I can't really give a.
You're halfway there.
I'm halfway there,
Living on a prayer,
something like that. That wasn't Maxi Priest, was it?
No, that
somebody
was
else.
Guns N' Roses.
160.
Bon Jovi. Sorry. Presume you've done the Ozzy Osbourne tribute, have you?
Is it time for my medication?
Ozzy Osbourne.
162 for 2.
He ate the bat, didn't he? He ate a bat.
17.
But not a cricket bat.
Well, they did. So I suppose it was
Ozzy Osbourne.
4 runs to Will Jacks, 17 runs to Ryan Patel, including 2 sixes, half centuries earlier for the openers Don Sibley and the skipper Rory Burns. And well, they're still trailing Yorkshire, but we'll
thanks for having me.
Be back in 20 minutes or so.
Thanks, man.
And Hugh, as you can hear in the background, saying thank you very much for having him on. But it's always a pleasure to have some good insights and some good thoughts on the future of the game. See that now Kevin Handy's Kevin Howell's father is.
Just saying cheerio to David. Just saying we'll be back again in 20 minutes.
We'll be back again in 20 minutes.
Down the dice. Screens anyway, part of the get the money I sent you.
Welcome you warmly back to North Marine Road in Scarborough, where representatives of both sides making their way out to the field of play following the umpires, and with a reminder that at tee, the team batting, Surrey 162 for 2, Ryan Patel 17, Will Jacks on 9, and while earlier Yorkshire declared 517 for 6, the 2 wickets to have fallen in this Surrey first innings. Dom Sibley caught James Wharton, bowled Dom Bess for 52, including 7 boundaries, and skipper Rory Burns, who hit one up in the air off Jordan Thompson, immediately turned and walked off towards the dressing room as it came down in the hands of Dom Bess. Burns gone for 78, 12 fours and a 6, and Churchy is alongside for this first spell post tee.
Yes, and I think Surrey will feel that was a bit clumsy, losing both the openers in the fashion that they did. Both very disappointed. Sibley went past 1,000 first-class runs, first person to get there this season, so congratulations to him. But a little like we said with Yorkshire, bar Revis, I think both Sibley and Burns will feel they've left some runs out there. But Dom Bess has bowled very well from this Peasholm Park end of the ground. He's tied up one end, which is the job of the off-spinner, and picked up that wicket of Dom Sibley. So, Bess with the first ball after tee. He's into the left-handed Ryan Patel, who pushes off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And it's a run straight away after the tea break, and Surrey move on to 163 for 2 in reply to the 517 for 6 from Yorkshire. And that will bring Will Jacks on to strike. 4 to Will Jacks, batting at 4 in this game. As Bess is over the wicket too and goes wider of the crease, forward comes Jacks. Turns this one down towards Jordan Thompson. Stood up there at mid-on. Johnny Bairstow's out from behind the stumps, just indicating that he wants Wharton just in the eye line of Will Jacks. So he's more a silly mid-on really than a short leg now. He's Wharton. There's a slip in there, which is Adam Lythe. There's punching off the back foot is Jacks straight into cover, and there is no run. Lots of spectators still settling themselves down after the tea break here in Scarborough, with some blue sky clouds and the sun's out as Bess is in and Jacks turns into the leg side. Probably heard the cry of no there from Will Jacks. So he's been pushed up to number 4. Sam Curran not playing in this game. It would have been Curran, but as he's not playing, Jack's batting at 4. As forward he comes, turns this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. But yes, Bess has just given Johnny Bairstow control from this Peasholm Park end of the ground. He's into his 11th over here, 1 for 26 for Dom Bess. Terrific stuff from him. And that has just enabled Bairstow to rotate his seamers from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. So very good stuff from Dom Bess. Over the wicket he comes once again, and that's a quicker one, which Jackson's locked onto the back foot too, had to drop the bat on it. So just the single off the first over after tea. Another tidy over from Dom Bess, and Ryan Patel's on 18. 4 of the Surrey runs to Will Jacks. The crowd start making their way back to their seats at the end of the over, with the blue sky and the sun shining, and it looks like it'll be Jordan Thompson to get us started again after tea from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Yeah, it looks like the steward who is reappointed down to our left, people from walking behind the bowls. I mean, did a good job, 95% anyway during that over, but one lady just chose to walk straight past him with a bucket full of what appeared to be cleaning fluids, and just made her way right behind the bowler's arm without anybody blinking an eye on this occasion. Stewart is decked out in the usual black as Jordan Thompson round the wicket bowls here, short of length to Ryan Patel. More of the same from before tea, where Ryan took him on, rode his luck on more than one occasion, but he's still there.
Yeah, it's an interesting field they've got for him. They've got 2 back on the boundary rope, and then 2 probably 20 yards in from that boundary rope for anything that is mishit by Ryan Patel through the leg side.
See what this ball brings. Short, pulled. Doesn't really fully get hold of it. Bounces on its way to Will Sutherland, who's one of those men out on the leg side. He's square. That might be one job you struggle with, Churchy, the stewarding, because your hair is far too long. I mean, generally, you do need to have a shaven head to get one of those gigs, and the chap down to our left has got him. He's got his earpiece in. I'm sure he's probably listening to the broadcast rather than...
Well, I'd be surprised if he has a riot to deal with down there.
Short ball pulled again by Patel, this time passing Sutherland on its way to Luxton, who's even deeper and backwarder, squarer than Luxton was, if that's an expression, and they get 1.
Yeah, Ryan Patel, with the ball that's a bit wider outside the off stump, he's got to roll his wrists on it because he's reaching for it. Those are the ones that have caused him a little bit of trouble. And one in particular that just went straight up in the air, back down the ground. The ones that he's been putting into the stand for 6 are the ones that are sort of coming at his head, really. So you've got to pick the right one to go after. Nothing wrong with being aggressive against the short ball, but he's got to pick the right delivery to go after.
He's on 19 then, but he's at the non-striking end. Will Jacks, right-handed, of course, back on strike. Thompson switches back to over the wicket to a ball that's short of length and just kicks a little bit, and Jacks watched it and played it well. Matthew Fisher is just down beneath our commentary position. I believe the pair of us had a quick word with him at the tea break, having a chat with a couple of, well, friends, family, something like that. Jordan Thompson on his way back to his mark. There's a bit of drift of 1 or 2 more spectators coming back in. It is a lovely part of the day at this stage, and Thompson's in again. Jack stands tall and cracks that away square on the offside. We'll pick up 1. Still in single figures, Will, but plenty of cricket to be played. DT has been released by the... What was the Derby and Joan theme this afternoon, David? Listening to songs from the war, possibly. Something like that. A bit of Vera Lynn, yeah. Thompson in and around the wicket, short. This time too short, really, for Ryan Patel to get near, and I think that's a fair call from umpire Nigel Long. He's wided Jordan Thompson. It was a case of up periscope if Patel wanted to get anywhere near that.
Yeah, they've been very consistent with that. They did Jamie Overton this morning with a couple of those. So they've been very consistent with those short balls that they feel the batsman can't get near.
Field, as you'd imagine, has dispersed, particularly when Patel's on strike, so no slips at all. Finlay Bean, normally one of those, is down at third man. Short ball pulled again by Ryan Patel. Matthew Revis is out by the covers on the bottom boundary. Keeps them to 1 to complete that over at, I think when they've sorted it out, probably 167 for 2. Because I think Ryan Patel was on 5 before that shot. Am I right, Kate?
Patel? He's on 20.
Sorry. Yes.
He's on 5.
So it is 166 for 2.
Yes.
I'm looking at the wrong side of the scoreboard. My issue.
Well, it's going to be Don Best to continue from the Peasholm Park end of the ground. Patel will be on strike. Still Yorkshire on top here with the 2 wickets in Surrey's first innings, but again, Bat still continuing to dominate ball, really, as Don Bess Around the wicket he goes to Ryan Patel. The left-handed Patel comes forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Again, you've got Wharton, a silly mid-off position, right in front of the nose of Ryan Patel. Tosses this one up, and it just dips on Patel at the last moment. Turns the bat face, works it down towards short fine. I think Code thought that ball might be getting under the bat of Ryan Patel. Stood up there at mid-on as Bess is in again. Patel gets onto the back foot, checks this one away towards extra cover. Sutherland does the fielding, then underarms the ball to Dom Bess. New short haircut. Around the wicket he goes, and forward goes Patel. Just bounced on him a touch. Plays it away into the offside. Wharton does the fielding in there, in that silly mid-off position. In fact, he's just gone a little bit squarer now for Ryan Patel. As Bess in again, goes wider of the crease this time. Forward goes Patel and just nudges this one out towards cover. And again, Sutherland comes around to do the fielding. He's just been so tight from his home park end as Dom Bess. As I say, he's just shut one end down at the moment as Bess is in again, quicker. Play by Patel, back up the pitch, maiden over again from Dom Bess, end of it. 167 for 2, the score remains 20 to Ryan Patel. Will Jacks on 5, but really on a pitch like this, Bess is doing exactly the job his captain needs.
Yeah, and it's something that has been a criticism of him in the past, that he's not been able to hold as often or for as long as certainly the previous coaching regime would have liked. Hence, part of the reason why he has at times been left out of the side and Dan Moriarty preferred. That's changed again back under Anthony McGrath as Jordan Thompson has the ball in his hand at the Trafalgar Square end, and he's bowling here to Will Jacks, who's beaten by one. Doesn't look to it bounced as much as most do here, and he just bent over it slightly. He's running to the offside for a leg by, I believe. Did he signal? Yes. Yep. Thank you. Jane Tymon's been in touch. And if Lily is the president of the Matthew Revis fan club, then Jane is very much the chairman or whatever of the Zach Crawley fan club, and I take it that he's got a half century or something in the test match.
Yeah, they've made a very good start, I think, England.
169 for 2 here. The left-handed Ryan Patel gets another short ball from Thompson, not too far away from a little tickle on that, which was another short ball.
Well, he's going to keep playing the shot, Ryan Patel. But as I say, he's got to pick the right one to go after. And that one, I think, was a bit too high. And had he got anything on it, it would have either gone to Bairstow or Bean is down here. He's really at fly slip. Finley Bean.
Thompson down the slope again. And a drop into the offside this time by Ryan Patel. There's no run. You can get in touch. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Lily did that earlier today. Simon McIntyre has been in touch with an email entitled Ulhack Dynasty, which is quite long, so perhaps I'll have a read of that through, Simon, before I try and paraphrase it. But thanks for that. Stranded in Kent still. He signs off. Thompson in and bowling again, and Patel punches that one square on the offside, and although it is bobbling towards the rope, it will have the legs. Jack White giving up the chase, and a couple of youngsters at the side of the field dashing round. You remember those days when you fancied dashing round and picking up a ball that was being played out there within the middle by the heroes? I was out there on the boundary in the 81 test at Headingley doing just that, although I wasn't as young as those two lads who've just run round the boundary. It's more like 13. Great day was that. 72 for 2, 24 of them to Patel, who's pulling a short ball here again, but he was in control of that one and got it away where he wanted it, more or less. He did hit the field, so just one run, but he got it clear of Will Sutherland, who's one of the danger men round that corner, Churchy, if he mistimes it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The previous ball where he got up on his toes and punched it through the covers, there's no one out there because they pat the leg side, and Thompson immediately put an apologetic hand up towards Johnny Bairstow. It was a good shot from Ryan Patel. But yeah, that one he's able to roll his wrists on.
Jacks then back on strike. Thompson over the wicket. Short ball here as well. There's an appeal for a leg side strangle as Johnny takes the ball behind the stumps. Johnny Bairstow, of course, but not out. End of that over. 173 for 2, 47 now complete in this Surrey first innings. 5 of them to Will Jackson, 25 to Ryan Patel.
Yeah, and Surrey looking to be positive against this short ball, which is the right way to go about it, because they want to keep this scoreboard moving. And I think Ryan Patel sort of settling down into which ones to play and which ones to not have anything to do with. But yeah, Thompson immediately, with the ball that was punched through the covers, put a hand up towards Johnny Bairstow, because he's got no protection out there on that cover rope. It was just a bit wide, and that enabled Patel to go through the offside. Don Bess continuing. Peatone Park end, forward goes Ryan Patel. Pushes this one quietly back up the pitch, and across comes Bess to do the fielding. But yeah, there's a real skill to what Don Bess is doing at the moment. Hasn't actually bowled a bad ball as yet, as he's in, and this one's crunched off the back foot by Patel. There's a misfield in there at extra cover, and that'll enable Ryan Patel to get back for 2. 2 more to the total. I think why Dom Sibley was so disappointed when he was out was, as he walked off, he was sort of practicing that he could have pulled it easily, but he just flicked it off his hip straight to Wharton at short leg, as this is punched off the back foot. Another misfield in there at extra cover, and this one could get to the rope. The chase, though, is pretty good by Matthew Revis, who's having a very, very good day there, sprinting round and diving and getting it inside the boundary rope. Saved a couple of runs there, but it's Sutherland who's twice now misfielded in there at cover, as Bess is in once again. Onto the back foot goes Ryan Patel, plays this one out into the offside. Wharton does the fielding, so Patel's now on to 29. 177 for 2, Surrey. Still a lot of cricket to be played today, as Bess is in, tosses this one out. That's nicely bowled. Again, just dip to touch on Ryan Patel. Plays it back up the pitch. Because I know at tea time we had 40 left in the day. We're getting through them quite quickly with Bess bowling like this, as forward again goes Patel. Pushes this one down to Wharton. So end of the over. Patel on 29. Surrey 177 for 2. Will Jacks has 5. All in reply to the 517 for 6 from Yorkshire. I think we've got a day like this tomorrow as well, weather-wise, I was being told during the tea break. So I think we're all set for tomorrow.
Fabulous. Jordan Thompson to continue. At Simon McIntyre's email, he's talking about the overseas players experiments, and Imam ul Haq being held up by visa problems, and there seems to have been a constant stream of overseas players this season, mostly achieving little more than cameos, disappearing just as they seem to be bedding in. More in a moment, because Thompson is making his way in for the first ball of this 49th over. Short. Now that he's got underneath this one, and just for a moment it looked like it might carry out to Finlay Bean, who's fielding squarish on the leg side. Will Jacks picks up a single, just one bounce before it got to the fielder. So Simon goes on, I hope that the that Ulhack Jr. does well for us, and he's a lot quicker between the wickets than his uncle Inzamam, who I saw at Canterbury in a one-dayer in 2007 against Kent when the Dazzler was captain. It was a momentous occasion, as it was the first time we exiles had the pleasure of seeing Joe Root play. I can clearly remember that as he strode to the wicket, a voice behind me exclaimed, "He's nobbut a lad." Shortly after Inzamam went to the wicket, his intentions were clear: hit the first ball for 6 and mainly limited himself to boundaries and easy singles, and then fielded at slip. Thompson in, short ball again to Patel, which he ducks under. He concludes, "I can't believe that the revolving doors of overseas stars, quote unquote, does much for team spirit. Why not take on an experienced international whose test days are over, but who still has a lot to offer and won't go off to one of the burgeoning tip and run tournaments?" Neil Wagner springs to mind, now at Durham. That's Simon in Kent. Well, thanks, Simon. Neil Wagner, of course, was a Yorkshire signing of a couple of years ago. I remember the conversation at the Oval, in fact, taking place. Short ball from Thompson, and again, Patel, this time happy to watch it go by. But Wagner was on the books and got injured, of course, didn't he? And so couldn't come. And they had to change their plans. So the Yorkies have been there.
Yeah, it's who's available as well. That's the other thing.
And right on cue, Gavin Hamilton walks out of the dressing room with something in his right hand. Makes his way around towards Finlay Bean. Distinctive Hamilton walk. Thompson round the wicket to Patel. This time a hittable delivery. It's in the air for quite a long time. Matthew Revis heard the screams of catch it, but he's just throwing his arms up in the air there. He couldn't get in for it, bouncing 3 yards maybe short of him and hitting him as he came in. Not sure if he didn't pick it up. That may be why he's shrugging, but that's the sort of delivery that Jordan Thompson wants to bowl at Ryan Patel if it's going to induce that sort of a shot, because he wasn't in complete control of it.
It's good stuff from Thompson. On this pitch, it's really good stuff from him. He's just making it awkward for Ryan Patel. He's continuing to take him on.
And he's now bowling at Jacks, who plays positively into the offside, but Luxton quickly round will field.
Yeah, because this isn't a quick Scarborough pitch, so he's doing really well to induce a top edge from Ryan Patel, and Patel got away with that with 4 men out there, and Bairstow's got 2 back on the boundary rope, and he's got 2 20 yards in, and somehow Ryan Patel managed to land it straight between all 4 of them.
Thompson to Jacks, who's up on his toes and defending to complete that over at 179 for 2. Bent Nielsen messages on X and says, "Good afternoon, had to dash to the shops to incorporate 2 bottles of Chardonnay for the Cali dinner, which I will dash to collect from the local chippy later."
Say on the live stream, there is a lovely shot of the Scarborough beachfront there. Beautiful. So looking at the blue sea and the blue sky and the buses going along the road and the beach. Absolutely terrific shot that is of Scarborough. Beautiful.
Jim,
sorry, Jonathan.
Jim Green, we talked about what Sussex famous for earlier. I've just come back with a couple of points which I'll bring up.
As around the wicket then Don Best continuing. Forward goes Patel, little inside edge, drops away into the leg side, and there's no run.
Unsurprisingly, Sussex famous for seafood: crab, lobster, eel, cockle and herring. Sussex blanket pudding, which is liver and bacon apparently.
As forward goes Patel, plays Best back up the pitch.
Sussex churdles pasty snack with meat filling topped by breadcrumbs and cheeses, and Sussex hog pudding.
There's a lot of food-based product. As looking to cut is Patel. He's got nothing on that. It sort of hit the gloves of Bairstow and came back. Just tossed that one up a little bit wider at Ryan Patel, did Dom Bess. And Ryan Patel reaching across to cut that. I don't think he got anything on it at all in the end. As Bess is in. That's left alone, outside the off stump. Good bowling again from Bess, bit quicker that time. Lovely stuff from Dom Bess. He looks in nice rhythm. He's varying his pace. Around the wicket he goes once again. Forward comes Patel. Plays it straight back up the pitch and there's no run. Brighton. Sussex is quite famous for Brighton.
Yeah.
The pavilions at Brighton.
Plumpton Racecourse.
Plumpton Racecourse.
Brighton Racecourse.
As around the wicket once again comes Bess, up on his toes goes Ryan Patel, just pushes this one straight down the pitch and there is no run. End of the over, another good over from Dom Bess. 179 for 2. It looks as if it's coming out of the hand very nicely at the moment for Dom Bess.
I suppose we'd have to mention Brighton and Hove Albion. As we're doing that.
Yes.
He says for sweet, the pond pudding. Never heard of that.
No.
A lemon caked in suet, brown sugar and butter, which is steamed until the lemon explodes.
Right. I'll say I've never heard of any of these things.
Plum heavies, which are plums and plain flour.
Plum heavies.
However, banoffee pie was created at the Hungry Monk in Jevington in the 1970s.
Do you know what? My mum makes the best banoffee pie. I'll be biased. The best banoffee pie.
Here is Thompson bowling to Jacks, who drives firmly but straight back at the bowler. Gets enough on it to stop that.
It's an absolutely magnificent creation, the banoffee pie. Condensed milk that you have to boil up to make the toffee. Mum blew up the kitchen once. Dad and I were sat watching some sort of sporting activity and had this huge explosion. And thought, oh no. There was toffee all over the ceiling, all over the floor.
It's Thompson in, and that's turned to leg by Jacks. I feel like I was almost in the room there, Churchy.
I'm glad you weren't, because we were concerned for about 2 or 3 minutes, thinking, oh no, what's happened? But then we realised, and at that point we went back and watched whatever we were watching on the sport again. And it was a big clear-up operation. Still got a banoffee pie that evening, and it was marvellous. Oh, it's lovely. Pastry, toffee, cream and banana with chocolate on the top. Oh, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Stop it.
Beautifully made and presented. Big slice.
I'll try and concentrate on the game after that, folks, as Thompson comes in and bowls then to Jacks, who is on 6, make that at least another 1. Finlay Bean running around the mid-wicket boundary to this pull shot, and they're going to get back for a second. So 8 to Jacks, 181 for 2. Sean Vasey, good afternoon to you. If you're still with us, that is. It was a while ago. Says, hope you're okay, Doige. Must say I'm really impressed with Revis this year. He's learned how to build an innings and capitalise on his power. Great to see.
Oh, he did play well. He's the one so far that's sort of gone on and got past 50 and gone on to make 100.
Thompson in again, bowling to Jacks, who's got top edge on this pull shot. Ben Code round the boundary, makes a good sliding stop in that bit of moisture that's still around, and keeps them to 1 down at fine leg. It's probably half an hour in. We should maybe have another change in the box, shouldn't we? It's
yeah, I mean, this is one of the great production meetings of all time. Hand signals.
Yeah.
Trying to do some producing.
I think
no, not at 4 o'clock. We've passed 4 o'clock already.
Kevin,
there's 2 of us already in the box, Kevin. DT's moving very, very quickly now, away to my left-hand side. Here he goes. Oh, it's like watching gymnastics.
If Kevin's coming in, I'll stay on with Kevin, or if DT's coming in for you, Churchy, I'll stay on with him. Short ball, because I've got to disappear a bit later.
Yes, all right. Well, that's fine. I think Kevin Howes is indicating he's not available.
Okay.
At the moment.
We'll let Churchy have another breather. Beanie giving us a nice signal up from third man as he is to Ryan Patel. That was another short ball from Jordan Thompson to Ryan. Finley Bean enjoying a bit of commentary while he's close enough to hear it. Churchy getting a bit of sun, and Kevin Howes has ditched us for the afternoon of the evening session here. Round the wicket, Thompson. Nice punch by Ryan Patel. That's going to bring him 4 through square cover. Hands on head in frustration by Jordan Thompson because the field was not set for that delivery. Hence, he paid the price. 44 now, 182 for 6 after 51 overs of their first innings.
Good spell up by Jordan Thompson. I think it's probably reached the end of it now. He's been applauded by, or just acknowledged, a bit of flesh on flesh with these teammates, a handshake or hand pat or a high five or whatever. Good effort. That put a lot into that, Doige. Put a lot into it. Best to continue. And a vicious reverse sweep there by Will Jacks. Didn't even move after he'd hit it. Bess is bowling with just 3 men on the offside, and once I'd have beaten cover, that was away to the bleachers for 4. Score into the 190 now, is that?
Yeah.
Next delivery is another reverse sweep and another 4, so identical. First 2 deliveries there, and that'll take the score to 194. So there has to be a reaction here, you would think, from the Yorkshire skipper with the pads on behind the stumps. And what he's done is he's sent cover point back to 3/4 away, most of the way back to the boundary, just behind point. So if Jacks tries that shot again, he probably will only get 1 unless he hits it in front of square. Next delivery has Jacks out, and that turned to short leg, and again James Wharton taking a smart catch there. That ball turned a little bit, and Jacks was just trying to turn it into the onside. Didn't get control of it.
Don Bess's celebration there was of a man who had done exactly what he was aiming to do. Did you see the way he went away pumping his fist? You don't often see him celebrate quite as enthusiastically as that, really. But that was, got that absolutely right.
Yes, come off a little bit of a leading edge. Certainly bounced on him, didn't he? He was just trying to turn that square, and a much more comfortable catch in, I say short leg, he's sort of silly mid on, really. Excellent dismissal for Yorkshire. Yes, he just turned his wrists on that delivery and didn't quite get it right. And the 3rd wicket goes down. No, it's off the middle of the bat. That wasn't a leading edge, and sadly for Jacks, he's on his way. Hit the road, Jacks, I suppose. 194 for 3.
Speaking of Jacks, Andrew Jackson has just sent me a couple of photographs in of some of the lads up on the top boundary there. The Rodley Cricket Club boys in this afternoon, and Jacko's son Josh has got a tracksuit top, I think it is, with Lowton and 40 written on the back, picking up a signed shirt for getting the nearest score at tee.
Oh, excellent. Well done.
Lowton. That was a while ago now. Tom, of course, formerly of this parish.
Best bowls again, and struck firmly into the offside, so much celebrated wicket. Best, and that's turns in the air again, and Dan Lawrence this time, the new batter. Again, just not quite in control of that. It's short mid wicket now, and that silly mid off position. Silly mid-on position, I beg your pardon, of that next delivery. Back plays into the offside. Good applause, as you can hear from these players. That's the first bowling point, of course, for Yorkshire.
Yep, so 4 points in the match so far for the Yorkies, and at this moment in time, just the one bowling point, wasn't it, for Surrey? They only had the 5 wickets down at the 110 over point. Will Jacks, by the way, the tail of the tape there. Court Wharton bowled best of 17 off 28 balls, including 2 fours.
Yeah, he was just starting to get going a little bit, wasn't he, Will Jacks? But his innings was nowhere near as entertaining as Ryan Patel's has been, with, especially when he was facing Jordan Thompson, which he's not now. He's going to be facing Will Sutherland coming down the hill. It's actually nowhere near as gentle incline. He's running down.
Sutherland then round the wicket in a change of bowling. Short ball pulled by Patel. Best does the fielding and tries to throw the stumps down. So Dan Lawrence gets his first look at Will Sutherland, right-handed of course. Has played test match cricket, like a number of these Surrey players. Has a scratch at his guard. The field's going to change here, new man in. Yorkshire going to try and put a bit of pressure on. 2 slips in place. Don Bess has gone in at first with Sutherland, who has been fielding at first. Now with ball in hand, Lythe at second. Short ball again by Sutherland, helped on its way down to Ben Code at long leg for a single. Lawrence off the mark.
What guard did you used to take?
Well, when I didn't really know what I was doing with the guard, I just played on middle, and then when I thought, what am I actually trying to do, I used to bat on 2.
Oh, just moved over a little bit. I was batted out. I was always 1 leg stumper.
Short of length. Ooh, now then, Patel took it on. I thought he might have got a touch on that. It sounded like something. Bairstow took it. There was no reaction from the Yorkshire fielders. No run. Well, rightly or wrongly, the theory for me was that because I like to play it off the legs, I could do that with needing less room, if you like, and gave myself a bit more room to the other side. Not sure.
Was this before or after you knew what you were doing?
Did I ever know that? And then he's got underneath another one here, Patel, and he's chipped it up in the air down to where a flying leg slip might have been. A yelp of frustration from Johnny Bairstow draws a giggle from the Peasholm Park stand crowd. 1 run there to Patel. Well, he persisted with the short balls at Ryan, and he's taken them on as well.
He's persisted taking them on, hasn't he? Which, if he gets out like that, you'll think to yourself, well, maybe not too bright.
Sutherland in, Lawrence across the crease, turns that one to leg, and Patel fields. There are still 30 overs remaining after this one is complete. So we're really looking at the thick end of 7 o'clock here tonight, folks, I think. which means...
What time does the Cali Memorial Fish and Chips kick off?
7:30.
Ooh.
Don't forget that, folks. Today, the Cali Memorial Fish and Chips. You know the drill. As Lawrence drives nicely through the offside, Harry Duke with that shuffling, bustling run he's got, taking 2 strides to everybody else's 1. He's chased it down towards the marquee. They've got through for 3.
He threw that in like a wicket keeper, didn't he? The wicket keeper that he is.
Great enthusiast. I don't know if Duke has got any record of playing football. Probably at some stage, given that the amount of it played in our nation. But you can imagine him being a little midfield dynamo, can't you? Box to box, that sort of thing. Oh no, and Kate's signalling something here.
200 up.
200 up, she says.
Bites her ankles.
In her finest Netherlands voice.
Nips their ankles. He knows what he'd be.
Yeah.
He'd be
a little Yorkshire Terrier, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yap. I bet there's plenty of yap as well there when he's out there on the field of play.
The sort of bloke you'd kick late on when you were 3-0 down. Just out of badness.
And he'd probably get his sent off as well, would Harry? He'd find a way to just inform the referee politely that this guy's having a pop at me. You wouldn't want the little man to be abused on the field of play, would you, ref? Townsend off.
Best bowls, and Lawrence plays that into the offside and no run.
It's slowish turn, DT, but I bet Don Bess is enjoying himself probably more than most matches this season on this pitch.
Best bowls, and that's turned to mid-wicket, tumbling stop out there. 200 for 3. He's an enthusiast, isn't he, Bess? Bowls again to Lawrence, and Lawrence looks to swing that round the corner, doesn't get hold of it, and just goes to deep leg gully, I think we can call him. This comes in again, and definitely a little bit of turn there. The glasses on that one. Jack White, the deep leg gully, fields that again. Yes. Oh, a little slightly upward drive there by Lawrence.
Good piece of bowling, I thought. He just pushed it through a little bit quicker, and it almost drew Lawrence into play, and just pushing a bit more firmly as well. Not so far away from a caught and bowled as Kate tries to destroy the com box.
On a pitch like this, you've just got to try and work those little wrinkles, haven't you? You just get a wicket anywhere you can. Best bowls, that's quicker, and Lawrence, we saw that early and went back, played it to that short mid-on position. That's the end of the over. 200 for 3. Now we've got the Patel versus the short ball. This is probably episode 26 of this, isn't it? It's fair play to him. He's taken it on. Is it the percentage? No, that's the question. He scored some runs with it. A couple of sixes in his innings.
Yeah, Sutherland in, and Surprise bangs it in short to Patel, who ducks underneath it. Those fielders out there, just to give you a bit more of a detailed description. Well, deep backward square leg. If you know the ground here at Scarborough, he's in front of where the ice cream van is, down in that corner of the west stand. Harry Duke is just about bang on square, probably only about 15 metres in from the boundary edge. Sutherland's in again, another short ball. Patel, he's getting into a position to pull that, and then ends up squared up and dropping it down at his feet. And then also out on the boundary edge, Matthew Revis clapping away at the moment after having walked in. He'd be in front of square, but
it's not
square-ish.
You don't see a fielding position like that very often, do you?
No. And then another player who'd be more mid-wicket, who is, again, on a mistimed pull, really, in that general direction. And then there's a gap through straight mid-wicket round to James Wharton, who's at mid-on. Sutherland round the wicket again, bangs it in again, pulled again, and Revis comes into play after Harry Duke has a diving miss. They've got a single from it.
Very odd to see 4 fielders like that.
201 for 3. 4 of them to the man on strike now, Dan Lawrence, who's retaking his guard. 37 now to Ryan Patel. So just wants an adjustment to the field because Sutherland is coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Field has changed, but there's still 2 men set back square or backward of square on the leg side for Lawrence, who goes across his crease and then misses a delivery, bangs him around the thigh pad area, top of the pad flap, something like that. There is no run. Have a quick look around the grounds as well at the scores elsewhere in a mo. Sutherland making his way back to his mark again. He comes now. Lawrence again goes across. Has he got bat on that? If he hasn't got bat on that, that's not a bad shout. No, he's given us a leg by, and he's gone a long way across. Missed it. Let's have a look. He's gone. He's gone so far across both height and
as well,
hit him outside the line, I think. India 358 as we know. England 146 without loss in the 29th over. So Baz Ball is back there at Old Trafford on what will probably be anything to go by the other week. A road. Short ball pulled by Patel, but with control. Harry Duke scrambling around along terra firma, stops them there from scoring a run. Nottinghamshire 578 for 8 declared. Hampshire 299 for 5 in the 105th over. They're into the second Worcestershire innings in the match between they and Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And second time around, 224 for 8, Worcestershire leading by 373. But the way the pitch tends to play there, they'll still do well to grind out a result on the last day. Sussex 241 for 7 second time around, are 59 runs behind the Essex 504 with just 3 wickets remaining. That could be a big win for Essex.
That's going to put Yorkshire in the relegation.
And it will also put more emphasis on next week's match here against Sussex. Lancashire 557, as we know. Gloucestershire 381 and now 66 without loss. 110 runs behind with all 10 second innings wickets standing. Middlesex 625 for 8. I was waiting for the yay there. Reverse sweep by Lawrence, but fielded by Lyth. No run. I'll just complete these.
No, it's gone for 4.
I think. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I thought he'd got hold of that, looking up and down at the keyboard. So 4 runs and well played, Dan Lawrence. 261 for Northamptonshire, and then 10 for 1 second time around. 354 runs behind 9 wickets remaining. Kent 339 for 8 in their second innings, lead by 167 with just those 2 wickets left. Could be an interesting finish there against Glamorgan. Leicestershire, well, Derbyshire 83 for 3 second time around against Leicestershire. Final innings of that match, 363 more needed by Derbyshire to win, off a minimum of 113.2 overs.
Fletcher won't be happy.
7 wickets remaining. I think we're up to date.
It's Bess starting a new over that's turned into packed onside field. Deep leg gully, mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, silly mid-on. And out in the distance, Matthew Revis down there in front of the covers that we certainly haven't needed today. And that's pushed firmly by Jacks, square of the wicket. White comes around, does the fielding. Batsman through for a single. Change over now for the left-handed Patel. Well, I must say he's played an entertaining little innings this afternoon, as in he's maybe kept us interested. Defensive to that one, though. He's played an array of interesting shots. I mean, he hasn't got the style of a Aston or a Wharton, but certainly kept us entertained. Forward defensive there, pushed back to the bowler. No run. 207 for 3. With a couple of wickets, bang bang, that would be very interesting. Finley Bean can't work out where he's meant to be fielding. In fact, it's Bencote. Very, very straight. Long arm. So that ball is pushed through by Bess from round the wicket. And Patel back across his stumps, plays out on the onside. That's the end of the over. And having built him up as having entertained us throughout, there's 4 just very solid shots in that over.
I'm reading the game so well as ever, DT. So Sutherland to continue. Now then, we've had a bit of a bump down on terra firma. Hopefully the young man who's had the fall will be okay. Stewart has come over to assist, which is good to see, and showing his strength there by getting him back up on his feet. Yep, all seems to be okay. As Sutherland is in and bowling to Lawrence, gets another straight delivery and drives it. Well fielded.
Very well fielded.
By Jack White coming round from mid-on. So 207 for 3. I haven't really mentioned it so much this week, but I might as well start giving it a plug, because anybody who's around next week here for the Yorkshire-Sussex match, we have our annual sports quiz, which has been through a change or two, including venue in recent years. Sutherland in, Lawrence drops that out into the offside, and there is no run. So the purpose of the event really is for a good fun night. The Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association and yours truly sort of putting on the event together. Some of the proceeds going to charity, some of the proceeds going to the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association, which of course needs some funds to keep their meetings going and all of that.
Don't forget the adjudicator.
I've not got to the rest of the detail yet. I'm just giving you the purpose of the event first. Just be patient, old boy, as Sutherland is in, and Lawrence played that pretty well, actually. Good delivery by Will Sutherland, getting across and a little bit of extra bounce, soft hands. So 7:30 I think is the start time, so do arrive early. It's in the marquee here on the ground. £2.50 entry, I believe. The idea being that we get 2 teams together to play head-to-head in front of an audience. You are, of course, welcome as the audience to have a go at the questions and come up with some answers yourself, and you might even be asked by me as the quiz master if you know the answer. If neither of the teams get them, nice drive from Lawrence. You'll certainly be able to have a go at the picture board round anyway. At the moment, the final form of the quiz is to be decided. We're hoping to get 4 Yorkshire players, as we have had for the last 2 years. We've had Yorkshire versus Derbyshire, which was a combination of commentary team and a couple of ringers 2 years ago, when Derbyshire beat the Yorkshire boys by an odd point. Nicely played this one by Lawrence to backward point for a single. And then last year we moved up to the Railway Men's Club, and we had the Yorkshire boys against the Dads v Lads match, and the Dads again beat the Yorkshire Lads. So the Yorkshire Lads players are looking for their first win since we started it a couple of years ago. We're back at the Scarborough marquee, as I say, We'd love to see as many of you as possible in there. I think I'm right in saying it's a cash bar. It's £2.50 for your tickets. You can get those. If you want to get a hold of any, then let me know. I'll put you on to the right person, because I don't have her email address to hand at this moment in time. Will Sutherland's final short ball of the over is wide of Ryan Patel's off stump, and he leaves. But yeah, we usually get a good turnout anyway, but we'd love to see more of you there. Great fun. DT is the adjudicator. I'm the question master. Test your sporting knowledge, but not too seriously, I don't think.
My word is final. My word is final.
DT's word is final. 200.
Lovely pictures on there. Look from the drone. Pictures of Scarborough, South Bay.
I didn't mention the date, which is always helpful. That is the second day, the end of the second day's play against Sussex. So Wednesday of next week, whatever date that may be. It will be the 30th, won't it? Wednesday the 30th in the marquee. Lovely shot here by Lawrence, who's used his feet to come down the pitch to Don Bess and lofts him away over mid-on. 1 bounce and 4.
Can they pay on the night? Can they just turn up without a ticket? Is that allowed?
I'll check that out. I shouldn't see why not. It's a big marquee.
212 for 3. It was very packed last year, wasn't it? Reverse sweep this time from Dan Lawrence. He's really getting into his work. Now, we know what happened the last time we saw successive boundaries off Bess. We had to catch the next ball. 216 for 3. Is that right, Kate? She's one out again, Doidge. Oh no. And well, that one's forced again through the offside. It's going to be Finley Bean heroically diving to save a run there, and very nearly getting his head wedged under one of the benches over there on the bleachers side of the ground, the east side. But he's kept them down to 3 this time, so 4-4-3.
Here on Sports Section 2, we remain patient. We'll look at the
Best bowls. Driven and well fielded by Wharton. There wasn't a chance, but he's no distance at all. No distance at all from the bat there, and took that one cleanly. Next delivery has Patel back across his stumps, playing into the onside. Left-hander Patel, right-hander Lawrence. But gives that one some air, and my word, well bowled Don Bess. Patel's gone back to crack that one square. The wicket doesn't make contact. Could have got an edge, could have got a bottom edge into his stumps. Didn't do either of those things. Didn't bowl him either. That's the end of the over. 219 for 3. Church is making his way in now, so we have to do this sort of musical chairs type thing.
Yep, so we'll cut you off in your prime and give those cans to Churchy. Trying to establish whether I can give you Charlotte Evers' email address. I'm sure it will be okay, just making sure with her for ticket purposes for next week. But yeah, in the marquee, Wednesday the 30th of July, sports quiz night. Looking forward to it. There's a bit of a break for drinks out there in the middle, and I shall leave you in the capable of Mark Church, who's back alongside.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, interesting passage of play this. I think Dan Lawrence has sort of taken on the job of, I'm going to take Don Bess possibly out of the attack here. Couple of boundaries in that over. He's a terrific player of spin. Ryan Patel's still flirting with the field at the moment. He is 37 not out. 21 to Dan Lawrence. Surrey ticking along at about 4 and over at the minute. They've lost Will Jacks, Dom Sibley and Rory Burns. So all nicely poised at the moment.
How do you see it going from here?
Well, I think Surrey will just look to continue. I could watch Dan Lawrence bat all day, even if he gets out. I find him fascinating because he's not just going to let Dom Best bowl to him, and he's a terrific player of spin bowling. Is Dan Lawrence, and actually the way he's gone about it so far. Welcome back to listeners on Sports Extra 2 who are back with us this afternoon with Surrey 219 for 3 in reply to the 517 for 6 declared of Yorkshire. 3 wickets to fall. Dominic Sibley, Rory Burns and Will Jacks. Dan Lawrence and Ryan Patel beginning to put a little partnership together. Dom Bess has bowled superbly from the Peatone Park end of the ground, but Dan Lawrence has come out there and looked to be positive against him. We're watching Will Sutherland come down the slope from the Trafalgar Square end to Dan Lawrence, who's pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 219 for 3. Dave Townsend is alongside. I'm not quite sure, and I'm going to look to my left to Mr. Kevin Howes for a little support here of how many overs we've got left in the day, and it's not 2. 25. Thank you very much to Kate. To my right, thank you, Kate. So if Surrey were to go along at 4 and over from here, it'd be another 100 from here really. As Sutherland's in, forward comes Dan Lawrence, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But then Yorkshire will feel, you could pick up another couple.
Well, 3 or 4.
I just think this is an important partnership between these two for the rest of the day. Sorry, about a long way down, they always do. Settles himself down over his bat once more. Sutherland comes charging in over the wicket to him, and he's driving a little bit uppishly there towards Harry Duke. Stood up at mid-off. So yeah, it's interestingly poised all this. Still the cards are in Yorkshire's hands because they've got the runs on the board. We do have a whole day to go tomorrow, of course. Still a lot of cricket to be played. Pitch still playing very well. Still favouring the batsmen at the moment rather than the bowlers. As Lawrence stands with that bat raised as Sutherland is into him. Short one, that's well played and well bowled. Just sways inside it. There's Dan Lawrence, taken by Johnny Bairstow. Moving away to his right hand side. Bess has bowled superbly. It's been a great spell from the Peatone Park end. I just wonder whether A might be getting a little bit tired, and B, Dan Lawrence, as I say, is just not going to let him bowl at him. And in his last over came down the wicket, popped him over the top, reverse swept him for 4 and then cut him away through the covers for 3. David Townsend's got his binoculars out. As in over the wicket goes Sutherland, and in behind it goes Lawrence, and plays this one back up the pitch towards mid-on. There's no run. You look like the admiral of a ship standing on the deck as you sail into port.
I was going to say, it's the flames lick around me.
No. See you.
It was the boy, though, wasn't it?
It was the boy. It wasn't the admiral. Not sure that limerick would have quite worked, as settling himself down over his bat once more is Lawrence. Still a couple of slips in there. Bess and Lithe goes full of length to Sutherland, left alone by Lawrence. Good over that from Will Sutherland. End of it. 24 to go today on this third day. And Surrey 219 for 3. The thing I always forget about are batting points and bowling points. So Yorkshire have picked up a bowling point, and Surrey are 31 runs away from a batting point.
Yeah, they bowled well, haven't they?
They have. They have bowled very well.
Code early on, going past the bat of Burns certainly several times. Unlucky not to get a little splinter.
I've liked their plans as well.
And then you had a very good spell from Jordan Thompson.
Yep.
Real energy put into that. Lots of short balls. So good over there from Sutherland. Yeah, well, it's been impressive in the field from Yorkshire.
Yeah, and as I say, their plans have been very, very good. But it's the way Bess has bowled for me from this Pease Home Park end, and he's just closed this end down until Dan Lawrence got out there. But he's into his 19th over now.
Bess round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Patel, who leaves that, and there's a lot of sort of oohs and ahs, and could that just have flicked the junction of post and crossbar and taken off the bail? It comes in again, bowls that one wide of the crease and bowls it quicker. Patel defends towards mid-on, but Bess does the fielding off his own bowling. 19 for 3, Bess bowls, and that one swung around the corner. Furious chase out into the distance, and there's 2 runs to Patel. Applause for something or other. It can't be the 50 partnership.
I think it was Harry Duke's chase, because it was furious, as you said. He also ran through 5 baby seagulls, who again did not move an inch.
Next ball brings Patel forward defensively, very correctly, very high elbow there. He's calmed down a little bit, hasn't he, Ryan Patel, from his early
I think Dan Lawrence has allowed him to do that.
Next delivery is hit firmly into the offside. Certainly wasn't calming down there. He's got a couple of runs. No, it's gone all the way for 4. So it's launched into that one.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of bowling from Don Bess. He's tossed it up, and he wasn't really in control of that with the drive, because it was more his hands just went through the ball. But I have to say, he's had a great day as Matthew Revis, but he chased after that and just fell over, and then the ball trickled over the boundary rope.
Well, he's done that a couple of times today, didn't he? When he was batting,
he must be knackered.
He toppled over like a... Well, next delivery to Patel was wide and slow, and it bounced, and Patel waited for it and just hit it straight to cover.
The key thing for Ryan Patel is he's taken on the short ball. It hasn't always come off, and he's played a couple of full shots in there, or 2 or 3 full shots, had a bit of luck, but he's still there, and he's 43 not out.
What is the story with those birds over?
Well, they're baby seagulls, I've been told. Now, because they're babies, their flying prowess isn't great. So they tend to stay where they are. But the bit I don't quite understand is how they got there on the outfield.
It's just that particular
patch.
But
you see, Kevin Howes was quite rightly concerned on day 1 that the seagull had an injury, baby seagull, but no, it just didn't move. And now we've got 5 of them, as Will Sutherland down the slope and over the wicket to Dan Lawrence, who's forward, turning this one into the leg side. It rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So I just, because Harry Duke, as you beautifully described it, chased furiously after that ball straight through all 5 of them, and none of them moved at all. So even a marauding Harry Duke isn't going to move a baby seagull.
Oh, he's not that big, is he? If Matthew Revis ran over there, they might.
I still don't think they've moved.
You don't think so?
Well, I don't know if they're capable of it. But I don't quite know how they got there. As over the wicket goes Sutherland, driving straight back down the ground is Dan Lawrence. Now Sutherland's got a fingertip to that, but it's so well struck by Dan Lawrence that it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So Dan Lawrence moves on to 29, and Surrey move on to 233 for 3, or am I ahead of the scoreboard here? I may be ahead of the scoreboard, I think. 229, thank you very much, Kate. I am ahead of the scoreboard, so 229 for 3. And Dan Lawrence moves on to 25. Settles himself down over his bat once more. In over the wicket goes Sutherland. Short ball off his hip, pulled by Lawrence. This could split the two fielders. No, it's a good chase. Oh, just almost gets to the boundary rope, but Code does well. Gets it inside the rope and they keep it down to a single. Finley Bean with the chase and dive, and then the ball ricocheted away to Ben Code. So that brings the left-handed Ryan Patel on to strike. 230 for 3, Surrey. Lawrence moves on to 26.
Yeah, he's batting nicely, Dan Lawrence. He's one of your favourite players to watch.
Oh, not half. He's got all the shots. When Dan Lawrence first emerged, he was sort of taking balls from outside his off stump with his beautiful wrists, and he does have the most beautiful wrists. Was whipping balls through mid-wicket for 4, but he now plays straight down the ground as well. He's a fabulous player. He really is. He tends to score his runs quickly. As around the wicket goes Sutherland. Oh, here we go, short one, and Ryan Patel's having nothing to do with that. Just sways inside it, and it's taken low down by Johnny Bairstow. There's a section of the crowd over by the benches that have partaken, I think, this afternoon, and are now into song.
They generally are, aren't they?
Yes, there's a bit of advice out there for Ryan Patel and Dan Lawrence.
Sure.
Not all of it technical, I have to say.
Perhaps Surrey should send one of their coaching staff around there. Maybe their bowling coach. He might be able to.
Well, I'm sure Jade Winston Dermack could converse. I would send Troughton round there, actually. Just let him stroll round there and have a natter. And waiting again is Ryan Patel.
I remember Dernbach having a natter with the crowd here a few years ago.
I'm not surprised he did on that occasion, David. I'm not surprised he did. As in around the wicket comes Sutherland. Oh dear, that'll be wide, surely, won't it? That is so short. Yes, that will be signalled wide. And goes Ryan Patel for a bit of a wander, and then leans on his bat. Down goes Dan Lawrence for a little chat, and a nod of the head from Dan Lawrence. So Sutherland again banging that one in, but now with this ball in its 61st over, it's pretty soft. Sort of looped over Ryan Patel. Goes fuller of length this time. Patel pushes straight back up the pitch. Sutherland, big man, big hands, gets down and does the fielding. Finley Bean's been in this fly slip position for the entirety of Ryan Patel's innings. Right down below us. It's not at third man. This is for a top edge uppercut. That's why Finley Bean's in that position down below us. Meets again does Ryan Patel with that bat raised high in the air. Sutherland's around the wicket. The on drive, beautifully played by Ryan Patel. Just let that come to him, and then he just pushed it through the vacant mid-on region. And it enables 4 small children to chase after the ball and do the fielding. And it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. Ryan Patel moves on to 47, and Surrey move on to 235 for 3.
Yeah, the little fellow at the front, though, I don't think he realised the other 3 had given up the chase, and he was still going hell for leather.
Furiously, like Harry Duke.
Yeah, well, yes, only slightly taller.
Yes, we're still getting on the Yorkshire live stream, which is tremendous. We're still getting some of these drone shots, and now we've got above the beachfront. I think that's where I went for a walk this morning, and look at that—the sea coming in and the beach. People wandering along in the sun. They are fantastic shots, these, from the drone. They really are. Magnificent Scarborough from the air.
Bess is going to continue. Doidge is a bit worried that he could be sort of tiptoeing into the red zone. Bowls there, and that's
what's the red zone?
Driven.
Not American football.
No, so it's when they sort of start to get into a dangerous.
The danger zone where he's going, following through on the middle of the pitch.
No. little bit quicker, turned into the onside. It's what the sports scientists and all.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean he's bowling too many overs?
Yes.
Oh, for goodness sake! That's what he does. That's Don Bess's job.
So he's getting tired a minute or two.
But I'm not saying he comes off.
Ah, good man.
I'm not saying he comes off. This is what off spinners do.
Yeah.
The danger zone, honestly.
The red zone.
He's not an F1 pilot.
Yes. Crashed into the offside for 4 runs. Beaten cover there. The sweeper on the boundary can't get round to it. And applause for Orion Patel.
Yeah, 50 for him.
Excellent. Well, a very entertaining knock it's been, hasn't it? Because he's taken on the short ball and there's a bit of expectation with every delivery. This time he just pushes that one firmly back. To be had there.
The red zone. Who's looking after the red zone?
Oh, that's what they have. These, the health and safety bots, whatever they are. They come
health and safety.
They come running on with their clipboards and saying, "Sorry, you bowled your 21 overs."
That's only the ECB that do that.
Is it?
Yeah, don't worry about that. It's only the ECB. And then they wonder why their bowlers are undercooked when they go into test matches.
Next delivery is pushed through outside the off stump. Patel thinks about playing at it and just watches it bounce a little bit more than might have expected, and into the gloves of Bairstow. Best bowls again. Shout of catch, didn't carry to short mid wicket, and that's the end of the over.
Yeah, it's been it's had its moments, this 50 from Ryan Patel, but he's still there. That's the key thing. Still there on 51. 240 for 3, sorry.
That social media interview with Bethel last week, did you see that? About how cricketers are playing too much and must play less, and
he hasn't played for weeks, has he?
It was filmed on the golf course.
Was it? Has Bethel had a game for a few weeks? I thought he'd sort of been just travelling around the place.
You'd think to the they're supposed to be into the optics and all the rest of it.
Yes, it's probably not the best place to do it, but no, yes, I understand when players are coming back from injury that you have to keep an eye on them and all of that good stuff. But bowlers in particular need to bowl.
Yeah.
They need to some bowlers need to bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl.
Well, particularly spinners.
Absolutely.
You and I are in danger of agreeing again, Church.
We're in total agreement.
Did you win that raffle?
Oh, have they announced the ticket yet?
Yeah, blue, light blue.
Oh, I was orange. Oh, so I didn't win £5,000 then.
No, it was 500.
Oh, was it really? Oh, that would have been good, wouldn't it?
Light blue, I think 275. Don't get excited.
Do you know what I might have done with my £500? Might have invested in your business, David.
Oh, really?
£250 I would have invested in your business.
Oh, that would have been very nice. You could have invested in a nice dinner for me somewhere.
No, I wasn't going to do that. No. But, short-term investment, long-term gain is the way I would have looked at that. So, we have got a change in bowling down there at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Jack White's into the attack. We haven't seen him for a while. Took the new ball this afternoon.
He's been out there at mid-wicket.
Yes, I know, but I mean with the ball in hand,
right, okay.
David. And that's a single off the first ball of this new spell for Jack White. Bob Moore to the total, 241 for 3. Well, that's good, isn't it? So, no, I didn't win. I was orange 18 in the raffle.
Well, you'd have to be orange, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. Yes, very much so. Yes, yes. Is waiting over his bat. What are you trying to say? Is waiting over his bat once more is the left-handed Patel. Around the wicket goes White to him, and Patel's in behind this. I like this field as well. Slip, gully. It's more actually a full slip, isn't it? Backward point, cover. Then your two men catching on the leg side, one at a short mid-wicket, one at a sort of straightish mid-on, just touching the edge of the strip. So Ryan Patel, when he looks up, it'll feel like the field's actually sat on top of him at the moment. As White comes down the slope, around the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel punches off that back foot. Duke's in the game there at backward point, and there is no run. Harry Duke sporting long blonde locks that are coming out the back of his cap. I think he's moustached as well. Here's Harry Duke. It's very nice out in the stands now with the sun out. We've just got blue sky and the sun out. It's a lovely evening here in Scarborough.
Oh, it should be like this all the time, shouldn't it?
It should be. When you're here, though, even if the clouds come over and it's raining, it feels like this. David, waiting once more is Ryan Patel. Around the wicket goes White to him, full of length, good-looking shot, driven by Patel. I think there's a little fingertip on that by Finley Bean, but it's away for 4. It's a lovely shot from Ryan Patel.
I'd nominate that as one of the shots of the day, if not the shot of the day.
Well, he hasn't,
because it was just perfectly timed and placed, wasn't it?
He hasn't again tried to smash that through the covers. He's just leant on it, and as you say, beautifully timed, beautifully placed, with the field set up as it is. There aren't a huge amount of gaps there. As I say, it'll feel to him like the field sat on top of him, but he's managed to find a gap there. 245 for 3. That's good leave from Ryan Patel, and taken by Johnny Bairstow, moving away to his right hand side. So Patel, the third Surrey batsman to go past 50. Sibley made 52, Burns made 78, Ryan Patel is 55. Not out much like we saw in the Yorkshire innings, of course.
Very much so.
Settles again over his bat. Sutherland is in there as our solitary slip. And the wicket goes White, and Patel's letting him go again. Outside is off stump and taken by Bairstow, moving away to his left hand side. End of the over. 245 for 3 Surrey, 28 to Dan Lawrence, 55 to Ryan Patel. Good amount of people still in the ground now the sun's out.
Yeah, well, they've missed out on certainly their sunbathing in the last couple of days.
Yeah,
haven't they? Because the afternoon has been, both afternoons, one was raining, the other one was miserable, really. But,
lovely evening, isn't it?
Talking of missing out on the sunbathing, clearly something you've not done, Churchy, because you're very healthy looking, aren't you? With your...
Oh, I've had too much sun over the years. I know I have. You know how if you've got a garden bench, you sort of during the winter, so it doesn't crack, you sort of treat it with something, I don't know.
Yeah, it's creosote or something like that. I'm a bit like that. I'm
a bit like that these days during the winter, I have to say.
You need a good oiling during the winter.
Well, I'm on about my 7th nose, I think. There's been a bit of peeling going on. It's not sensible.
Well, sunshine is good for your best bowls. That's played off the back foot by Dan Lawrence, and as you could hear from Churchy, it was an excellent shot. Played through extra cover.
Yeah, it was
4 runs from the minute it left the bat.
It was dropped in, but Bessie's getting, of course, the ball to spin back in, so he's dropped it in short, but he's gone outside the leg stump and then just punched it with the full face of the bat for 4.
Bowls again, and it's a little bit of spin there from Don Bess again. It's very slow spin at the moment, though, so it's not...
Well, we saw that with Syke Shaw as well, didn't we? He was getting the ball to turn, but it was slow turn.
Next delivery, back goes Lawrence, just nudges that one away. Little late cut, and 4 more runs past slip.
That's a lovely shot as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Frustrating for the bowler who's got 6 men on the leg side and has been struck for 2 boundaries through off in this over.
Yeah, and he's going to get the field changed now, so that's good batting from Lawrence. That's the 250 up for Surrey as well with that boundary.
A batting point.
A batting point for Surrey.
A point closer to a 4th successive title.
A point closer to a 4th successive title.
There's an echo in here, isn't there? Indeed. There goes Bess bowls, and Lawrence very correctly plays up and down to long on for jog single. They're going to get there, do you think? Are you worried about the challenge from Nottinghamshire?
No, not at all. Look, Nottinghamshire are allowed to play very, very well. They're a good side, but I just think Surrey, with having won it 3 times on the trot, you know how to win the title.
This is true. Best round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, and that's pushed up to mid-on at no run. When do you play now? You've got Nottinghamshire still to play.
That's September, yeah, I think.
How near the end?
It's the penultimate game.
So last but one.
That's the same thing, yeah.
That next delivery is pulled by Patel to mid-wicket. I don't think that was a chance. It's a diving half-stop by Finlay Bean, and they get a single. He's not happy with himself there because he's got a in fact, that was Will Luxton, wasn't it? He's got a hand on that. That was probably quite painful.
Yeah, it may have been a half chance, but
and where is that game? Is it at Trent Bridge? Or?
No, that's back in South London. It's that they only play each other the once. That's the thing.
It's nonsense.
Yeah, so it's that game, and it's the second to last game of the season, or the penultimate game of the season. So yes, Surrey have got Warwickshire at home, Nottinghamshire at home, and then the final game of the season, Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl.
Well, that's never easy. They're a tough lot to beat, aren't they?
They are indeed.
Tough lot to beat.
It's going to be Jack White to continue. We just had a quick drink brought out for Ryan Patel.
Would it be fair to describe Jack White's run-up as sort of a lollop?
Yes, I would describe it as a lollop's quite good. As around the wicket goes White, this is punched away off the back foot by Ryan Patel, and back goes Harry Duke to do the fielding, and the throw comes in. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Ryan Patel. I describe it as a reluctant run-up. It's almost like he doesn't really want to get to the crease, but when he does get there, he's a superb bowler. Here's Jack White. Patel has moved on to 58, 257 for 8 now, for 3 now. Sorry. It is the slip, the gully. Now they're getting a sweeper out on that cover rope in the shape of Harry Duke. Well, cover point boundary rope as White is in, and this is punched in front of square by Ryan Patel. That'll bring Duke round to his left, but it's just a single as the throw comes in over the top of Johnny Bairstow, and they will pick up 1 more. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 59. I was going to say in Bess's last over, it was good batting from Lawrence because he went 4-4-1, so it just took 9 off the first 3 balls of the over without taking any risks at all. And as I say, Surrey are just ticking along at the moment. 258 for 3. Lawrence stands with that bat raised as White is over the wicket to him, and Lawrence is up on his toes, nudges this one down there into short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Lots of people still sat on the benches. As I say, some people bring their own chairs as well. You can get some very comfy fold-out chairs these days with sort of drinks holders and all sorts of bits and pieces.
The benches over there aren't comfortable.
No, they're not comfortable.
If you're going to sit on there, you've got to bring your own cushion.
Yes. He's gone across his stumps here, is Dan Lawrence. There are those wrists I was talking about. Gone across the stumps and then just whipped it down towards the boundary rope for 4. And it's good batting again because there's no fine leg, there's no long leg. They've got a deep backward square and he's just gone outside his off stump and then just those wrists of Dan Lawrence manoeuvres the ball into the gap for 4. He's on to 41. Surrey move on to 262 for 3. Settles over his bat once again. Stands with that bat raised as White is into him and Lawrence goes forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. I suppose we're going to get to the option of a new ball before stumps tonight now. 262 for 3. 41 to Lawrence, 59 to Ryan Patel. So yeah, we will get to the option for Yorkshire of using a new ball tonight. 3 overs with a new ball tonight. Whether they leave it to the morning or take it tonight, I suppose depends who's still out there really, as this is chopped away off the back foot by Dan Lawrence. Now pick up another single elsewhere, David. Little tour of the country for you. We'll start in Manchester. Latest score is England 195 for 1. Zach Crawley gone for 84. Ben Duckett is 94 not out and Ollie Pope is 8 not out. So England going nicely in reply to India's 358 all out. Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Hampshire 322 for 5 now. In reply to Nottinghamshire's 578 for 8 declared. Yeah. So they trail by 256. Sussex are 245 for 7 in their second innings, trailing Essex by 55 runs with 3 wickets remaining. So Sussex in a spot of bother there. And looking like Essex are going to pull out an important win there. Warwickshire are 9 for 1, requiring another 384 to beat Worcestershire. After Worcestershire were all out in their second innings for 243. In the second division, Derbyshire in their second innings 98 for 4, require another 348 to beat Leicestershire. Glamorgan in their second innings of 4 without loss against Kent, requiring another 185 to beat Kent.
How many down are Derbyshire?
Derbyshire 4 down on 98.
It's going to go to Leicestershire, that, isn't it?
You would have thought so. Gloucestershire in their second innings 95 without loss, trail Lancashire by 81 runs.
Change of bowling. Best's spell has ended. Code coming in, running up the hill, or up the slight incline. Bowls, and that's defended, no run.
Middlesex 625 for 8 declared. Northants all out for 261, following on 50 for 2. And Hampshire women made 278. Surrey women are 151 for 5, but it's raining.
Oh. Sign of any rain here. Code bowls, and again Lawrence watchful defence.
Very good spell of bowling that from Dom Bess. That was 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 75. Terrific spell from Dom Bess.
Just trying something a little bit different, Johnny Bairstow now though. They've got short extra cover in there, looking for the missed-time drive. Not a missed-time drive, but a missed-time shot to short extra cover there. And again, no run. No sign of the Yorkshire wall yet. You could suggest there's a sort of 1.5 brick in it there with the cover behind. It's a tactic that Steve Patterson used to use a lot.
I remember when Dom Sibley made that double 100. At 17, they had 6, 3 on either side.
Next delivery, he plays very late there. Lawrence plays it up to mid-on.
Looked like an aeroplane.
Yeah, 3 either side, didn't they? Mm-hmm. And it worked.
after he got a double 100, yeah.
Not necessarily in that game.
No. You still with us, David? Or? No, good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, definitely. Code to Lawrence, who edges that one between the keeper and second Adam Lythe at second slip, and it races away for 4 runs. And Adam Lythe's got his familiar pose. He's got sort of one hand on his chin and the other hand that's on the chin.
Yeah, not exactly where he intended, Dan Lawrence. But again, he's found a boundary in the over to keep Surrey ticking at 4 and over.
Code. Bowls edged, and again it's running away down for very quickly for 4 runs down towards the tee room. So 2 edges in that over from Ben Code. Both of them going for boundaries either side of Adam Lythe, and applause there for the Dan Lawrence 50.
Yeah, it's coming 51 balls, and that was his 9th boundary. So again, he's just ticking along, Dan Lawrence.
So Adam Lythe is still the only top 6 batsman in this game. Not to
Will
get
Jacks.
50. Will Jacks
as well. Yeah,
yes, last
there,
month,
did he? But yeah, that was a cracking delivery from Ben Code. That final delivery of the over really was. Played it pretty well actually, because he kept it down, Dan Lawrence, even with Lythe flinging himself to his right hand side. I think it was always going down.
Good number of people leaving, whether it's the first dinner sitting or not. Cully always used to say, I can't believe that's still a thing. I mean, that was a sort of 1950s thing.
No, it might still be. Depends where you're staying, doesn't it? South catering, David?
No.
No.
No, I've got a lovely Joe looking after me.
Around the wicket to Ryan Patel, and he cracks this one off the back foot out there towards the sweeper. Harry Duke on the boundary rope. They'll pick up the single.
I've had an absolute result with I usually stay over on the far side where the crown. I don't stay in the crown, but where the crown is over on the North Bay at that end. The South Bay at that end. But this time I've got Sheridan bed and breakfast.
Who's Sheridan?
Well, Jo. I don't know whether it's her second name or whatever. She's absolutely lovely lady.
Oh, wicket then comes White, and shot from Dan Lawrence up and over the top of the covers and away for 4, because White's got 2 catching in the covers. Nobody on that cover boundary rope, so he's gone up and over the top of the 2 men catching and out to that extra cover boundary rope for 4, and that takes Dan Lawrence on to 54. There's just a little counter punch here from Dan Lawrence at the moment. 276 for 3, Surrey. And I think I've seen him do this before. Now, it might not come off, but he knows there is a new ball coming. As over the wicket goes White to him, and Lawrence just pushes this one down into the gully. His thinking might be, if it's there against the old ball, put it away, because then that scoreboard starts moving. So as I say, it's a little bit of a counter punch this from Dan Lawrence. Partnership's ticking along nicely.
New ball's 14 overs away, isn't it?
Well, this ball will be soft now. This ball will be really soft. A bit like me. In over the wicket comes White. Short, pulled. That'll be 4 again. Yep, this is what he's up to here, Dan Lawrence. We've seen it before from him. He just walks across towards square leg. Our 4 friends there are able to jump off the bench again and retrieve the ball. And 280 for 3. And Lawrence moves on to 58. So, Dan Lawrence on to 58. Entertaining stuff from him. But yeah, this ball will be so soft now. Yeah, they're having a chat about this. White's having a chat with Ben Code about this. So nothing's really changed in the field at the moment. They've still got the two men catching in the covers. The mid off, the mid on, the straightish mid wicket. Lawrence waits once again. White is into him and he's forward. Pushing this one in there to short cover. And there is no run, and Dan Lawrence wanders off again towards square leg to have a think about everything. And then comes back to the crease once more. It's a little twiddle of his bat.
How many overs remaining, Kate? Please?
16 left, so that new ball's available with 3 to go. The wicket again goes White. Forward goes Lawrence. Pushes into the offside. Little misfield, and they'll get a single.
They won't take it tonight.
And no, unless they picked up a couple here.
Well, you got their two new ball bowlers on at the moment.
Well, they need a wicket.
Oh yes.
281 for 3. 60 to Dan Lawrence. 59. Apologies, other way around. 60 to Ryan Patel. And Dan Lawrence has moved on to 59. And this partnership at the moment is worth 85. So they've ticked along. The other thing that Dan Lawrence has done here is just let Ryan Patel settle down a bit, hasn't he? I remember what Ryan Patel was on when Dan Lawrence walked out there, but it's been Lawrence that's done the majority of the scoring in this partnership.
Well, surely you've got your score to the right there. Surely she'll know what.
What was Ryan Patel on when Dan Lawrence strolled into bat, Kate? 34, so 26.
He's very nearly caught him up, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Johnny Bairstow's just having a long chat here with Ben Code, and now Bairstow's marching back with his gloves on. Code's going to go with the same field that Jack White had from the Peasholm Park end.
That's first ball of the over, Churchy. And Lawrence just turns that around the corner, away down to fine leg for 4 more. So he's in top gear, isn't he? At the moment, he's foot to the pedal.
I wouldn't say he's in top gear because he's not sort of dancing down the pitch and launching balls over the top. But I think it is that I've seen him do this before. He knows now this ball's soft. There's a new ball, as you say, it might be taken tomorrow morning. Let's cash in now. Let's try and get as many as we can now.
Code bowls to Lawrence again, and he's going to take a cheeky little single there, and that's I don't think Don Bess will be too pleased with himself there, will he? I think he's caught on his heels a little bit. Batsmen have taken a single anyway. So.
We saw him do this against Sussex down at Hove. Knew a new ball was coming, so looked to cash in against the old ball before that new ball was taken.
Code now has decided to go round the wicket to the left-handed Patel. He's got a 6-3 field, so it's again a very containing field. The 6 on the offside. So bowls to Patel, and Patel just allows that to go through. No run. I think this would be the tactic for Yorkshire at the moment. A foot and a half outside off stump, pack the offside field.
It's old ball, it's soft. Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
See how Patel finds his runs here. Code bowls to him and he covers up, pushes to the straighter of the 2 covers.
I suppose with Dan Lawrence going the way he is, there's no pressure on Ryan Patel here to do anything, really. Just play. Sort of leave the clever stuff to Dan Lawrence in many ways.
And also he knows that 100 here would, is 100 there for the taking. The next ball, he punches square the wicket down to the west side of the ground.
I think we're going to get a bit of Jordan Thompson. He's getting himself warmed up.
Yeah, he may well come in and bowl some more short stuff. That was a very energetic spell this afternoon from Thompson.
Really good from him as well, because on here, because it's not the quickest surface, he did cause Ryan Patel a few headaches.
Ryan Patel wanted to take him on, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and actually, to his credit, he got through it.
So code now to the charging Lawrence here. This time just angles that one down backward a point. Optimistic shy at the stumps there. And there is no run to be had. That is the end of the over. The crowd really thinning out now. Well, I suppose they were expecting the game to finish around 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
287 for 3.
Well, I suppose we've moved on quite quickly, because Don Best, that was a long old spell from this Peasholm Park end, wasn't it? So we just whipped through the overs with Don Best. So we've gone quite quickly this afternoon. Yeah, Jordan Thompson's coming into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. But yeah, there's quite a few people leaving. There's a man there with a ponytailed beard. You don't often see that, do you? He's got his beard in a ponytail. Making his way out. Quite a few Surrey supporters have made the trip up here. They're on the live stream. If you're listening to us and watching the live stream as well, of course, you can see how blue the sky is. What a lovely shot that is as well. The flats look almost three-dimensional coming out of that next to the pavilion. Beautiful shots of the ground there. That'd be a lovely postcard as well, wouldn't it?
There's a little shop just down North Marine Road, further down of prints.
I saw that. I walked past
they've got
that.
a very nice one of. They usually have 2 or 3 cricket ones, but there's only one in there this year.
Jordan Thompson it is, coming around the wicket to Ryan Patel. He's in behind a short ball, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. So I saw that walking back last night, actually.
I always
very nice.
like to have a look.
Yeah, very nice indeed.
Have a look in there. And they're not that expensive, they're for a framed picture, sort of 60 odd quid or something, it's not...
Nice.
Well, I don't know whether you get the frame with that, to be fair, but...
I was chatting with Lily, who's a huge Yorkshire supporter, because I was saying she's got some signed shirts. I said that you should get those framed. As forward, who's Ryan Patel, plays this one out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up a single, one more to Ryan Patel. I think a framed shirt's lovely, actually, hanging on the wall. Like a framed shirt.
Not at home, though, surely.
I beg your pardon?
Not at home.
I've got a couple of frame shirts. Yeah.
What room would you have them in?
They're not. They're my favourite shirts that I've had over the years that I frame.
But you wouldn't put them in the living room, for instance, would you? In the hallway or something.
There's one in the downstairs toilet.
Well, yeah, that's
yes, and then there's one hanging in the hall. It's the first thing you see when you walk in. Yeah.
Is it signed?
No, because they're not sports shirts. They're the favourite shirts I've owned over the years.
Just normal shirts.
I frame them up. Just to they bring back memories, David. As waiting over his bat is Lawrence. And this is a short ball from Thompson. It's just pushed away through backward point by Lawrence. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total.
When I was younger, I had a lucky pair of socks.
Did you frame them?
No.
Did you wear them?
Well, obviously I did.
Why were they lucky?
Why would they be lucky otherwise?
Why were they lucky, David?
I put them on when I wanted some good luck.
Right, excellent. What, when you were doing exams and things?
Yes, that's
Excellent. Your lucky socks. Yeah. What colour were your lucky socks?
Red
For danger or stop. As around the wicket goes Thompson. That's very short. Swaying inside that is Ryan Patel. No, I'm being silly. I do, though, have a couple of friends. I must admit, when I did my rugby league.
So that you're making that up, then?
Yes. What I have got, though, which is a rather lovely thing, is when I did my charity run, I've got one of the shirts that I wore for that, and all signed up by the Surrey and England squads of the time, which I've got framed. That's a nice thing to have. As around the wicket goes Thompson, this one's pushed down towards backward point by Ryan Patel, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's
a nice thing to have.
You haven't got it hanging up anywhere, have you?
Oh no! I must be honest with you. It's just leaning against a wall. Actually, it's not actually hanging on the wall. I tell you what, I do have hanging on the wall though. I was very honoured to be asked to be on Ricky Clark's testimonial committee. And do you know what he gave us all? As around the wicket comes Jordan Thompson. And because this ball is soft, it's just stopped to touch on the drive of Ryan Patel. It almost went back to Thompson. End of the over, 288 for 3, but framed one of his Surrey caps and one of his England caps. Isn't that a lovely thing to give us all? So that one is hanging on the wall. I must admit, that one is hanging on the wall.
He didn't have many England caps, did he, Ricky? Would he have had?
He had a few, yeah.
10, 12?
Yeah, something along those lines. But yeah, a really lovely thing.
Yeah. So
yep.
You were on his committee?
I was, yeah. Yeah. Does that surprise you?
Did you raise a fair amount of money?
Yeah, it was quite difficult because it was during COVID. So it was quite difficult to have events, etc. But this year, of course, it's Rory Burns' testimonial.
Are you on his committee?
No, I'm not, but I'm hosting some events.
Code from the Peason Park starts a new over. That's pushed into the offside by Dan Lawrence, and there's no run.
Yeah, so he's raising money for a couple of brilliant charities is Rory Burns.
288 for 3, so 12 runs away from that second batting point.
Yeah, and Bairstow's up to the stumps now.
And what do you what events are you hosting? Any coming up?
I've done a couple.
Code bowls, and that's played away down to a sweeper on the cover boundary for a single.
Hosted his opening dinner, and that was a great event. And then a really amazing night actually at Cutler's Hall in London with Kumar Sangakkara, Sam Biddings, Rory and Jason Roy. Bit of a Q&A. And
did you have to put the old
DJ on?
Yeah?
Oh, yes.
Have you got one of those?
Well, I didn't. I did, but I couldn't get in the trousers, David.
Really?
Put a bit of timber on. Couldn't get them on.
Code bowls, and that's driven firmly to one of the two men at short cover.
I was in luck because my dear old man, he's no longer with us, but Mum, being Mum, hasn't really got rid of a lot of his clothes as yet, and thankfully I found his trousers and they fitted okay, so that was good. And I borrowed his bow tie as well. It was a velvet number.
You're not the only one who's done that.
Yeah.
Code bowls, and Patel covers up, plays up to mid on, that ball coming in a shade.
But it was a lovely evening, and Kumar was in fabulous form as always, and that was a lovely event. And then we've got a six-a-side. No, not a six-a-side. What am I saying? Sorry, a T20 game at his club Banstead in August as well.
I played there. Code bowls, and that's defended, no run.
And you can also, he's got some excellent merch for his testimonial.
Is he?
Yeah, including terrific cap. I have to say, it's a marvellous cap, and those are available at the Surrey shop as well. So yeah, it's going very well. It's going very, very well. Oh look, here we go. It's what you wanted. It's the double wall. It's the aeroplane from Yorkshire. 3 on the leg side, 3 on the offside catching.
Code bowls to
cool.
Patel, and that's absolutely hammered.
God dear. I'll tell you what, Ryan Patel sort of said catch that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It was on a length to just poke back, and he's absolutely launched it.
And Matthew Revis is no more than 12 yards away, has found that flying past his ear, I think.
Well, you can see the tactic, because as I say, the ball is soft. And it might stick in the pitch, you might go through it a bit early, and you've got 3 catching on the offside and 3 on the leg side. But basically what Ryan Patel has said, I'm not having any of that, and just smashed it straight over the top. So again, Surrey just ticking along here.
That's what he wanted to do, wasn't it?
Yep.
That's what he wanted to do.
Hammered it straight over the top.
Right, well, I'll sort of make way and let Mr. Deutsch back in.
Well, that boundary as well brought up the 100 partnership between these two. It's coming pretty good time as well. They're giving Yorkshire something to think about at the moment. And as I say, it's come from Dan Lawrence, and I think Lawrence's thinking is let's get as many as we can against this old ball. Let's take as much of this out of the equation as we can tonight. 294 for 3. Jordan Thompson from the Trafalgar Square end is into Dan Lawrence. He's punching away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll take the single. That'll be one more to Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 67 now, and 295 for 3 Surrey. So 5 runs away now from a second batting point. This in reply to Yorkshire's 517 for 6 declared today. If you're just coming in and turning us on for the first time, Matthew Revis 110 not out. Terrific innings from him. Still looks a good pitch to bat on this one. Jordan Thompson, around the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel. Patel will just push this one quietly into the offside, strolled another single. 1 more to the total. Patel moves on to 67. Welcome back to Jonathan Deutsch.
Cheers, Churchy. In possibly the understatement of the season, still looks like a good pitch to bat on this.
It is. I think, though, what I was saying, Lawrence has been clever here. And as I say, I think Dan Lawrence has said, old ball, there is a new ball going to be available 3 overs before the close of play tonight. Let's get as many as we can. Thompson's into him. He's forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And he hasn't taken any risks. He's just played in Dan Lawrence fashion here. He's made some lovely shots.
He's got his own style, both with bat and ball, hasn't he?
Well, I was saying he's got the most amazing wrists. Dan Lawrence, he can manoeuvre balls into areas that you wouldn't expect him to. Done that a couple of times today. As Jordan Thompson is in over the wicket, and Lawrence just pushes this one down towards backward point. Round comes Sutherland to do the fielding, and there is no run. Just rehearsing that shot at the moment, Dan Lawrence. But yeah, the partnership now worth 102. We've had 4 wickets today. Sutherland went this morning off Sykeshaw for 17, and these 3 Surrey wickets. Jordan Thompson is in. Dan Lawrence up on his toes again, just punching away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll stroll another single. 1 more to Dan Lawrence. He moves on to 68, 297 for 3. It's good bowling this from Jordan Thompson. He's bowling to his field at the moment, because Johnny Bairstow's worked out what Dan Lawrence is doing, so he's setting the field up. It's a defensive field now, because I would have thought just for 2-3 overs there. Johnny Bairstow was a little concerned with what the run rate was looking for, or was looking like, as around the wicket once again goes Thompson. Oh, now then. Ryan Patel's had one of his hooks here, but the thing was, he was through it so early with that ball, as soft as it is. It took ages to get to him, and he was through it very, very early. And it was almost as if he caught it up. Didn't get anything on it in the end. End of the over, 297 for 3, Surrey, on a glorious evening in Scarborough. Day 3, of course, 20... we got left 68 to Ryan Patel, 67 to Dan Lawrence. I'm going to hazard a guess that we've got about 14 overs left. 12 left today. 12 left today.
On Bess, yeah, just speculating on my little link up there on the BBC Radio Leeds cricket show with Colson Smith, that he would be bowling plenty more overs in this Surrey innings.
I think he's going to have to.
Yeah, so 9 to a second new ball, and obviously we're down as well below 40 overs left before the end of the chance to earn bonus points. Bessie's first delivery pushed into the offside and fielded by Wharton. No run. He's bowling over the wicket here to Lawrence. There's evidence of a bit of drift, I think, with that delivery, and a yelp of an appeal, with Bess pointing, imploring Russell Warren to raise the index finger, but not the case. He's in again. Lawrence playing across the line. Ball loops up off his boot, I think it was, pad maybe, into the pitch. No run. Those in attendance have dwindled in number in the last hour or so. There's a few lads at the top boundary. Still think they're the Rodley CC contingent who've had maybe more than one beer. Short ball pulled away very firmly and sweetly, and for 6. Cracking shot. Was a little bit of a sit up and beg really by Dom Bess, but he nailed that one. Dan Lawrence, and that takes his score on to 74, 300 up, and therefore a second batting point into the bargain for Surrey. And he goes again here. It's in the air. Is it taken? No. Matthew Revis. He's human after all. He's dived forward to try and get his hand underneath that and missed it in the process. And that is a second successive boundary, this time 4 runs to Lawrence, in a not dissimilar position angle-wise to the one that he struck the ball before that cleared the boundary. 307 for 3. Lawrence 78. Bess in again. Ooh, turns in quite sharply towards him and did have him in a little bit of a pickle.
Good battle, this. Bess knows he's coming after him,
which he should enjoy, because he might give him a chance. Warren is just asking Dom Bess to hang on, and I think he was just checking how many balls he'd bowled in the over. He lost count, and that is over.
I hope he didn't check with Dom Bess.
307 for 3. Maybe he's got a telepathic line through to Kate. Now, he'll have been checking with John Potter, no doubt, or somebody of that ilk. 307 for 3, 78 for Lawrence, 67 for Ryan Patel, who's played second fiddle, hasn't he, since Dan Lawrence got out there in the middle, but he's importantly still there for his team.
I was saying I've seen Dan Lawrence do this 2-3 times for Surrey. As I say, this is all about get as many as we can against this old ball. And Surrey ticking. With 13 overs, 11 overs still to go. Past 300 now. Picked up a second batting point. Jordan Thompson around the wicket. He comes to Ryan Patel. He's ducking underneath this one. Here's Ryan Patel. Taken by Johnny Bairstow. Moving away to his right hand side. So elsewhere, Just a quick update from elsewhere for you. In the Test match, England 220 for 2 now. So they trail by 138. Duckett went for 94. Crawley made 84. Pope 16 not out. Joe Root's 11 not out. Jordan Thompson around the wicket he comes, and Ryan Patel's taking him on again. Top edge. He's going to get away with it. Ryan Patel. It's good effort from Thompson to get it that high. And he's not in control of that, Ryan Patel. And you heard the crier catch it, but from around the wicket, it's a really good effort, that, from Jordan Thompson with the old ball. It's what we were saying. He's not rolling the wrists on that, and he's had to go fetch it. And it's off the top edge, but it's landed safely. So, Ryan Patel moves on to 68. 308 for 3. He's been good with the short ball today, as Jordan Thompson. Down the slope he comes. Over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. He's gone short on Lawrence as well, and Lawrence is just looking to hook this and gets nothing on it. Ends up following it around the corner. Good bowling from Jordan Thompson. He's doing this with a Kookaburra that's in its 73rd over.
Yeah, which probably feels more like a tennis ball in his hand at the minute.
But it's a good effort, this, from Jordan Thompson. It really is. Hampshire are now 343 for 5, trailing Nottinghamshire by 235 at the Utilita Bowl. 578 for 8 declared from Nottinghamshire. Slope again comes Jordan Thompson, and Dan Lawrence just opens the face, guides this down into the gully region. Sutherland does the fielding, then hurls the ball at the stumps. The backing up is good. Close of play between Sussex and Essex, and Sussex in trouble. 245 for 7. Following on, still trailing by 55 runs. So that looks like that could be a very important win for Essex. Warwickshire and Worcestershire. Warwickshire 43 for 2 in their second innings. Lawrence waits with that bat raised. Thompson into him. He's forward driving. Doesn't really time this. Thompson puts a hand out, and there's no run. That means with Warwickshire 43 for 2 in their second innings, they require another 350 to win. With 8 wickets remaining after Worcestershire were 243 all out in their second innings. In Division 2, Badlight to stop play, with Derbyshire 98 for 4 in their second innings against Leicestershire, requiring another 348 to win that one. Jordan Thompson in Evening Sunshine is in, and Lawrence again just lets that hit the bat down into the offside towards that gully region. Sutherland does the fielding. Good over that from Jordan Thompson. 308 for 3, Surrey. Glamorgan are 19 for 2 in their second innings against Kent. After Kent were all out for 360 in their second innings, Glamorgan need another 170 with 8 wickets remaining. Gloucestershire in their second innings, stumps between Gloucestershire and Lancashire at Cheltenham College, and Gloucestershire 98 without loss. So trail Lancashire in their second innings by 78 runs after Lancashire made 557. So good fist of things from Gloucestershire second time around. And Northamptonshire, Badlight stopped playing their second innings following on 64 for 3. Northamptonshire following on, so they've got a bit of work to do.
Here's Bess bowling to the left-handed Patel, who drives firmly along the deck to Jordan Thompson. Deepish at mid-off, they get 1 run.
And Northamptonshire still trailing by 300 runs. And Surrey women have beaten Hampshire women on Duckworth Lewis by 4 wickets in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Slight delay because those leaving the ground have just walked straight behind the bowler's arm, unfortunately.
The steward's clocked off, hasn't he? Maybe the dinner gong at his hotel had gone off. But That's of no consequence to this shot from Dan Lawrence, which is caught by the incoming Will Luxton. And after Ryan Patel's been chipping him in and out of players, Lawrence, who's been striking it really well, didn't quite get hold of that as he wanted. It brings about a third wicket for Dom Bess, and a good tumbling catch coming forward by Will Luxton out there at Cow Corner. Lawrence, head bowed, walks off disconsolate because he, like several Yorkshire players, probably feels he's binned 100. 78's been a popular score in this match. He's the third man to have made it. James Wharton and Rory Burns preceding him, and Surrey are 309 for 4. And Yorkshire move a little closer to a second bowling bonus point.
Yeah, good innings from Dan Lawrence. And again, sort of cut off in his prime, like a lot of the batsmen have been so far in this game. And Dom Bess with his second wicket. And 309 for 4, sorry, but very entertaining innings that from Dan Lawrence. And it brings Josh Blake out to the middle. But yeah, I think Yorkshire will be pleased with that. I think pleased and relieved, actually. Another sort of half hour of Dan Lawrence. But it was a very entertaining knock, it really was. So Josh Blake is making his way out there into the middle.
And Kate is waiting with bated breath to tell us that Dan Lawrence faced
77 balls.
77 balls for his 78. 1-6.
13 fours.
And 13 fours, and how well he struck it during that stay at the crease. So Bess just brings in silly mid-off. Josh Blake, left-handed, gets a good stride in and just defends his first delivery. First time I've seen Josh Blake, I think, with the bat in a championship game.
Yeah, no, he's played 2 or 3 now.
Best round the wicket. Blake pushing forward. No run. They'll want to try and apply a bit of pressure here. And if they can pick up another one before that second new ball, then they might have hopes of picking up a second bowling bonus point, which didn't feel like was on the way that pair was set. Blake just drops another one down at his feet. Best rushes on through this over. Should be the final ball of it, and he's gone back foot this time, just exposed his stumps for a moment, but got it away safely to Jack White. Applause then for Dom Bess, picking up his third. He now has 3 for 86 from 23 overs, 5 of which have been maidens, and at the end of the 74th over of their first and possibly only innings in this match, Surrey 309 for 4.
Yeah, well done to Dom Bess. But really well today. That was an important wicket from a Yorkshire point of view, because what they didn't want is Dan Lawrence sort of 110 not out tonight and coming back tomorrow morning. So it's gone for 78, but it's amazing really if you think about it, because in that Yorkshire first innings you had the 71, the 78, the 57, 72 from Johnny Bairstow, and we've had a 52, a 78 and a 78 from Sibley, Burns and Lawrence, and it's just Revis has gone on to make 100, but it just shows that, you know, it's good to bat on this pitch. It really is.
It makes me feel a lot better, Churchy, because there's not only me around on this ground who can't get out of the 70s.
As around the wicket, whoop, goes a change of bowling, and it is Revis into the attack in his first one, short, and just got inside it did Ryan Patel. So Patel's innings takes on a different guise now, with Lawrence having gone. They want Patel there tomorrow morning. He's 69 not out, Ryan Patel. Surrey still trailing, of course, by the 205 runs. As this one's short, he's hooking, he's getting a top edge, but it's flown over Johnny Bairstow. And it's down to the boundary rope for 4. I think Revis has got a few words of encouragement there for Ryan Patel, because there's been a few of those in this innings, but the key thing is he's still there.
Well, I guess what you can say about Matthew Revis is that he speaks from a position of strength, having been the only guy to have converted yet, maybe. So he fancies having a pop at a batter, you know.
All right. He comes once again, another short one, and Patel's ducking underneath this. And that's taken by Johnny Bairstow away to his right-hand side. How many overs have we got after this one, Kate, left in the day?
7.
7 after this. What I might do, if it's all right with you, Jonathan George, is bring Dave Townsend back in with your good self.
Of course.
At the end of this over.
He's like a coiled spring.
Or a rusting one of the two.
I was being kind.
Another short one. Pulling away is Ryan Patel. You probably heard the crier catch it, but actually on that occasion bounced a long way down in front of the long leg fielder. So Patel moves on to 74 now. Surrey move on to 314 for 6. A trail by 203 to Surrey. And this brings the left-handed Josh Blake on to strike. He's very early in his championship career, is Josh Blake. As Revis is into him, he's up on his toes to a short ball. Lays it straight back up the pitch. Well, he's a strong boy, Revis. We said that when he batted. And the other thing he's got in his favour is his height. So it's not a great long run up, but he gets it down there at a good pace. And if he does bang it in, he can hurry the batter up. Now, Adam Lythe is going to go in at silly point. Probably because of the way that Blake sort of got off his feet to play that one. So he's got a short leg and a silly point. Now, Revis is in again. Another short one. Blake's ducking underneath it. All sorts of oohs and ahs and a guttural roar from somewhere. But it's the end of the over. 314 for 4. Surrey, 74 to Ryan Patel. And Josh Blake is yet to get off the mark.
Cheers, Churchy. Probably the last you'll hear of him today. 314 for 4. Good conditions. We will get through these last overs before the end of the day. Might be speeded up by the fact that Bess is out there, but we're going to be going probably beyond 7 o'clock by the look of things.
Are we going to be late for the Cali Memorial Fish and Chips?
Well, we've been told it doesn't matter if we are, as Bess is round the wicket and bowling to Patel, who goes back to cut and doesn't make contact. Thought for a moment he might have nicked it. Bairstow was waiting open-gloved for any edge. Back with Bess, and he's in again. Patel again playing from the crease. We'll just ease it back down the pitch to Bess. Down on 74. Can he be the first for the champions to get to a ton in this match? He's gone back foot again and played it square on the offside. Luxton round, can't pick up cleanly. They're through for 1. How's that work then? Gentleman with a walking stick picks it up and runs behind the side screen down the bottom. As he's trying to get through between deliveries here. Best bowler next of them. And Blake waits and then plays out into the offside once again. 315 for 4. Don Bess getting through his set of 6 fairly quickly. Mark Church makes his way across to find some sunshine, as per. And Blake plays it out square on the offside to Jack White.
They're really putting the verbal pressure on young Josh Blake at the moment. Oohs and ahs.
Yeah, to get off the mark, Blake. It's round the wicket, bowls another one to him, but he's smothered that one very nicely to complete the over at 315 for 4.
So, another day of runs and wickets at a premium here at North Marine Road. We've seen some beautiful batting early on. Revis going to his century, the only one of the game. It would be odd if there's not another century somewhere, because cracking pitch to bat on, and the obvious man to get that century be Ryan Patel, who's got a 75. Let's see what he does with this. Revis bowls to him. It's short, it's hit in the air, and it's hit, but bounced short of the ropes and away for 4. So he's on to 79. He's tried this throughout. He's taken them on as Ryan Patel, and he's got away with it, and he gets away with it again there, really, because he wasn't in control of that shot. But it landed somewhere down the fine leg, long leg, just out of our sight, and he's fine. Revis bowls to him again. He hooks again. No shouts of catch at this time, as that's he's safe to deep backward square. 1 run. I think we're going to see a massive change in the field here from a predominantly leg side field, looking to get the catch from the mistimed pull or mistimed hook, and a more orthodox field, but not that much more orthodox to Josh Blake. There's another rapid bouncer from Revis, and Blake just ducks underneath it. Forward short leg and a silly mid-off, what do we call him? Silly extra cover? Just call him silly, I suppose. Very short extra cover, it's Adam Lyth. But again, still only 3 men on the offside, and that ball goes down the leg side from Patel. I beg his pardon, Blake. I think to the new batsman you'd have a slip in, wouldn't you? Perhaps bowl a little bit more orthodox, but let's see. Revis round the wicket, bowls, and that's passing Blake, and they can buy it best. Moving to his right. An old-fashioned leg slip in now. Ooh. One for the traditionalist Doidgy. Churchy's gone and found a bit of sun. In there very serenely, look over by the pavilion. Just like his son. Next delivery is turned around to long leg, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. So, off the mark, Blake. 328, I think that should be, if it goes up. 324 is right.
Anne Wright has emailed in. Anne, if I could direct you to our new email address, because this will be closed in future, and I would hate for your correspondence to get lost in the ether. So BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is done as an entity, really, and it is Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. But Anne says, hi Jonathan, enjoying the coverage of Yorkshire's match, watching via the YouTube down here in Cambridge. Don Bess bowling here to Patel, who's worked it to point, no run. She goes on. I love Scarborough. Spent many happy hours watching cricket there back in the 60s. I've been a YCC follow-up for as long as I can remember due to my late dad, a proud man of the Dales, brackets Settle. Nice part of the world as Patel defends again. And then she asks, how do you think Johnny B has done as captain? Well, thanks for your message. I would say, well, as Bess is round the wicket and Patel pushes out into the offside, Sutherland into field.
Knows the game, doesn't he, Johnny? Obviously, he's been brought up in a cricket family, played cricket all his life.
Bess in again. It's a little quicker and Patel defends once more. I just think what I like about it is the kind of body language out there, and he's chattering away to his players. He talks to his bowlers. Yeah, okay, people do moan that sometimes he holds the game up for a bit because he's dashed off down to speak to somebody else. Patel again defends. Should be one to come, I think, in the over. A quiet over here from Dom Bess. Patel on 80, 324 for 4 as Bess bowls the final ball of the over, and Patel again defends. So yeah, I think plenty of positives, and obviously we're not privy to what's said in the dressing room, but the vibes from the lads are that, you know, he's an upbeat sort of captain in there. He gives you belief that you can, and I think, you know, that's what you want. You can believe what you like when you're a senior player, but from the younger lads, you know, who will look up to him even more so, I guess, after 100 test matches and his great record. That's what you want.
Yeah, seems a long time ago now he made that test debut, didn't he? Remember he took one on the chest at one point in that debut, didn't he?
In terms of what goes on out there on the field, if you look at that aspect of it, not just the encouragement side of things, but I can't think of any negatives in terms of how he's used his bowlers, for example. Well, not seeing situations, you know.
Revis starts a new over and Blake ducks underneath that. Now the scoreboard's showing Blake on 0, but I'm pretty sure he scored a 4 off the last ball of the previous over. And it's late in the day. And is Patel right on 80, or should he be 76? So they just missed a 4 somewhere then.
Kate under pressure now.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, it was quite an obvious 4 for Blake, and I looked up and hang on. Next delivery is banged in, and Blake in behind it just pushes it down to one of those 2 men. You've got to describe where they are if you're not looking on the stream. There's a forward short leg, and there's a sort of mirror on the offside. So a forward short cover. What would you call him? He can't hardly be back pad, can he? Next delivery is turned around the corner.
Short cover.
Short cover. Not silly cover. No, he's not close enough to be silly. No. So Kate's giving it short cover, so we'll stick with that, Doity. That particular ball.
Whatevs. Jack White's getting loose because the second new ball, of course, can be taken.
Are you going to take that?
In an over and a bit, however many other there are left in this.
Wouldn't you just come out tomorrow morning and take it? Next delivery from Revis is pushed into the onside. Wouldn't you just continue with this tonight and come out fresh tomorrow? You a skipper, Doidgy? Or do you think he's just trying to get the skipper's attention?
Why not have double burst? I would say to that, DT.
So you would take it?
Yeah, have a crack tonight, and then you get maybe, second crack while it's still in reasonable shape tomorrow morning. Just 4 overs left after this, so
that's another short delivery, and that goes through. So it's possibly 3
overs with the
But if you only get a limited number of overs with the new ball before it starts to get, when it's potent, surely save it for the morning when your bowlers are fresh. Oh, maybe that's just me.
Jack White's only bowled 10.
324 for 4. Revis bowls, and that's again short delivery through to the keeper. one or two suggestions that he hadn't been bowling at the stumps much in that over. I think that's to be bowled.
No, I'd have a go with 3 overs tonight. You might pick up that vital wicket, and then in the morning might be good enough to get another one before you've run out of overs. There's still 30 overs to go in that respect for bonus points, so no panic on that front. But as DT's just been saying, if it's only good for 20 of those overs, what's in some respects, what's the use of the next 10? So Jack's having to go with the old ball for an over here.
Just to loosen up, perhaps. I can see that.
So he's going to get a couple of overs blasting. We would assume that Ben Code will take the 2 at the other end. He's not yet winging his arms around. So maybe Johnny is thinking on DT's lines, and let's just give Jack a try anyway. All will be revealed in the next few minutes. As in he comes, short ball pulled by Patel. There is a lone man out in the deep in the form of Finlay Bean, backward of square leg. He picks that up and they get through for 1. Still left-handed Blake, and it looks as though White's going to continue round the wicket as he did for that ball. Adam Lyth is wide-ish at slip. There's a gully, and then James Wharton and Will Luxton are in catching positions, really, probably about a dozen to 15 yards off the bat in the offside. Wharton the straighter of the 2, White in, and that's turned to leg this time by Blake, and not the best attempt at keepy uppy from Don Bess. Ben Cody is now going through his bowling action at mid-on.
He's got to be. He has to be doing something, doesn't he?
Yep.
Don Bess.
Imagine him in the Magnificent Seven doing the Steve McQueen thing. In comes Jack White. That's dropped into the offside by Blake. There's no run. I once read a book about the Magnificent Seven because it's one of my favourite films, great, the All-Star cast, wasn't it? And there was a thing about that I never even thought about until I read the book, and then when you go back and watch the film again, you go, oh yeah. Because they were kind of shared starring roles, Brinner and McQueen. Steve McQueen, when he's not speaking in a scene, he'd still find a way to get attention, whether it be scratching his head or whatever it might be, moving his cowboy hat around or something like that, or his facial expression. Maybe that'd be Don Bess if he was a film star, to catch the eye as that's pushed into the offside. And Jordan Thompson, before that delivery, had joined James Wharton and Will Luxton in the offside. So imagine getting your compass out and sticking the sharp end in the crease, and if you went round in an arc about 15 or 16 yards off the bat, then Thompson is closest to the strip, Wharton's to his right, and Luxton further on to the right of him. White bowling now to Blake, and yeah, they're just trying to test the mettle of a young player, and it's something that probably all young players go through. Looks like a fairly confident young man, I've got to say. Josh Blake is not looking particularly ruffled by any of this. Another dot ball there.
Oh, he looks as though he belongs out there, doesn't he? He's not apologising for himself. There's 3 men in the wall on the offside. There's a gap in the wall on the onside there. But they're to tempt him, perhaps.
White in again, short of length, and he's got one to hit here, Blake, and he helps it off the hip into the leg side. Finlay Bean is round sprightly, and that keeps them to 1. So they'll keep Blake on strike, and Ben Code removes the sweater. Here is the moment of truth. Are they going to take the second ball?
He's not coming in to bowl 2 overs with the old one, that's for sure. 326 for 4. Not much doubt now. Not much doubt, and the new ball has been waved to the scores as well. Come on, Mr. Potter, acknowledge him. Oh, they have finally. So the new ball has been taken after 80 overs. 3 overs to be bowled with it tonight. As you say, if Yorkshire do manage to winkle one of these two out, they'll be very pleased with that going into the morning, particularly, of course, if it was Ryan Patel. 81 to him. Is that right? Blake on 5, have they caught up now?
Yes.
Thank you, Kate. So, Code with the new cherry round the wicket bowls, and Blake is forward defensively, pushing that towards mid-off, no run. .326 for 4. 3 overs left, 17 deliveries. Love a catch. Those slips, 3 of them going down. As Blake is beaten outside the off stump there by Code as he pushed forward. Code's been unlucky today. He went past the bat of the Surrey skipper Roy Burns a couple of times, 3-4 times earlier today. And very similar there. He's gone past Blake's bat. Sutherland at first. Blythe obviously at second. Don't really need to tell you that. Finley Bean at third. Very close as Code bowls attempted Yorker. Dug out up to mid-off. No run there. Churchy soaking up the last bit of sun of the day.
He's on the only line of seats, I think, at his position in the stand where there is any sun left. His family stand corner.
So, Code again. Oh dear, that's gone right through. Blake, I think that's the one that just doesn't leave the batsman, and I think that's gone between bat and pad and over the top, but we'll have a look if our wonderful director is going to do a replay of that one. Nothing on the screen yet, Luigi. What did you make to that? I think
it seemed to nip back inside the inside edge of the bat.
And over the top it must have gone, mustn't it? Code testing over bowls, and well left by Blake.
No ball.
And that's a no ball from Code. There's a spectator on your screen there just lapping up the last few deliveries, waiting to make a quick getaway. Particularly quick getaway, but he's...
Yeah, Ben Crossland meshes in saying it feels very strange having spent 3 days chatting with you chaps, now sitting at home watching the stream and listening to you all.
Code bowls. Blake turns that one down to fine leg. He's going to get 1, indeed he's going to get 4. That ball turned very fine. Long leg couldn't get round in time. So by Blake, who's been tested in this over.
He says he's got to drive to London tomorrow for a Ray Davies songbook gig at the home of the Kinks, the Clissold Arms, on Saturday. However, I shall return on Tuesday. He said, who said I shall return? Was that Mike Gatting or Mike Braley?
I think it was Arnie Schwarzenegger.
I think he said I'll be back, didn't he?
Did he say, oh, okay. No, Code bowls, and that's a solid defence to end the over from Blake. No, that was out in the Philippines, wasn't it? It was General MacArthur. I shall return.
That
and
was
he
just
did.
testing, yes.
He did. .332
for 4 at the end of the over then, 9 of them to Blake, and
look at that, they're picking picking Churchy out in the sunshine there on the screen. As you can see, he is extremely orange.
Do not adjust your sets. The colour.
Spends a lot of time in the sunshine, does Churchy.
For those watching in black and white, Mark Church is orange.
You'd have to say he's more orange than Donald Trump, wouldn't you?
Yes. Jack White from the Pease Home Park end for what will be the final over from this end of the day. And he's in round the wicket, bowling it now, turned to leg by Ryan Patel, who's now moving on to 82 with that single. Glorious sunny evening. Of course, there'll be no making up of time tomorrow, final day. So they've been trying to bridge the gap between what they should have played in the match so far and what they've actually played. No chance of making up all those lost overs today, but they've made up a few and they've given us some entertainment. 3-3-3 for 4. 3 slips I should say, and a leg slip as well as a short leg. White is in and bowling, and that's angled away backward of point by Blake. Revis fields, but they get a single.
The coincidence with Donald Trump and you and me, Dorothy.
We're all human.
He's got my initials, DJT, and his deputy is JD Vance. DJT and JD.
Thanks for the thanks for putting me in that category, DT.
My deputy.
Well, I was thinking of other things there, but never mind.
Right.
Here comes White round the wicket. Patel turns it to leg. Good piece of fielding under the helmet once again by James Wharton. Dave Wilford says, echo that, now listening to you, although spent 2 days having a pint with you, heading to Corfu tomorrow, not a patch on Scarborough. No, quite. I mean, where else could you get a tandoori like that? In Corfu. 334 for 4. White in again. Wide of off stump, lovely drive along the deck. It went straight to Jordan Thompson, who couldn't stop it, and he's had to get those little legs pumping, and they've got through for 3.
Not that little. They've done some sterling work, those legs today. I tell you, that really impressive this afternoon, that spell from him. He put plenty of energy into that, didn't he?
337 for 4. White in. Good delivery this time. Blake just pushing forward at 1. Tell from this angle whether there was any deviation off the straight. He played inside it. Ryan Patel, from where I'm sitting, just slightly getting in the way as he was walking forward. 10 to Blake now. Can Jack White, who's been really good this season for Yorkshire, make another breakthrough with this second new ball, take Yorkshire to the brink of a second bowling bonus point? That, even from this angle, looked like it deviated. Cracking delivery from White, and Blake playing down the original line but missing. End of the over then, 337 for 4, and there will be just 6 more deliveries on day 3.
Knocking still a good portion of the crowd in, aren't there? Probably only a quarter of what we were in before, but
when you got to this stage, you kind of want to see it out just in case a wicket falls, don't you? You don't want to miss that and get back to your hotel and somebody goes, you see that last wicket on it? You got 2 wickets in that last over. Oh no, you're joking, I missed that. Sat there for an hour and a half, didn't take a wicket, and they got 2 in last over.
don't think I ever might have done it once or twice.
They wouldn't get 2 in the last over. You didn't correct me there, did you? You didn't correct me there. They wouldn't get 2 in the last over.
Well, they might have done in the old days.
Ultimate pedant was caught off his guard there.
Code Bowles, there's a huge appeal for LBW, and again, not out.
Oof.
And Code is saying, well,
if they get a wicket now, they'll think they took 2 wickets in the last over.
well, let's have a look at this. Oh, come on. Come on.
Goodness me.
Ooh.
Where's the square in the air?
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think it was probably missing leg. Comes Code again, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by Patel. And I think he might have been missing off as well.
Well, it was certainly missing his left leg, but it wasn't missing his right leg.
Oh dear. We've seen a few, but fair enough, they've been consistent. They haven't given, I say, haven't given very much. I mean, they've given anything at all, have they, either umpire? But,
and is that right? Give it out if it's out, don't you?
Well, you do, but I mean, you want consistency, don't you? You don't want the finger going up. I mean, let's be fair, Matthew Revis got away with one in the final session last night, didn't he? Code bowls again, and that's pushed up to mid-off. No run. I say last night, it would have been yesterday afternoon. You didn't pick me up on that one.
DT, consistency is consistently coming up with the right decision, not consistently giving the same decision of not out or out, is it?
I know, and I agree with you, but next delivery is through outside the off stump, no run. Yorkshire field, well, it's old Steve McQueen there at fourth slip has taken his cap off to get the attention again as he complains in a non-verbal way about the decision. That would have just been, well, Code bowls through to the keeper, no run, but also to get Patel at that point would really have sent them in with a little bit of momentum, wouldn't it? Taking them off the field with a bit of bounce. So is this the last ball of the day?
Yeah.
Yes, says Kate Holdsworth. 3:38 for 4. Code to Blake. Bowls. That one goes through, beats him outside the off stump. Well bowled, Ben Code. Unlucky. So, the end of an absorbing day's play, full day's play. We'll no doubt wrap things up for you, but I'd just like to congratulate Matthew Revis on his century early on, and a couple of excellent innings we've seen from Surrey. Dan Lawrence striking the ball nicely, Brian Patel entertaining, maybe not the most beautiful batsman to watch, but certainly gave the crowd some entertainment here, and we'll be back tomorrow when we'll see how can this game develop. It looks a nailed-on draw at the moment, but you never do know. Will Ryan Kishore come through tomorrow and take loads of wickets in the Yorkshire second innings?
Yep, we'll be back tomorrow when DT's finished his sentence. That is it for the day then. 83 overs in, 338 for 4. Josh Blake not out on 10. Ryan Patel not out on 86. Jordan Thompson and Dom Best picking up the wickets. Thompson 1 for 44 off 13. Best 3 for 87 off 25. Bowled well, as did JT. None for 53. Ben Code from 13. Jack White 12 overs for 62. Will Sutherland 13 overs for 52. It's been a long day. Matthew Revis 7 overs for 37. We'll be back to do it all again tomorrow, when Yorkshire will still have 27 overs to try and pick up another couple or possibly even more wickets. But yeah, as DT called it, it looks like we're heading for draw territory. Well, you'll join us from around 5 minutes before the start of play tomorrow. But from North Marine Road for day 3, it's good night.